Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. It seemed the Supreme Tengu possessed at least ultimate class power. Your Majesty, show these foolish rebels the hammer of justice. Prime Minister Honest urged the Emperor. I am the Emperor of the Empire. The young Emperor declared without hesitation. These were the activation words for the Supreme Tengu. The ground trembled. The officials in the throne room stumbled and fell. A massive object began to emerge from beneath the floor. Everyone, get out of here! Roy shouted, leading them out of the throne room. From outside, they could see a colossal suit of armor rising from the ground. The throne room was instantly destroyed. Most of the officials inside were killed. When the Supreme Tengu fully emerged, they could finally see its true form. It was a gigantic suit of armor, 1,000 meters tall, its presence radiating an oppressive aura. What is that? It's like a monster. Is that the legendary Supreme Tengu? I can't believe it actually exists. The Night Raid members stared at the colossal giant in shock. But they weren't afraid. They had seen a giant of this scale before. Roy's Ice 1,000-armed cannon was just as massive. So this is a ultimate class Tengu? Roy thought. Such a powerful Tengu. It consumed a lot of stamina to use, but the frail young emperor didn't have much stamina to spare. Yet, even so, in the original story, the Emperor had managed to unleash its devastating power. Just then, the Emperor's voice boomed from within the Supreme Tengu. This empire, passed down through generations, is the order of God. To rebel against God is blasphemy. A red light emanated from the gem on the Tengu's forehead. A crimson laser beam shot down towards Roy and the others. Secret Heart, Cross Shield. Roy raised his hand and conjured a massive ice shield. Boom. The laser beam struck the ice shield. The ground shook, and debris flew everywhere. But the ice shield remained intact. Its power is horrible. Nadanda muttered, her expression grim. How are we supposed to defeat it? Mine felt a sense of helplessness. Leave this to me. You deal with the minister and the imperial soldiers. Roy instructed. Yes. They had no objections. Only Roy could handle such a colossal opponent. The obvious weakness shown in the original story didn't exist. In the original story, Tatsumi had struck the Supreme Tengu in the abdomen and declared it a weak point. But who would design armor with a weak point in such an easily targeted location? The Night Raid members dispersed to fight the Imperial soldiers and Prime Minister Honest. Roy faced the Supreme Tengu alone. He spread his devil wings and soared into the sky. Seeing him approach, the Emperor roared again. Ha! The red light on the Tengu's forehead gathered once more, and another laser beam shot towards Roy. This time, Roy didn't try to block it. He simply dodged. Boom. The laser beam missed Roy and struck the city below, creating a massive explosion. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Everything in the vicinity was instantly obliterated, countless lives lost. He couldn't use the Ice 1,000-armed cannon. That would destroy the Tengu. He had to freeze it. Roy didn't waste any time. He raised his hand. Secret Heart, Ice 9 dragons. 9 massive ice dragons materialized in the sky, roaring silently as they charged towards the Supreme Tengu. The Emperor panicked at the sight of the ice dragons. Stay away! He screamed. The Supreme Tengu fired a massive laser beam from its mouth and dozens of smaller beams from its shoulders. The beam struck the ice dragons. Boom. 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 The ice dragons shattered. Just as the Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, the ice dragons began to regenerate. They were made of ice. Even if shattered, they could easily reform. The 9 ice dragons converged on the Supreme Tengu. Crack. 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 The sound of freezing echoed through the air. Within moments, the Supreme Tengu was encased in ice. The 9 ice dragons coiled around it, immobilizing it completely. Inside the Tengu, the Emperor, exhausted from overusing its power, fainted. With the Supreme Tengu neutralized, the rest of the capital had also fallen. Prime Minister Honest had been slain by Suko. He died without understanding why his Tengu hadn't destroyed her weapon. He didn't know that Suko hadn't used her Tengu at all. By evening, the entire capital was under their control. Roy sat on the throne in the Imperial Palace. Roy, get down from there. That's the Emperor's throne. Mine exclaimed, flustered. Now that the empire had fallen, that seat belonged to their leader. What's the big deal? Roy shrugged, unconcerned. By the way, Mine, do you want to be my empress? He asked with a playful grin. Mine blushed furiously. What are you talking about? Roy chuckled at her reaction. He then turned to Leon. Leon, now that the war is over, you're not going back to the slums, are you? Leon pondered his question. Well, we are assassins, she said with a sigh. Her words highlighted the harsh reality of their situation. Once the new empire was established, Nitrade would be disbanded. And the assassins of Nitrade would be seen as a threat to the new regime. A ruthless emperor might even eliminate them. Then how about becoming my empress? Roy offered. Eh? Roy, are you declaring yourself the new emperor? Leon asked, sitting beside him and slinging an arm around his neck. If that's the case, becoming your empress doesn't sound too bad. Then it's settled, Roy said, wrapping an arm around her waist. Leon froze, her body stiffening. Despite her usual carefree demeanor, she was still just a young girl. Chapter 88, Securing the Empresses. Even if you're weak, there are miracles you can seize with your hands if you fight on to the very end. So, Chelsea, how about you? Want to be my consort? Roy asked, turning his attention to her. Chelsea blushed. Why are you asking me that? Do you really want to build a harem? She retorted, giving him a disapproving look. If she wasn't mistaken, she and Mine were the only ones who hadn't agreed to become his consorts yet. Shiel, Akam, Kuram, and Leon had already accepted his offer. Just then, a group of people entered the hall. Leon's eyes widened in alarm, and she quickly stepped aside, motioning for Roy to get off the throne. Roy, amused by her reaction, simply shifted into a more comfortable position and continued to lounge on the throne. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, accompanied by Najunda and a few others, approached Roy. The Nitrade members watched nervously. Then, thud. The Revolutionary Army leader knelt before Roy. Greetings, boss, he declared respectfully. What? Everyone was stunned. The supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army was bowing before a teenager and calling him boss? Everyone, kneel. The leader barked at his subordinates. Despite their confusion, Najunda and the other soldiers obeyed and knelt. Arise, Roy said casually, waving his hand dismissively. How is the situation in the capital? Boss, the capital is under our complete control. All those who resisted have been eliminated. Good. Pacify the people and prepare for the coronation ceremony in a few days. Yes, boss. Anything else? Roy asked. Boss, what should we do with the young emperor? The leader asked cautiously. That's up to you. Just make sure I don't see him again. Understood, boss. You're dismissed. Roy waved them away. Yes, boss. The Revolutionary Army leader and his entourage left the hall. The Nitrade members stared at Roy in disbelief. What? The leader called Roy boss? Chelsea stammered, her jaw dropping, and her lollipop falling to the ground. What's going on? Akam asked, equally confused. Haha, the leader of the Revolutionary Army is just a pawn of mine. Roy explained with a chuckle, enjoying their shocked reactions. So, Roy, your offer to make me your consort. Was that serious? Leon asked, sliding onto the seat beside him, her eyes sparkling with interest. Of course it was. I joined Nitrade for all of you. Roy replied, his gaze sweeping over the girls. His words touched their hearts. Someone had actually risked his life and joined a group of assassins for their sake. They couldn't help but wonder if they would even be alive without Roy. Shiel, for one, wouldn't have been resurrected. And the rest of them would have likely suffered heavy casualties in their fight to overthrow the Empire. Well, then I suppose I'll accept your offer, Chelsea said, blushing. She had been born into common family and had even worked for the Empire. She had fantasized about becoming the Emperor's consort. And she already had feelings for Roy, further amplified by his selfless actions in joining Nitrade. It was no surprise that she agreed. This cliché tactic might be laughable in the modern world, but it seemed quite effective in this situation. What about you, Mine? Roy asked, turning his attention to her. I. Mine stammered, her face flushed. She undoubtedly liked Roy. But her tsundere nature made it difficult for her to confess in front of everyone. Why does every confession have to be in front of an audience? She lamented internally. Seeing her hesitation, Roy approached her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Mine, don't you like me? He asked softly. Of course I do, you idiot. But do you have to make me say it in front of everyone? Mine cried, burying her face in his chest. The other girls smiled, happy for Mine. They knew how difficult it was for her to express her feelings honestly. I'm sorry, Mine. It's my fault. Roy apologized, patting her back. Humphrey, fine. I forgive you. Mine replied, finally smiling through her tears. Kurum tugged at Roy's sleeve. Anii-chan, what about me? I want to be your consort too, she said shyly. Roy paused, then patted her head. Don't worry, Kurum. You're already my servant. I won't forget about you. Akam blushed at his words. Roy then proceeded to form contracts with the girls. Mine, as a long-range ADC, consumed a lot of mana. The rook and knight pieces weren't suitable for her. The bishop piece was the best fit. Chelsea wasn't suited for frontline combat, so he gave her a pawn piece. And finally, the main event, Esdeath. She was destined to be his queen. After Esdeath's transformation, her strength soared to ultimate class, an incredible feat. But it wasn't surprising, considering she was already at the peak of high-class devil. A few days later, Roy was officially crowned emperor. Even he hadn't expected to become an emperor, but he wasn't particularly interested in the position itself. He then declared the night trade girls and Esdeath his consorts. With the immediate matters settled, Roy didn't rush to leave this world. He used his knowledge to implement reforms, improving the lives of the people and ensuring they no longer suffered from hunger and poverty. He then dispatched Esdeath to the western regions to quell the unrest among the minority tribes. Mine, who was from the western border region, had been discriminated against for being a half-breed since childhood. She had dreamed of a new empire where such discrimination would be eradicated. Therefore, Roy sent Esdeath to conquer the western tribes and integrate them into the empire. Of course, this was also part of Roy's plan to unify the entire world. To achieve this, he needed to conquer the southern and northern tribes as well. He sent Najunda and Nitrade to the south. And he personally led an army to the north. Any tribe that resisted was crushed. Within a month, all three regions were under his control. Roy then ordered the men from the conquered tribes to relocate to the capital for work. He also sent a group of citizens from the capital to the newly acquired territories. This integration would ensure that within 100 years, there would be no more divisions between different races. During this time, Roy finally discovered the method for creating Digu. The first thing he did was modify the Supreme Digu, Shikao Taser. Previously, only those with the bloodline of the former emperor could use it. Even Roy couldn't force it to activate. But after his modifications, anyone could use it. Roy then entrusted Najunda and the former revolutionary army leader with governing the empire and tasked them with producing more Digu. He then left the world of Akamgakil with his consorts and a collection of Tigu. After his departure, the world continued to function smoothly under Najunda and the former leader's rule. They followed Roy's instructions diligently. Roy wasn't worried about the empire's future. After all, he could return anytime. Chapter 89, Return to DxD, New Trouble. Those painful memories are what help us make it to tomorrow and become stronger. High school DxD world, Roy's castle. Ryaz, fresh from her bath, arrived at Roy's room. She froze as she opened the door. Several unfamiliar girls were inside. Ryaz puffed out her cheeks, a bit annoyed. Roy, what's going on? She demanded, pointing at the girls. Roy hadn't expected her to come in so soon after he returned. Your Majesty, who is she? Mine asked suspiciously, eyeing Ryaz. Ahem. She's my queen consort, Roy replied. Eh? No wonder your Majesty hasn't chosen an queen consort yet. You already have one. Leon exclaimed, though she didn't consider herself a candidate for the position. Among them, the only one who could truly be Roy's queen consort was Esdeath, the strongest. Queen consort? Your Majesty? What are you talking about? Ryaz was confused. Don't worry, we'll explain everything outside. Roy led the girls to the living room and called for Saya, Kani, and the others. Saya and the others were used to seeing new faces among them. Only Ryaz, Kano, and Konko were confused. Roy introduced everyone. The nitrate girls didn't mind that Roy had so many consorts. After all, he had been an emperor. It was normal for an emperor to have a harem. Roy then explained everything to Ryaz, Kano, and Konko. Upon learning that Roy had been to another world and recruited more servants, Ryaz was upset. Of course, she wasn't upset that he had more servants. As a devil noble, having multiple partners was normal. What truly bothered her was that he hadn't taken her with him. Ever since their trip to the Pokemon world, Ryaz had suspected that Roy's servants might be from other worlds. She only had Kano, Konko, and Komabe as her servants. And this time, he hadn't even taken her along. Weren't her servants his as well? Looking at Esdeath, Akam, Kurum, and the others, she realized she couldn't sense their strength. This made her even more envious. Ryaz pinched Roy's side, her arms crossed, and turned her head away, feigning anger. Ryaz, don't be mad. Roy pleaded, wrapping an arm around her. I'll take you with me next time, okay? Really? Ryaz turned to him with a hopeful expression. Of course. And I've already found 2 excellent candidates for your peerage. Roy assured her. Really? Where are they? Ryaz's eyes lit up with excitement. Those 2 idiots who left earlier. Huh? You mean Zenovia and Irina Shidu? Ryaz asked in confusion. Yes. But they're from the church. How could they become devils? I have a plan. Don't worry. Roy said with a mysterious smile. All right. Ryaz reluctantly agreed. Roy was relieved that she wasn't angry anymore. He then turned to the night raid girls. Let me show you to your rooms. Oh, and you don't have to call me your majesty here. Just Roy is fine. The girls nodded. The next day, Roy had Chelsea follow Zenovia and Irina. He knew those 2 would encounter Kokobi Eel soon. Chelsea, with her ability to change her appearance, was the perfect candidate for the task. Roy stayed at the castle, teaching the night raid girls about modern life and breathing styles. They would be facing Kokobi Eel soon, so he had asked Suna to excuse them from school. He also had to distribute the Tegu he had brought back. After his modifications, the Tegu no longer had any usage restrictions, so he brought out all of them except for the Supreme Tegu. In the living room, Raya stared at the collection of Tegu in awe. Are these all sacred gears? She asked, sensing their immense power. Haha, these are called Tegu. They're spoils of war from my trip. They're just as powerful as sacred gears. Roy explained with a grin. He had brought back 8 Tegu. Spectator, Belvec, Scream, Black Marlin, Hecatonchires, Perfector, Shambhala, and a Drumlage. They had all been collected from defeated enemies and were currently unused. Roy explained the abilities of each Tegu. The girls looked at the Tegu on the table, but none of them made a move to take one. No one wants one? Roy asked, confused. Shizuka was the first to step forward and pick up Perfector. I burned myself while making soup today. I'll take these gloves, she said, putting on the gloves and heading towards the kitchen, seemingly eager to test them out. Roy's lips twitched. Yuriko then took the Black Marlin Tegu. This ring could manipulate any liquid it touched, which would be useful in conjunction with her water magic. Alice chose Hecatonchires, the humanoid Tegu. But no one wanted the remaining Tegu. No one wants these? Roy asked, puzzled. They're ugly. Saya blurted out the reason. A Drumlich was a pair of bulky gauntlets, and Spectator would look strange on a girl's forehead. And Scream's trump card transformed the user into a muscular, monstrous form. If a girl used it, the image was too horrifying to imagine. The other Tegu were simply unsuitable for them. Kenny and the others were swordswomen and didn't need these Tegu. Roy shrugged. He hadn't considered that. Just then, Chelsea contacted him through their communication devices. Roy, those 2 girls are begging on the streets. It seems they have no money for food. What should we do? Roy sighed. Those 2 were truly clueless. In the original story, they had spent all their money on a painting of a saint and ended up begging for food. He hadn't expected them to repeat the same mistake. Give them some money. Roy instructed. Yes. Chelsea replied and carried out his orders. That night, Chelsea contacted him again. Roy, they're heading towards an abandoned factory. It gives me a bad feeling, she reported, her voice filled with apprehension. Oh? It seems they've found a lead. Roy mused. If he wasn't mistaken, the 3 stolen Excalibur swords were there. That must be why Chelsea felt uneasy. He wasn't sure if Kokobi Eel would be there as well. But Roy wasn't one to wait passively. He preferred to take the initiative. Chelsea, stop them. Those 2 are no match for the Excalibur swords. Yes. Roy then contacted Suna and explained the situation. They all headed towards the abandoned factory. Get out of our way. Irina shouted angrily at the girl blocking their path. I told you, it's too dangerous for you to go in there. I won't let you pass. Chelsea insisted, her arms crossed. If it weren't for the fact that you gave us money, I would have. Zenovia threatened. Would have what? A voice interrupted them, causing both girls to freeze. They slowly turned around and saw Roy and his entourage. Their faces fell. So you devils are going to interfere in church matters? Zenovia asked, clenching her fists. Church matters? Idiots, this isn't just a church matter. Roy retorted, leading the girls towards the factory. Hey, what do you mean by that? Irina demanded. You'll see. Roy waved them along. Zenovia and Irina exchanged glances, then followed. Oh my. Devils have came to this place. A voice sneered. Just as they were about to enter the factory, 3 figures jumped down from the walls, landing before them. They were fallen priests, each with an aura comparable to a high-class devil. And they were wielding the 3 stolen Excalibur swords. Roy, who are they? Ryaz asked, her expression grim. Even she wasn't confident in defeating all 3 fallen priests. 3 high-class devil-level priests wielding the Excalibur swords were indeed formidable opponents. Just some small fry. The main event hasn't even started yet. Roy scoffed. Taste the power of the Excalibur. One of the fallen priests roared, charging towards them. Zuko. Yes. Zuko responded, intercepting the fallen priest. Clang. 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 The 2 swords swam and clashed. After the battles in the world of Akamgakil, especially the intense training in the last month, Zuko had finally reached high-class devil level. Although the Excalibur was incredibly effective against devils, Zuko's speed prevented her from being easily hit. Just then, a fat man in a lab coat emerged from the factory. It was Valper Galilei, the mastermind behind the stolen Excalibur swords. Your task was to eliminate the devils and the church intruders, but it seems that's no longer possible. Contact Sir Kokobeel. He instructed the remaining 2 fallen priests. The fallen priests nodded and contacted Kokobeel. Roy smirked. This was exactly what he wanted. It was better for Kokobeel to come here than to have him attack Twa Academy. Roy, aren't we going to intervene? Sona asked, puzzled. Don't worry. The main event is about to begin. We'll act then. Roy replied with a smile. Seeing that Roy's group wasn't making a move, the 2 fallen priests also held back, observing the duel between Zuko and their comrade. The fallen priest was powerful. With the Excalibur, his strength was comparable to a peak high-class devil. Zuko, having just reached high-class devil level, was on the defensive. Thunder breathing, thunder cutter. She shouted, unleashing her strongest technique. Her body crackled with lightning, and she transformed into a golden blur, slashing towards the fallen priest. Clang. A deafening clash echoed as the fallen priest blocked her attack with the Excalibur. Zuko backflipped, creating distance. Ha 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 ha, it's useless. No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat the Excalibur. The fallen priest taunted, laughing maniacally. Zuko, however, wasn't discouraged. She smiled. She hadn't encountered such a strong opponent in a long time. Demon Slayer mark, she whispered. Her aura surged, becoming even more powerful. A golden lightning bolt mark appeared on her collarbone. The Demon Slayer mark was contagious. Once one person activated it, those around them would gradually awaken it as well, as long as they possessed the strength of a Hashira. After Mitsuri had awakened her mark, Zuko had also managed to awaken hers under her influence. The Demon Slayer mark significantly enhanced physical abilities. The girls were surprised to see Zuko activate her mark. Sukune-san awakened her mark. Amazing. Alice exclaimed with admiration. Damn it. It's all Roy's fault for always taking Zuko to other worlds. Saya grumbled jealously. It was true. Every time Roy had traveled to another world, he had only taken Zuko. This had allowed Zuko's strength to grow significantly. Of course, Roy had his reasons. The world of Akamgakil was too dark and brutal. He didn't want to expose the other girls to it. Sukune-san is so strong. Konko murmured, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She watched as everyone around her grew stronger, while she remained stagnant. Konko was eager to become stronger. Even I might not be a match for Zuko now. Akano commented with a sigh. She had easily defeated Zuko not long ago, but now, Zuko had surpassed her. Zuko, with her Demon Slayer mark activated, unleashed her attack. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, eightfold. She transformed into a blur of lightning, charging towards the fallen priest. Clang. 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 A series of clashes echoed through the air as the fallen priest struggled to keep up with Zuko's speed. After a few moments, he couldn't react in time. Thwack! A deep gash appeared on his chest. Ah! The fallen priest cried out in pain and retreated. Just as Zuko was about to finish him off, a massive spear of light shot towards her from the distance. Roy reacted instantly, conjuring a massive ice wall that blocked the attack. Boom! The spear of light exploded, but the ice wall held firm. Zuko retreated. Who's there? Ryaz demanded, her eyes narrowed. Roy also glared in that direction. He knew who it was. As expected, a shadowy figure appeared in the sky. It was Kokobeel, the fallen angel Kadri, with his 10 black wings. His powerful aura pressed down on them, causing the girls to tense up. It's a fallen angel. He has 10 wings. He must be a Kadri. He's so strong. Is this the powerful enemy Roy was talking about? Chapter 90, Sisters, it's showtime. You learned something valuable. Remember the lesson, not the disappointment. It's nice to finally meet you, Princess Greemery. Princess Citri. And Greyfire's little brother. Kokobeel greeted them, his voice dripping with arrogance as he released his oppressive aura. I am Kokobeel. Kokobi eel, fallen angel Kadri, what is your purpose here? Ryaz demanded, meeting his gaze without fear. Crimson hair is truly beautiful. But the crimson ma'o, surges. He's disgusting, it makes me want to vomit. Kokobi eel sneered, his eyes filled with loathing as he looked at Ryaz. Clearly, Surge had left a lasting impression on him, and not a pleasant one. I've come to cause some chaos at Kwa Academy. Kokobi eel continued, his voice laced with madness. That way, Surge will have no choice but to show his face, wouldn't you agree? The girl's expressions turned serious. Your actions could reignite the war between angels, devils, and fallen angels. Ryaz exclaimed in disbelief. That's precisely his goal. Roy scoffed, his arms crossed. He wants to start another war. Ha 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 ha. Kokobi eel let out a maniacal laugh. I was bored after the last war ended. I thought Michael would come after me when I stole the Excalibur swords. But all he sent were some pathetic priests and 2 sword swamen. How boring, how utterly boring. Everyone was shocked. This man was a warmonger who sought to plunge the world into chaos. Mine, Leon, and the others glanced at Asdeeth. She seemed to share a similar love for battle and bloodshed. As if sensing their gazes, Asdeeth looked at them, a faint blush on her cheeks. I'm not like him, she declared. I already have Roy. She walked over to Roy and embraced him from behind. The other girl's lips twitched. Seriously, Asdeeth? Now's not the time for this, they thought. But Asdeeth ignored them, clinging to Roy. Roy didn't mind. He wasn't concerned about Kokobi eel. The real threat tonight was Volley, the White Dragon Emperor, who could easily defeat Kokobi eel. Kokobi eel, you think you can come here and leave as you please? Roy scoffed, then waved his hand. The space around them distorted. He had erected a barrier. This way, their battle wouldn't affect the outside world. After all, this was a fight involving strong beings. If they weren't careful, the entire town of Kwa could be destroyed. Oh? I heard Greyfire's little brother was a failure. It seems that's not the case. Kokobi eel said, intrigued by Roy's display of power. As an old-fashioned fallen angel, Kokobi eel wasn't well informed about recent events in the underworld, so he didn't know about Roy's rise to power. But creating such a large-scale barrier in an instant was no easy feat. Only an ultimate class and above could do that. This young man, possessing such power, piqued Kokobi eel's interest. However, Kokobi eel wasn't afraid. He was a fallen angel who had survived the Great War, a veteran of countless battles. He wouldn't be intimidated by a mere child. Trying to stop me? Perhaps you should call Greyfire. Kokobi eel sneered. Whether I stay or leave isn't up to you, Roy retorted with a smirk. Roy, leave him to me, Asdeeth declared, stepping forward with excitement in her eyes. Go ahead. Roy nodded. Ha 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 ha. Very well. Consider this an entertaining sideshow. Kokobi eel laughed, snapping his fingers. A throne resembling a burning torch materialized beneath him. Kokobi eel sat down, crossing his legs, looking every bit the arrogant villain. Ryaz and the others were visibly impressed. Now, let my pets play with you, Kokobi eel said, snapping his fingers again. A golden light shot from the base of his throne, creating a massive magic circle on the ground. Pillars of fire erupted from the magic circle, and monstrous hounds, their bodies flowing with magma, emerged. Cerberus? Ryaz gasped, recognizing the creatures. Those are the guard dogs of the underworld. Suna explained. The girl's expressions turned grim. Over 20 Cerberus hounds had already appeared, each with the strength of a middle-class to high-class devil. They were a formidable force. And more Cerberus hounds continued to emerge from the magic circle. Siko. Yes. Siko responded, then turned to the other girls. Sisters, it's showtime. I've been waiting for this. Come on, my pumpkin is thirsty for action. Eliminate? Koi, come out. The girls were eager to fight. They charged towards the Cerberus hounds, each utilizing their unique abilities. Hey Kano, Konko, let's join the fray. Yes, Buku. Understood. Inspired by the others, Ryaz also joined the battle, her fighting spirit ignited. Sona, too, led her pairage into the fray. Even Zenobia and Arena, who had been standing on the sidelines, joined the fight. The battle raged. Mine's pumpkin, with each charged shot, took down a Cerberus hound. Akam and Kurom were even faster, their blades slicing through the hounds with deadly precision. Shinobu and Kenny were equally formidable, their movements graceful and their attacks precise. None of the hounds could touch them. Sako, Nezuko, and Mitsuri faced the 3 fallen priests. Saya's Gyarados rampaged through the horde of Cerberus hounds. In the chaos of battle, some of the girls were injured, keeping Saya and Shizuka busy with healing. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries. Meanwhile, Asdeath and Kokobi Eel's battle had begun. Asdeath spread her devil wings and soared into the sky. Ha 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 ha, a new hunt. And you'll be my first prey, she declared, looking at Kokobi Eel with predatory excitement. Oh? Interesting. I can see that you and I are the same kind of people. How about joining me? Kokobi Eel chuckled, intrigued by Asdeath's bloodlust. Humphrey. Let's see if you can even survive today. Asdeath retorted coldly, her voice filled with killing intent. She drew her rapier and charged towards Kokobi Eel. During the last month in the world of Akam ga Kill, Asdeath had learned to refine her control over ice from Roy. Compared to her previous crude methods, she was now far more skilled. Kokobi Eel, unfazed by her attack, conjured 2 spears of light and engaged her in close combat. Clang! 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 Clash! 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 Their battle was fierce from the start. Asdeath's attacks were relentless and powerful, occasionally augmented by her ice magic. However, Kokobi Eel was a veteran of the Great War, his combat experience far surpassing Asdeath's. They were evenly matched. Roy, sitting on a throne of ice, observed the battles with a proud smile. In just a few months, not only had he become stronger, but his servants had also grown into capable fighters. He felt a sense of accomplishment. As Kokobi Eel focused on his fight against Asdeath, he neglected to maintain the magic circle summoning the Cerberus hounds. The girls steadily whittled down their numbers. Soon, all the hounds were eliminated. The 3 fallen priests were also defeated by Siko, Nezuko, and Mitsuri. They showed no mercy towards their enemies. Valper Galilei, the mastermind behind the stolen Excalibur swords, was caught in the crossfire and killed. No one mourned his death. The battle on the ground was over. But the battle in the sky had just begun. Kokobi Eel, despite wielding 2 spears of light, couldn't gain an advantage against Asdeath in close combat. His pride was hurt. He couldn't believe he was struggling against a little girl. He pushed Asdeath back with a powerful attack and hurled his spears of light at her. Asdeath conjured a thick ice wall, blocking the projectiles. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the air, but the ice wall remained intact. Asdeath smirked. She dispelled the ice wall and saw Kokobi Eel charging an incredibly large spear of light. The destructive aura emanating from the spear made even Asdeath apprehensive. But she didn't back down. She charged towards Kokobi Eel. Ha 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 ha, die. Kokobi Eel roared, launching the massive spear of light. Be careful. Asdeath Nasan, dodge. The girls below watched with worry. The spear of light was incredibly fast, reaching Asdeath in an instant. But Asdeath showed no fear. She smirked and uttered a single word. Mahapadma. The sky fell silent. Everything froze. The girls below could only see a flash of ice blue engulfing the sky. Roy smiled. Asdeath had this in the bag. A few seconds later, the sky returned to normal. To everyone's surprise, Asdeath was now standing before Kokobi Eel, her rapier piercing his heart. Kokobi Eel's massive spear of light had missed its target and struck the ground nearby. The impact was like a nuclear explosion, devastating the surrounding area. Even Roy's barrier shook violently. Impossible. Kokobi Eel stared at the rapier protruding from his chest in disbelief. What had just happened? How had she dodged his attack and stabbed him in the heart? Despite his confusion, Kokobi Eel couldn't deny his defeat. However, thanks to his resilient fallen angel physiology, he wouldn't die immediately. Nothing is impossible. Asdeath declared with a triumphant smile. Damn it. I survived the Great War. Even gods and Satans perished, but I survived. How can I die here? Kokobi Eel roared in frustration. The girls were shocked by his words. What do you mean? Ryaz asked, her voice grave. Oops, I let that slip, didn't I? Kokobi Eel cackled, his madness growing. Kokobi Eel, what do you mean by God is dead? Zenovia and Arena demanded, their eyes fixed on him. They were the most affected by Kokobi Eel's words. Ha 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 ha. Kokobi Eel laughed maniacally. Well, since I intended to start another war, there's no point in hiding it anymore. He glared at them with a sinister grin. In the previous war, your god is dead. Ha 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 ha. The girls were stunned. Zenovia and Arena, in particular, were devastated. Their eyes widened in horror as their faith crumbled. They were on the verge of a breakdown. Asia, however, although shocked, didn't feel the same despair. Asia, are you alright? Saya asked, concerned. She knew Asia was devout and often prayed even when she had a headache. But Asia smiled at her. Thank you, Saya. I'm fine. Saya was surprised. My heart belongs to Roy now. God is no longer important to me. Asia declared, her hands clasped together in a prayer-like gesture. Indeed, Roy was the only one in her heart now. She didn't care about God anymore. Her prayers were merely a habit. Saya felt a pang of jealousy. Why, I've never heard of such a thing. Ryaz said. Was the creation of the evil pieces also due to the inability to create more pure devils? Kokobi continued, enjoying their reactions. Now, all three factions have to rely on humans to survive. The higher-ups of angels, devils, and fallen angels have concealed this information to protect the humans who still believe in God. It's not true. This can't be true. Zenovia and Arena, their faith shattered, collapsed to the ground in despair. Look, those two idiots have lost their faith. It's the perfect opportunity to recruit them. Roy whispered in Ryaz's ear, pointing at Zenovia and Arena. Go and work your magic. Ryaz's eyes lit up as she looked at the two girls. She approached them, ready to persuade them to join her peerage. Chapter 91, Beating Up the White Dragon Emperor. Enjoy your life today. Yesterday is gone, and the tomorrow might never come. Whether God lives or dies doesn't matter to me. Kokobi continued, his voice rising in a frenzy. What I can't accept is that they think the war should end just because God and the Satans are dead. I won't tolerate it. I won't. Kokobi's voice became a desperate cry. If the war had continued, we would have been victorious. Everyone finally understood. Kokobi believed that the fallen angels were the true victors of the Great War. He couldn't accept that the three factions had agreed to a ceasefire at the last moment. To him, it was like handing over the fruits of victory to their enemies. That's why he was so desperate to reignite the war. To achieve his twisted goal of continuing the conflict. Roy had heard enough of his story. He glanced at Asdeath. Understanding his intent, Asdeath drew her rapier, ready to deliver the final blow to Kokobi. But just then. Crack. 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 A sound like shattering glass echoed through the air as a large hole was torn in the spatial barrier. Here we go. Roy thought. A white figure emerged from the rift in the barrier and flew towards Asdeath with incredible speed. Roy intercepted him. Clang. A deafening clash resounded as Roy's ice rose sword met the newcomer's attack. Who are you? Asdeath demanded, her eyes narrowed. I am Albion. The newcomer replied. Azazel has asked me to bring Kokobi back. Would you mind handing him over? Albion was the name of the White Dragon Emperor's sacred gear. The newcomer's true identity was Vali Lucifer, leader of Vali team of the Chaos Brigade. Kokobi has been causing trouble on my territory. You think I'll just hand him over? Do you think you have that much pull? Roy scoffed. Although Kokobi hadn't caused any significant damage to Kwa Town yet, handing him over wouldn't be a problem. After all, Roy didn't dislike Vali. But more importantly, Roy wanted to fight Vali and test his own strength. He hadn't had a chance to go all out yet. Even he wasn't sure of the full extent of his power. However, I will let you take Kokobi if you can defeat me. Roy declared, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Vali understood his intentions. Very well. Roy Lucifuge, I shall defeat you here and now. Vali declared, pointing at Roy with unwavering confidence. Roy smirked and flew towards Vali, their eyes meeting in a silent challenge. Roy. Asia clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, Asia. Roy will win. Suko reassured her. Why not just hand over Kokobi? Tsubaki Shinro wondered, glancing at the fallen angel, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. It seemed to her that handing him over would avoid a conflict with this new enemy, who appeared far stronger than Kokobi. There's no stopping a true warrior's thirst for battle. Asdeath commented with a chuckle. She understood this desire all too well. Her words enlightened the others. In the sky, the tension between Roy and Vali crackled. Roy made the first move. Secret Heart, Ice Princess Rose. Two translucent ice roses materialized in his hands, one in each, and shot towards Vali with incredible speed. If they touched Vali, he would be instantly frozen. However, Vali was incredibly fast. The two ice roses, despite their speed, couldn't catch him. Vali closed the distance between them. I can't let him touch me. Roy thought. One of the abilities of the White Dragon Emperor's armor was Divide, which had the opponent's power upon contact. And it activated every 10 seconds. If hit by this ability, one's power would be quickly depleted. In the original story, Kokobi had fallen victim to this ability, leading to his swift defeat at Vali's hands. Moreover, the halved power was absorbed by Vali, further increasing his strength. Without a countermeasure, facing Vali was a sure path to defeat. Roy couldn't let Vali touch him. Secret Heart, Ice 9 Dragons. 9 ice dragons materialized and charged towards Vali. But Vali simply flew straight into the ice dragons. Crash. 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 Ice shards scattered through the air. Vali had shattered the ice dragons. However, after destroying the second and third dragons, his momentum faltered, and he was engulfed by the remaining ones. Crack. 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 The sound of freezing echoed as Vali's body was encased in ice. He plummeted towards the ground. Is it over? The girls below wondered, seeing Volley frozen solid. They knew how powerful this technique was. No one had ever broken free from it before. Asdith stared at the ice with a fervent gaze. Roy had been teaching her this technique, but she hadn't mastered it yet. Her control over ice was still too crude. Roy, however, shook his head, hearing their comments. He didn't believe Volley was defeated so easily. As if to confirm his suspicions, a brilliant light emanated from within the ice. Then, Volley's voice boomed through the air, filled with power and authority. I, who shall awaken, am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of supremacy from God. I envy the infinite. And I pursue the dream. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy, and I shall sink you into the depths of the abyss. Juggernaut drive, crack. 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 As Volley finished his chant, cracks appeared on the ice mountain. Boom. The ice shattered, and Volley emerged, his form transformed. He had activated his Juggernaut drive. However, it couldn't be maintained for long, as it consumed his life force. Volley, having broken free, didn't hesitate. He charged towards Roy with even greater speed. Secret art, ice archery. Roy conjured an ice bow and knocked an arrow. He loosed the arrow, which split into a barrage of icy projectiles. Volley, however, didn't dodge. He relied on his armor and flew straight through the rain of arrows. Thud. 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 He broke through the barrage and continued his assault. He reached Roy in an instant and threw a punch. The rapid series of events left the girls below speechless. They gasped as Volley's fist was about to connect. But Roy remained calm. He summoned his Ice Rose sword and parried the attack. The two clashed, their movements a blur. Bang. 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 Their battle was incredibly intense, exchanging countless blows in a matter of seconds. Roy couldn't shake Volley off and could only rely on his swordsmanship to defend himself. Volley threw another punch. Roy raised his sword to block, but... Crack. His Ice Rose sword shattered. Volley's fist struck Roy. It's over. Volley grinned triumphantly from within his armor. He had touched Roy. Divide. The White Dragon Emperor's armor declared. Roy felt his power diminish, halved by Volley's ability. Volley, on the other hand, absorbed Roy's lost power, becoming even stronger. Roy couldn't help but smile wryly. Despite his caution, he had been touched. It seems I have to use that technique, he thought. I didn't want to resort to this, but I have no choice. Roy declared. Mahapadma. The entire space within the barrier was engulfed in an icy blue light. Everything froze. Only Roy could move freely. He had used Asdith's technique, Mahapadma. And his version was even more potent than Asdith's, as evidenced by its wider area of effect. Now, it's time to end this. Roy said with a smirk. He snapped his fingers. Secret art, Ice 1,000-armed cannon. A 1,000-meter-tall cannon statue materialized, its countless arms raining down on Volley. Within seconds, Volley was pummeled with countless blows, driven deep into the earth, the ground cracking under the force of the assault. When Mahapadma's time-stop effect wore off, the girls saw that Volley had vanished from the sky, replaced by a massive crater. Only Asdith knew that Roy had used Mahapadma. Volley lay at the bottom of the crater, his body battered and bruised, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. He had been so close to victory, having touched Roy and activated Divide. But then, he had been pummeled and sent crashing into the earth. Even his Juggernaut drive had been deactivated. What just happened? He mumbled, his voice weak. Partner, it seems you've encountered a time-stopping sacred gear. Albion, the White Dragon Emperor, said. There's a sacred gear that can stop time. Stop time. Volley finally understood how he had been defeated. But he was filled with frustration. He was supposed to be the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history. Yet, he had been defeated so easily by someone his own age, especially when he had been so close to victory. His confidence was shaken. Ha 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 ha. Roy burst into laughter, hearing Albion's assumption. I don't have such a sacred gear, he declared, flying down to the bottom of the crater and looking at Volley with a smug grin. In the original story, Gasper, when controlled by an enemy, had used his time-stopping ability on the Satans during a meeting. However, only Konko and a few others with weaker powers had been affected. The Satans themselves remained unaffected, simply because Gasper was too weak. No way. Volley said, refusing to believe him. Suit yourself. I'm not interested in revealing my abilities. Roy shrugged. Volley fell silent. Don't worry, someone will come for you soon. Roy reassured him before flying out of the crater. Royani-chan, are you alright? Are you hurt? Roy-sama, you were amazing. Roy-sama is so strong. The girls surrounded Roy as soon as he landed, their voices filled with concern and admiration. Haha, don't worry, I'm fine. Roy chuckled. That guy is the one who's hurt. He won't be recovering for a while. He added, pointing at the crater. The girls were relieved to see he was unharmed. Just then. Crack. 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 Another hole appeared in the spatial barrier. A dark figure flew towards them. The girls tensed up, ready to fight. Don't worry, everyone. Roy said calmly. He knew who it was. Azazel, Governor General of the Fallen Angels. He was a fallen angel who had fallen from grace to pursue his desires, but he was generally a laid-back and easygoing individual. Yo. Good evening, everyone. Azazel greeted them with a casual wave. Azazel, Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Why are you here? Ryaz asked, then, noticing the barely conscious Gokubi, she understood. Well, it's just as you've guessed. Azazel admitted with a shrug. I noticed Gokubi's recent activities and intended to stop him, but it seems you beat me to it. To avoid unnecessary complications, I asked the White Dragon Emperor to bring Gokubi back. The girls understood. After all, Gokubi was a fallen angel cadre. If Azazel intervened directly, it might be seen as an act of aggression. And if news of this incident spread, it could lead to mistrust and tension between the three factions. A new war might even break out. But now, Azazel had no choice but to come, as Vali, whom he had entrusted with retrieving Gokubi, had been defeated. In that case, take them both. Roy said, gesturing towards Gokubi and Vali. Azazel was surprised by his easy agreement. Hadn't Roy said he would only release Gokubi if Azazel defeated him? Azazel knew he was no match for Roy. He couldn't even counter that time-stop technique. Seeing his confusion, Roy chuckled. I just wanted to fight that guy. Gokubi hasn't caused any real damage to Kuat Town anyway. If you don't take him back for treatment soon, he might actually die. Azazel looked at Roy thoughtfully. Thank you, young man. He said with a smile. He picked up Gokubi and then retrieved Vali from the crater. I'll defeat you next time. Vali declared, looking at Roy with determination. Haha, I'll be waiting. Roy replied with a grin. Azazel then left with Gokubi and Vali. Vali, what do you think of that young man? Azazel asked. He's strong. Very strong. Until I find a way to counter that technique, I'm no match for him. Vali admitted, his eyes closed. Indeed, he's quite remarkable. Roy Lucifuge, Greyfire's younger brother, one of the 5 young kings, Azazel mused. Vali etched that name into his memory. Chapter 92, Roy meets magical girl Seraphol. It's not the goodbyes that hurt, it's the flashbacks that follow. Well, now that everything's settled, it's time for us to head back. Roy announced, watching Azazel depart with Gokubi and Vali. He had enjoyed the fights, but his battle against Vali had highlighted a weakness. Without a proper sword, facing opponents with sacred gears was a disadvantage. His Ice Rose sword, though powerful, had been shattered by Vali. If he had wielded a sacred gear-classed sword, he was confident he could have defeated Vali with swordsmanship alone. And there would be many more armored opponents in the future, like Azazel and Saira Org. He decided to acquire a sacred gear-classed sword as soon as possible. They returned to the castle. Ryaz, how are those two doing? Roy asked, glancing at Zenobia and Irina. They'll need a few more days to recover. Ryaz replied with a sigh. She had tried to comfort them, but they were still distraught over the loss of their god and hadn't responded to her words. It's all right. We'll slowly guide them. Roy said, patting Ryaz's shoulder reassuringly. I suppose that's all we can do. Ryaz agreed. The next morning, Roy and the girls were about to head to school with Ryaz when they saw Zenobia and Irina, already dressed in their school uniforms, standing beside Ryaz. Ryaz, what's this? Roy asked, confused. Hee hee. Ryaz giggled, unable to contain her joy. They've become my knights. She had filled the 2 vacant knight positions in her peerage. She was overjoyed. Congratulations. Roy offered his congratulations. Pleased to meet you. Zenobia and Irina said in unison, bowing politely. Asia and the others were surprised. They hadn't expected the 2 girls to become devils. Since we learned that God is no longer with us, we've lost our way and begged Ryaz-sama to accept us as her servants. Zenobia explained. Now that God is gone, our lives are ruined. We can't go back. But is it truly right to join the devils? Irina added, her brow furrowed with worry. Don't worry. No one will bully you here. Roy reassured them with a smile. Really? That's great. The 2 girls were relieved and looked at Roy with admiration. They remembered last night's battle. This man was incredibly powerful. Ryaz, hearing this, whispered to Roy, they actually wanted to become your servants, but when they heard you didn't need any more, they agreed to become my knights. She was a bit annoyed. She had spent the entire night comforting the 2 girls, preparing their rooms, and attending to their needs. But when they finally approached her, they had asked to become Roy's servants. Fortunately, Akeno had told them that Roy didn't need any more servants, so they had settled for becoming Ryaz's knights. Well, what can I say? My charm is irresistible. Roy joked with a shrug. Ryaz rolled her eyes at his smugness. Zenovia approached Asia. I apologize, Asia. I always thought you had betrayed God. But now that God is gone, it means he didn't save you. I'm sorry. When they first met, Zenovia had wanted to eliminate Asia, the traitor. However, they had been easily defeated by Siko and Kanao. So, they had retreated. But they still believed that Asia had betrayed God. For those in the church, their faith was everything. Believers had faith in God, and God would save them. Don't say that, Zenovia-san. Asia replied with a gentle smile. I'm content with my life now, even though I'm a devil. Meeting Roy and everyone here. I'm happy. Zenovia and Irina looked at Roy and smiled. Alright, it's time for school. Everyone, gather around. Roy announced, preparing to activate the teleportation magic. This time, not only Zenovia and Irina would be joining them at school. Mikamo and Nezuko would also be attending. He hadn't had time to arrange for them to go to school before. And from the Akamgakil world, Kiram, Akam, and mine would also be going to school. After all, they were of school age. They all went to school together. Roy's peaceful daily life resumed. A month passed quickly. One day, after school, Roy returned to the occult research club with Akam and the others. Get out of my way. No, you move. Let me in first. I should go in first. I was here first. Roy sighed, watching Sai and Mine bickering at the doorway. He wasn't sure if it was because they had similar personalities or if they were simply incompatible. But Sai and Mine, the two tsundere girls with pink pigtails, just couldn't get along. They argued about everything, especially after being assigned seats next to each other in class. My Gyarados is the strongest. Humphrey. My pumpkin can take it down with a single shot. No way. My Gyarados knows Hyper Beam. You're no match for it. Ha. I'm not as weak as you. Damn it. Saya gritted her teeth and reached for her pokeball, ready to teach Mine a lesson. But then. Bonk. Bonk. Roy flicked both of them on the forehead. Cut it out, you two. Ow. The two girls clutched their heads, pouting at Roy. Roy sighed and patted their heads, calming them down. Just as he dealt with them, Akam tugged at his sleeve. I want meat, she declared. Akam, we'll be having dinner soon. Can you wait a bit? No, I want meat now. Akam shook her head, her eyes fixed on him. Roy sighed and took out a roasted suckling pig. Akam's eyes lit up at the sight of the meat, and she drooled. Sometimes, Roy felt like he was Akam's pet owner. Roy is so kind. Asia commented, her eyes filled with warmth as she watched him. Eika, Murayama, and Katace nodded in agreement. Just then, the door to the occult research club opened. Roy. On-chan. Kurom dashed in and hugged Roy. Being younger, she was in the same class as Konko. On-chan is eating meat. Roy, I want candy too. Kurom pleaded, clinging to him. Okay, here you go. But don't eat too much candy. It'll rot your teeth. Roy said, handing her a bag of candy. Roy-senpai. Konko greeted him. Oh, Konko wants some too? Here you go. Roy gave her a bag of candy as well. Thank you. Konko replied, blushing slightly as she took the candy. The door opened again. This time, it was Ryaz, Akeno, and Siko. Honestly, Roy, you spoil them too much. Ryaz commented, shaking her head as she saw the girls eating snacks. They're my beloved servants. Let's head back now. Roy said, standing up and preparing to activate the teleportation magic. Just then, a red magic circle appeared before them. A figure with crimson hair materialized within the circle. Aniai-sama. Ryaz exclaimed. It was her older brother, Surge Lucifer. It's quite lively here. Is there some kind of event going on? Surge asked with a smile. Just messing around. What brings you here, Aniki? Roy asked his brother-in-law. I heard you defeated Gokobi Elon the White Dragon Emperor. That's quite impressive. Surge said, changing the subject. Those two? Haha, I was just itching for a fight. I didn't cause any trouble for the underworld, did I? Roy shrugged. Don't worry, the incident was kept under wraps. Oh, that's good. I'm here on behalf of the underworld to formally invite you to the Three Factions Peace Treaty. And this time, it will be held at Kwa Academy. Surge announced, his expression turning serious. The Three Factions Peace Treaty? Held at Kwa Academy? The girls were surprised. Why invite me? Wouldn't it be enough for you to attend? Roy asked. Since it was a peace treaty between the leaders of the three factions, the underworld already had Sursts and Seraphol representing them. There shouldn't be a need for anyone else to attend. Well, you now possess the power to influence all three factions. Sursts explained with a smile. He was quite pleased with his brother-in-law, especially after hearing about Roy's victory against the White Dragon Emperor. Roy's strength and the power of his spirit were undeniable. He was qualified to participate in the peace treaty. Roy understood and agreed without hesitation. In that case, I accept. Ha ha ha, that's great. Sursts exclaimed, then added, by the way, my little sister hasn't been causing you any trouble, has she? Ryaz puffed out her cheeks, annoyed that her brother would say such a thing. Anii-sama, how can you say that? She whined. Ha ha, don't worry, Aniki. I can take care of Ryaz. Roy assured him. Roy, you too. Ryaz glared at him playfully. Roy and Sursts exchanged amused glances and laughed. That night, Ryaz arranged for Sursts to stay at the Occult Research Club. Sursts had wanted to stay at Roy's castle, but Roy declined, citing the inconvenience of having a male guest among so many girls. The three factions' peace treaty was scheduled for 3 days later, so they had some time to relax. The next day, Roy and the others went to school, while Ryaz showed Sursts around the academy. A magical girl photoshoot. As members of the photography club, we have to check it out. Yes, yes. During break time, Roy overheard some girls talking about a magical girl event and became interested. He decided to go and see. Saya, mine, let's go check it out. Huh? Roy, are you interested in magical girls? Saya asked, surprised. Was this some new strange hobby of his? I'm a bit curious, but I'm more interested in the person cosplaying as a magical girl. Roy replied with a grin. They followed the girls and arrived at a classroom that was clearly used for performances. A girl dressed as a magical girl stood on a stage, posing and smiling for the cameras. The girls in the audience were taking pictures and admiring her. Seraphol Leviathan. Roy instantly recognized the magical girl as Suna's older sister. She had black twin tails, a pink magical girl costume, and a star-shaped wand. She looked quite adorable. But she was rather short, probably no taller than 150 centimeters. So this is the magical girl Roy is interested in? She's not that impressive. Mine commented, although she didn't know what a magical girl was. She was confident she wouldn't lose to this girl in terms of cuteness. Humphrey, if it were me, I'd be much cuter. Saya added, surprisingly agreeing with mine. Roy's lips twitched. She's a strong Mao-class devil, you know. Is it okay to say that about her? He wondered. What's going on here? Roy, why are you here? Sona, perhaps drawn by the crowd, approached them. I think you should deal with her first. Roy said, pointing towards the magical girl on stage. Sona turned around. Sona-chan. A figure leaped onto Sona, clinging to her. Ne-sama? Sona asked, her body stiffening. Yes. It's your beloved Ne-sama. Seraphol exclaimed, hugging Sona tightly. The scene was a bit awkward. Sona-chan, what's wrong? We're finally reunited. You should be happier. And wouldn't it be wonderful if we had a Yuri relationship? Seraphol rambled on, lost in her fantasies. Sona's expression darkened. Anyone would be annoyed by a sister who constantly fantasized about a Yuri relationship with them. Roy chuckled. But he had to intervene before Sona had a meltdown. Ahem. He cleared his throat, interrupting Seraphol's daydreams. You must be the one trying to steal Sona-chan away. I won't let you succeed. Seraphol declared, spreading her arms protectively before Sona, as if she had just noticed Roy. Chapter 93, Michael delivers a holy sword when your friend is having a hard time. You should be there for him. Roy was speechless. Not just Sona, I want to steal you away too, Seraphol-san. He thought. But he couldn't say that out loud, so he quickly changed the subject. Ahem. Well, I'm quite knowledgeable about magical girls myself. Eh? Really? Seraphol stopped blocking Sona and looked at him with a skeptical expression. Of course. Look. Roy pulled Saya and mine closer. With a snap of his fingers, he used his magic to transform their clothes. Their school uniforms vanished, leaving them in their undergarments for a brief moment before they were clad in magical girl outfits. The two girls gasped in surprise. Seraphol's eyes lit up as she saw their new attire. She rushed towards them and hugged Saya tightly. So beautiful. So beautiful. She exclaimed, practically drooling over Saya and mine. Roy smirked, feeling a sense of satisfaction. When it came to magical girls, no one was more knowledgeable than him. He had watched countless magical girl anime. Saya was now dressed like Sakura Kinomoto from Cardcaptor Sakura, and mine resembled Ilias V. Ilvan Insburn from Fate, Kaleid Liner Prisma Ilia. Both were classic magical girl designs. It was no wonder Seraphol, with her love for magical girls, was so excited. "Thank you, Roy," Sona said gratefully, relieved to be free from her sister's clutches. "Haha, it was nothing," Roy replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. "It must be tough having a sister like that, Sona," he added sympathetically. Sona sighed. "It really is." Just then, Seraphol ran towards them. "You're Roy, right? Transform me into a magical girl too. But it has to be different from theirs," she demanded, looking at Roy expectantly. "Ne-sama," Sona began. "Sona-chan, wait a moment. I have important business to attend to." Seraphol interrupted with a smile, her eyes still fixed on Roy. I can do that, but..." Roy hesitated. "Then hurry up and transform me. Don't waste time," Seraphol urged. "Alright, fine." Roy had wanted to warn her that the transformation might reveal her undergarments. But since Seraphol was so insistent, he didn't hesitate any longer. He placed a hand on her shoulder. The transformation began. Seraphol's clothes vanished, and a new magical girl outfit appeared on her. Seraphol instinctively covered herself when her clothes disappeared. But once the transformation was complete, she forgot all about her modesty. She conjured an ice mirror with her magic and admired her new appearance. Sona blushed slightly, seeing her sister exposed. Seraphol suddenly gasped. "This is amazing. This is what a true magical girl should look like. Roy, which anime is this outfit from? I want to watch it," she exclaimed, excited about her new look. "It's not from any anime yet," Roy replied. "Eh? Why not?" Seraphol was disappointed. "But I already have the story in mind. I can create a manga for it if you'd like." "Really? Really?" "Of course. If you want to see it, Seraphol-san, I'll make it happen." "I want to see it. I want to see it." Seraphol cheered, her excitement bubbling over. Alright, I'll make it happen." Roy chuckled, nodding in agreement. But his smile held a hint of mischief. After all, Puella Magi Madoka Magica wasn't your typical magical girl anime. He wondered if Seraphol would still be so enthusiastic after watching it. "Yay!" Seraphol clapped her hands in delight. "If you make the manga, I'll share Sona-chan with you. Half of her, mind you. Only half." Sona's face darkened. "Sure, no problem," Roy replied with a grin. Sona, annoyed that Roy was playing along with her sister's antics, stormed off. Seraphol chased after her, reminding Roy to create the manga as soon as possible. Roy chuckled, shaking his head, then headed back to his classroom. Along the way, he encountered Ryaz and Akeno. "Ryaz? Where's Sirs Ch?" Roy greeted them with a wave. "Ani-sama went to meet with the angels." Ryaz replied. "Oh, the angels have arrived?" "Yes." "Roy, could you come with me to a certain place after school?" Akeno asked. "Sure." Roy agreed readily. He had a hunch about what it was. After school, Roy went to the location Akeno had specified. It was a shrine at the foot of a mountain. A long staircase led to the top. "Welcome, Roy." Akeno greeted him, dressed in a shrine maiden outfit. "Yo, Akeno." Roy waved with a smile. "Sorry for asking you to come here so suddenly." Akeno apologized. "It's no problem at all. You don't have to be so formal with me, Akeno." Roy reassured her. He took her hand and led her towards the shrine. Akeno was momentarily surprised by his gesture, then smiled and held his hand tightly. "Akeno, you've seemed a bit down lately. Is something bothering you?" Roy asked as they walked. "If you're comfortable sharing, please tell me. I'll help you with anything." Akeno was silent for a moment, then pulled Roy towards the shrine. "I'll tell you later," she said with a smile. Roy didn't press further. They soon arrived at the shrine. "Akeno, did you bring me here to meet him?" Roy asked, noticing a familiar presence. Just then, a brilliant golden light emanated from the shrine building. A 12-winged seraph appeared within the light. "Greetings, Roy. I am Michael," a gentle voice announced. "Greetings, Michael," Roy replied with a smile. He had to admit, Michael's entrance was quite impressive. They entered the shrine and sat facing each other. Akeno prepared tea for them. "So, Michael, what brings you here?" Roy asked. Michael was a handsome man with white hair, clad in silver armor. Although it was an odd comparison, he had a somewhat feminine beauty. If he dressed as a woman, he would undoubtedly be stunning. "Well." Michael summoned a sword with a flash of light. "This is the Dragon Slayer sword, Ascalon. It's a sword capable of slaying dragons." "Okay, and? I'd like to give it to you," Michael declared. "Why?" Roy was confused. In the original story, Michael had given the Dragon Slayer sword to Sai to encourage him to join the peace treaty between the three factions. After all, some members of the Old Satan faction and other forces opposed the peace treaty. The skirmishes between the three factions have never truly ceased. If this continues, then one day, we might all perish. Or perhaps another faction will take advantage of our weakened state and conquer us. Michael's expression was grim. Roy understood his concerns. After all, the various mythologies and factions had never coexisted peacefully. If the three factions weakened each other through constant conflict, other forces, like those from Norse mythology, might seize the opportunity to invade. Angels, devils, and fallen angels could be wiped out. Therefore, I believe this is an excellent opportunity to unite the three factions and end this pointless conflict. I see. Roy nodded, understanding Michael's intentions. Michael was trying to win him over, to have him join the peacekeepers. The new leaders of the three factions supported peace. But the older generation, those who had experienced the Great War, still harbored hatred and resentment. Many of them opposed peace. The descendants of the 72 Pillars, only briefly glimpsed in the anime, held immense power and influence. That's why Michael wanted to gain the support of Roy, a powerful member of the new generation. Roy didn't refuse. In that case, I'll gratefully accept it, he said, taking the Dragon Slayer sword, Ascalon. His actions signified his willingness to join their cause. Roy was happy to join them. He was enjoying his peaceful life. If another war broke out, he would undoubtedly be dragged into it. Only a fool would refuse. Moreover, he had been looking for a good sword, and now he had been gifted a holy sword. Could a devil wield a holy sword? Of course. In the original story, Sai had often lent the Dragon Slayer sword to Zenobia. And Zenobia herself wielded a holy sword, Durandal. Unfortunately, the holy swords they had obtained from the fallen priests, along with Zenobia and Irina's swords, had been returned to the church after their battle against Kokabe-eel. Although Zenobia and Irina had stayed, they still had to complete their mission. However, Zenobia's Durandal, being her personal holy sword, hadn't been returned. Roy had no reason to refuse such a beneficial offer. Michael smiled in satisfaction. With that, my task is complete. I'll take my leave now. See you at the Three Factions Peace Conference then, Roy said with a wave. Michael then vanished in a flash of light. Roy examined the Dragon Slayer sword, nodding in satisfaction, then stored it away. He turned to Akano with a smile. Akano, now it's your turn to tell me what's been bothering you. Akano's expression turned somber as she lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she began to speak. I'm actually the child of a fallen angel Kadri, Baraka-eel, and a human. My mother was the daughter of a shrine priestess. One day, she met Baraka-eel, who was injured. She treated his wounds, and they fell in love and had me. Akano paused. Then stood up. She untied her shrine maiden outfit, revealing her back. A devil wing and a fallen angel wing sprouted. I have both devil and fallen angel wings. But I hate my fallen angel wing. It's ugly, isn't it? She asked with a self-deprecating laugh. Well, it is quite asymmetrical. Someone with OCD wouldn't be able to handle it. Roy agreed with a chuckle. Akano was taken aback by his blunt response, then looked downcast. Seeing her reaction, Roy decided to stop teasing her. Ahem, Akano, can you manifest both pairs of wings at the same time? He asked curiously. Yes, I can do that. Akano replied, summoning her other pair of wings. Now, she had one pair of devil wings and one pair of fallen angel wings. That's much more symmetrical, Roy commented, nodding in approval. They look beautiful, Akano, he said with a smile, giving her a thumbs up. Akano looked at him, then smiled back. Thank you. But you still haven't told me why you hate your fallen angel wing. Did Baraka-eel abandon you? Roy asked. No, he didn't abandon us, Akano replied. After I was born, my father, mother, and I lived happily together. Until one day, a group of people came to our house and demanded that my mother hand me over. Of course, she refused. And to protect me, she was killed. I wished so much for my father to appear and save us. But he never came. So I hate that my fallen angel father caused my mother's death and couldn't protect her. Tears welled up in Akano's eyes as she threw her arms around Roy. Roy held her close, offering comfort. He couldn't even protect his own woman. He sighed. Chapter 94, The Three Factions Peace Conference begins. Roy's preparations. The thing that we call power is dynamic, it keeps on changing. Akano's mother had been deeply in love with Baraka-eel, and Akano herself had adored her father. However, when they needed him most, he hadn't been there. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. That was why Akano had came to resent Baraka-eel. Don't worry, Akano. I'll protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you. Roy reassured her, gently patting her back. Akeno was touched by his words. She hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear, "Roy, you can do to me what you did to Ryaz." Roy froze. He quickly surveyed the surroundings, confirming that they were alone in the shrine. This meant Ryaz had agreed to this. Since Akeno had made her intentions clear, Roy didn't hesitate. He didn't know that Ryaz had been the one to suggest it. After all, Roy had many servants, and the competition was fierce. Ryaz had decided to team up with Akeno. Back at the castle, the other girls didn't seem to notice anything different. Only Ryaz and Akeno exchanged knowing glances. Roy, back in his room, started working on the manga. Using his magic to recreate the images in his mind was a simple task. 3 days passed quickly. In the evening, Roy and the girls arrived at the conference room in the new school building of Kua Academy. The leaders of the 3 factions were already present: Michael, Serge, Seraphol, and Azazel. An empty seat was clearly reserved for Roy. He sat down without hesitation. "Sorry I'm late." He apologized with a smile. "It's all right," Michael replied. He was presiding over the meeting. "By the way, Roy, where are your servants?" Serge asked curiously. It seemed to be an unspoken agreement that each leader would bring their elite members. A young priest stood behind Michael, his aura suggesting considerable strength. Serge had Ryaz with him. Seraphol was accompanied by Suna and her peerage. Seraphol was dressed in Madoka Kaname's god form attire from Puella Magi Madoka Magica, looking both adorable and imposing. And Azazel had Vali, the White Dragon Emperor, by his side. They were surprised to see Roy alone. After all, they knew Roy's peerage was quite powerful. In fact, it was precisely because of his strong peerage that he was considered equal to the leaders of the 3 factions. "They have other matters to attend to," Roy explained casually. Serge and the others didn't press further. The 3 factions' peace conference officially began. Outside the building, angels, devils, and fallen angels patrolled the sky, ensuring the meeting's security. Ryaz and Suna began their reports, detailing the various conflicts between the 3 factions in recent years, including Kokobi Eel's attack on Kua Town. A screen above them displayed images of the conflicts. "That concludes my report," Ryaz declared as the screen disappeared. "I confirm that Ryaz Grimori's report is accurate," Suna added. "Thank you for your hard work," Serge said, dismissing them. He turned to Azazel. "After hearing Ryaz's report, I believe we all understand the dangers of conflict. So, I'd like to hear your opinion, Governor General Azazel." "I have no opinion. Those were Kokobi Eel's own actions," Azazel replied with a shrug, denying any involvement. "Are you saying you had nothing to do with it?" Michael asked, his tone skeptical. "I was aware of Kokobi Eel's unusual activities, so I investigated him. After learning his intentions, I asked the White Dragon Emperor to deal with him. But it turned out Kokobi Eel had already been defeated, and the White Dragon Emperor was also defeated. Now, Kokobi Eel is imprisoned in the deepest depths of hell, serving an eternal sentence. He won't be causing any more trouble," Azazel explained with a sigh. Vali, hearing Azazel mention his defeat, turned away with a frown. "The question is, what was Kokobi Eel's motive?" Michael pressed on, clearly not satisfied with Azazel's explanation. Perhaps because the fallen angels were once angels, Michael didn't trust Azazel. Yawn. Roy was bored by their conversation. Serge, noticing his reaction, asked with a smile, "Roy, do you have something to say?" The other 3 leaders turned to him. Roy hadn't expected to be called upon. "Well, I think everyone here is honest in their desire for peace between the 3 factions. There will always be those who oppose peace, no matter which faction they belong to. And judging by Azazel's demeanor, he doesn't seem interested in war. So, why don't we just sign a peace treaty and get this over with?" Roy said, bored. "Haha, this young man understands me well. I'm indeed not interested in war. Signing a peace treaty is precisely why I'm here." Azazel chuckled. "Continuing this conflict will only harm the 3 factions. I believe we all agree on that." Serge, Michael, and Seraphol exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "There's one last issue. Those who exist outside the 3 factions yet possess the power to influence the world," Serge said, turning to Vali. "I'd like to hear your opinion, White Dragon Emperor. As long as I can fight strong opponents, that's enough for me," Vali replied, glancing at Roy. "There are plenty of strong individuals in this world, even without a war," Azazel added. "Indeed," Vali agreed, closing his eyes with a smug smile. "Then, since everyone agrees on peaceful coexistence, let's sign the peace treaty," Michael declared. No one objected. Michael began drafting the treaty. Just then, a wave of time-stopping power washed over them. Sona, Tsubaki, Ryaz, Akeno, Konko, and Kamei were frozen in place. Only Roy and the 4 leaders, along with Volley and the young priest behind Michael, remained unaffected. Time stop? Seraphol exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. We who possessed superior power are unaffected, as is the White Dragon Emperor with his sacred gear. This must be the work of the Forbidden Ballerview. Azazel deduced. Roy also suspected Gasper, the wielder of the Forbidden Ballerview, was responsible. Although Gasper wasn't part of Ryaz's peerage in this timeline, he was still present. It seemed Gasper had fallen into enemy hands. The Forbidden Ballerview was a powerful sacred gear, but Gasper was too weak to utilize its full potential. And his balance breaker must have been forcibly activated. That's why it had no effect on those with ultimate class power or those with sacred gears. Time-stopping sacred gears are quite rare. Xerxes commented grimly. They approached the window and looked outside. The sky was a dark crimson, and a massive magic circle hovered above the school. Figures clad in black robes emerged from the circle, their foreheads glowing with golden light. However, the elite soldiers of the 3 factions guarding the school prevented them from entering. They're magicians. Seraphol exclaimed. And they have teleportation magic. Roy added. Whenever a magician was hit by the soldiers' attacks, they were teleported away, only to reappear from the magic circle. This allowed them to attack relentlessly without fear of death. Our teleportation magic is restricted. We've been outsmarted. Xerxes said with a frown. They knew the exact time and location of our meeting. There must be a traitor among us. Michael declared, glancing at Azazel. Azazel shrugged, not denying the suspicion. There's no need for speculation. The traitor will reveal themselves eventually. Let's focus on resolving this situation first. Roy interjected calmly. Do you have a solution, Roy? Xerxes asked curiously. I detected the presence of foreign magicians in Kwa Town 3 days ago. Roy explained with a smile. So I had my servants stationed throughout the town. Now that these magicians have attacked the peace conference, I'm sure my servants are already taking action. Roy had anticipated this attack and made preparations. The enemy had used Gasper's Forbidden Ballerview to create a barrier around the school building. They just had to deal with Gasper. And Gasper's time-stop range was limited to the school grounds. Asdeath, Siko, and the others wouldn't be affected. Outside Kwa Academy, Asdeath and the others sprang into action as soon as they noticed the magic circle surrounding the school. Following Roy's instructions, they began searching for Gasper. He couldn't be too far from the academy to activate his ability. Aoi Kanzaki's jump fluff detected a large concentration of magic power in a specific area. Asdeath and the others rushed towards that location. They found a group of black-robed magicians surrounding a smaller figure. The small figure, also clad in black robes, had crimson eyes that glared at them with malice. Humphrey. So you're the ones behind this. Zaya sneered, taking out her pokeball. Eliminate? Akam declared, charging towards the magicians without hesitation. Take them down. Asdeath followed, her eyes filled with icy determination. Back in the conference room, Xerxes and the others were surprised by Roy's foresight. Just then, a teleportation magic circle appeared in the room. Due to the enemy's barrier, they couldn't use teleportation magic. This meant the newcomer was an enemy. A dark-skinned woman with glasses and a voluptuous figure materialized within the circle. Greetings, Satan, Xerxes and Seraphol. She said with a sly smile. The inheritor of the previous Leviathan's bloodline, Kater-E Leviathan. Xerxes introduced her. Why are you here, Kater-E-chan? Seraphol asked in surprise. I will bring destruction and chaos to this world. Kater-E declared, raising her staff and gathering magic power. Just as she was about to unleash an attack, a powerful kick sent her flying out of the conference room, interrupting her spell. Coming here to cause trouble? Big mistake, Roy snarled, then turned to the leaders. I'll take care of this. With that, he flew out of the room, chasing after Kater-E. Thank you for your assistance. Xerxes said with a smile. They approached the window to watch the battle. Outside the conference room, Kater-E unleashed a barrage of magic attacks. Roy simply raised his hand. Secret Heart, Ice Mirror Reflection. An ice mirror materialized before him, reflecting Kater-E's attacks back at her. Kater-E dodged frantically, surprised that her magic was being reflected. Greyfire's brother, scion to the Lucifuge clan. You're stronger than I expected. But you'll all die here today. She declared with a cruel smile. Roy chuckled. How amusing. You think you can defeat all of us, with just yourself? Keep dreaming. Kater-E was enraged. She swung her staff, and several more magic staves appeared in the air, their tips glowing with dark red energy as they lashed out at Roy. Chapter 95, Roy vs. Kater-E Leviathan and Volley Lucifer. Human beings are strong because we have the ability to change ourselves. Roy casually dodged Kater-E's attacks, then reached out with his right hand. Secret Heart, Ice Archery. An ice bow materialized in his hand, and he drew back the string, knocking an icy arrow. The arrow shot forward, piercing through Kateri's magic circle in the blink of an eye. It then split into countless arrows, raining down on Kateri. Kateri's expression changed as she hastily erected a defensive magic circle. Bang! 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 The barrage of ice arrows struck her defenses, but they didn't cause much damage. Damn it! Kateri roared, summoning even more magic circles. Countless magic tendrils lashed out at Roy. Secret Heart, Ice Mountain. Roy extended his hand towards the tendrils. An ice mountain materialized, instantly freezing the tendril solid. He then turned his attention to Kateri. Secret Heart, 9 ice dragons. 9 ice dragons emerged, coiling around Kateri. Caught off guard by this unfamiliar attack, Kateri was instantly frozen. But Roy didn't relax. He knew Kateri still had the power she had received from Aphis, the Ouroboros dragon. As expected, black magic surged from within the ice, shattering the 9 dragons. Ha 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 ha. Kateri laughed triumphantly. Her body was now enveloped in snake-like tendrils of magic, her power significantly amplified. However, Aphis's power wasn't easily controlled. She couldn't fully utilize it. Prepare yourself, Roy Lucifuge. Kateri sneered, pointing her staff at him. She then fired another massive magic blast. You haven't learned your lesson, have you? Roy taunted. He conjured another ice mirror. Kateri's attack struck the mirror and was reflected back at her. What? How is that possible? Kateri dodged frantically, shocked. She had thought her increased power would allow her to overwhelm Roy, but reality proved her wrong. Her magic blast was once again reflected. Kateri quickly changed tactics. She summoned more magic circles, and thicker, more powerful tendrils lashed out at Roy. It seemed she had learned her lesson and wouldn't use magic blasts anymore. These magic tendrils were far stronger than before, and Roy didn't dare let them touch him. Secret Heart, Ice Thousand-Armed Cannon. Roy had no choice but to resort to this technique. The cannon's countless fists struck the tendrils. Boom. 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 The magic tendrils and the cannon clashed, each regenerating instantly whenever they were destroyed. It became a battle of attrition. But Kateri, with Aphis's power supporting her, wasn't afraid of a drawn-out fight. Roy smirked. It seems I have to use that technique. Mahapadma. The entire area around the new school building was frozen in time and space. Even Sursts and the other Mao class, who hadn't been affected by Gasper's time stop, were frozen solid. Roy chuckled. He didn't waste any time. He conjured his Ice Rose sword and appeared before Kateri, decapitating her with a single strike. Then, time resumed. Sursts and the others sensed that something had happened. They saw that Roy had already killed Kateri. Were we frozen in time? Michael asked, his voice filled with disbelief. It didn't feel like time manipulation. Azazel commented, unable to recall any sacred gear with such an ability. Roy-kun must have done it. Seraphal said, looking at Roy in surprise. Sursts remained silent, but he was shocked. He was a super devil, surpassing even Mao class. Yet, he had been frozen in time without even realizing it. His brother-in-law's power was unfathomable. While the leaders were reeling from their shock, Volley's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this opportunity, the moment Roy used his time-stop ability. Without that technique, Volley was confident he could defeat Roy. And such a powerful ability must have limitations. He wasn't worried about Roy using it again so soon. Volley burst through the window and flew into the sky, confronting Roy. Volley? Azazel frowned, watching Volley's actions. It seems the traitor among us is him. Michael said, his eyes narrowed. Sorry, Azazel, but this seems more interesting. Volley replied, glancing at them. Azazel sighed. Volley, there's something I need to ask you. Azazel said. Volley looked at him questioningly. Shimaz my vice-governor, discovered a group gathering dangerous individuals from the 3 factions. I heard it's called the Chaos Brigade, led by Aphis, the Ouroboros dragon. Azazel revealed. Even Sursts and the others were surprised. Aphis, the Ouroboros dragon? One of the strongest dragons, feared even by God? It's true that I'm working with Aphis. Volley admitted. But I'm not interested in ruling the world. I just want to fight strong opponents. He looked at Roy with a sharp glint in his eyes. I thought you might have joined forces with Kateri. After all, both of you had your positions stolen. You must have a lot in common. Azazel commented. Seeing that Volley wasn't allied with Kateri, Azazel was relieved. He had raised Volley since childhood and considered him like a son. He didn't want Volley to stray down the wrong path. His words surprised Seraphal and the others. Volley ignored Azazel. White Dragon Emperor. Balance Breaker. He roared, activating his balance breaker. Volley, feeling confident again, are we? Roy chuckled, his arms crossed. Humphrey. This time, I will defeat you. Volley declared, charging towards Roy without further ado. Volley, do you really think I'm helpless now that I've used that technique? Roy asked with a playful grin. Let me show you something interesting. He reached out with his hand, summoning a magic circle. He then pulled a sword from the magic circle. It was Ascalon, the Dragon Slayer sword. Volley's eyes widened in surprise. It's a Dragon Slayer sword. You'll be injured if you're struck by it. Albion warned him. Then I just have to avoid getting hit, right? Volley replied confidently. He charged towards Roy. Roy met his attack with his sword. Bang. 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 Clang. 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 They clashed, exchanging countless blows. With the Dragon Slayer sword in hand, Roy felt no restrictions. His powerful swordsmanship overwhelmed Volley, who couldn't risk a direct clash with a holy sword. The situation was completely reversed from their previous encounter. Volley was now the one on the defensive, desperately dodging Roy's attacks. Unable to endure this any longer, Volley activated his Juggernaut Drive, once again. I, who shall awaken, am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of supremacy from God. I envy the infinite. And I pursue the dream. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy, and I shall sink you into the depths of the abyss. Juggernaut Drive. With his Juggernaut Drive active, Volley's speed increased dramatically. He appeared before Roy in an instant. Bang. 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 The tide seemed to have turned. Volley moved with incredible speed, relentlessly attacking Roy. Roy could only defend himself, unable to counterattack. But a prolonged defense was bound to fail. If Volley managed to land a single hit, the balance of power would shift completely. Roy understood this, so he closed his eyes, calming his mind. His actions confused Sirsch and the others. Is Roy giving up? Azazel wondered with a chuckle. He would be happy if Volley won, after all. Is he no match for the White Dragon Emperor without his time stop ability? Michael mused. I believe the White Dragon Emperor has already lost. Sirsch declared confidently. When Roy opened his eyes, his expression was calm and serene, as if he could see through everything. Volley's movements, though still incredibly fast, seemed to slow down in his eyes. Roy could see through every attack. He had activated the transparent world. This was a state achieved by Yoriichi Tsujikuni in the Demon Slayer world. It was the transparent world reached only after pushing oneself to the absolute limit and enduring immense pain. And now, Roy had mastered it. He effortlessly dodged Volley's next attack and casually struck him with the Dragon Slayer sword. No way. Volley gasped, feeling the wound on his chest. Damn it. He didn't dwell on how he had been hit. His Juggernaut Drive wouldn't last much longer. He charged at Roy again. But Roy's sword seemed to anticipate his every move. As Volley threw another punch, the Dragon Slayer sword effortlessly sliced through his armor, creating another wound. Volley, your Juggernaut Drive is reaching its limit. If you continue, you'll damage your life force. Albion warned. But Volley ignored him and attacked again. Thwack. The same result. Another wound appeared on Volley's body. This time, Roy added a kick for good measure. Volley was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Roy landed beside him. Well, Volley, do you yield? He asked with a smirk. Volley was in a worse state than before, his chest covered in deep wounds. His Juggernaut Drive had deactivated. Why? He asked, his expression blank. There's no need for why. I am simply stronger than you. Roy replied with a shrug. And by the way, I can use that technique more than once. Volley's eyes widened in shock. He had assumed Roy couldn't use his time stop ability consecutively, so he had tried to take advantage of that. But Roy had just told him he could use it repeatedly. This was a devastating blow to his confidence. Just then, the sky shattered like a mirror. A figure descended. Vaiku, what are you doing here? Volley asked, looking at the newcomer. I came to retrieve you for the battle against the Norse gods in the north. It seems I arrived just in time. Vaiku replied, surprised to see Volley's injuries. Is it time already? Volley asked flatly. Who did you fight? Vaiku couldn't help but ask, curious. Isn't he right there? Volley glanced at Roy. Vaiku followed his gaze. Oh? He doesn't look that strong. Vaiku commented skeptically. Let's go. We have to leave now. All right. Vaiku helped Volley to his feet and prepared to leave. Roy didn't stop them. I'll defeat you next time. Volley declared, looking at Roy with determination. I'll be waiting. Roy replied with a smile. Vaiku and Volley then teleported away. Roy looked up and saw that the barrier had vanished. It seemed as Death and the others had succeeded. He returned to the conference room. That was Vaiku, wasn't it? I didn't expect him to join the Chaos Brigade. Azazel commented. Yes. Roy confirmed. Now that there are no more interruptions, we can sign the peace treaty. Sirsts and the others agreed. The three factions successfully signed the peace treaty. Just then, the door opened. Asdeath and the other girls entered. Roy, we've taken care of all the magicians outside. Asdeath reported. Good work. Roy said with a nod. Are these Roy's servants? They're quite impressive. Azazel commented, observing the girls. Sirsts also nodded in approval. Roy, what exactly happened earlier? Ryaz asked, her curiosity overflowing. She had been too focused on the peace treaty to ask when they were released from the time stop. We'll talk about it later. Just know that the three factions have successfully signed a peace treaty. Roy replied with a smile. Ah, that's right. Ryaz decided not to press further. The three factions had reached a peace agreement, but maintaining that peace would require the continued efforts of those present. Chapter 96, Serapholax. Cute human beings are strong because we have the ability to change ourselves. With the three factions' peace conference concluded, Roy returned to his peaceful daily life. One day, at the Occult Research Club. Starting today, I'm the new advisor of the Occult Research Club. Seraphol declared, standing up and striking a pose with her hands on her hips. Roy, Ryaz, Sona, and the other girls were all present. Sona sighed, shaking her head at her sister's antics. What's going on? Ryaz asked, looking at Seraphol in confusion. I wanted to see more of Sona-chan, so I asked to be your advisor. Seraphol explained. And to discuss magical girls with Roy. By the way, Roy, is that Madoka Magica manga you mentioned finished? She asked, bouncing over to Roy, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, it is. But as a Mao, shouldn't you be busy with other matters? How do you have time to be an advisor? Roy asked, puzzled. He remembered that Azazel was supposed to be the advisor. Why had Seraphol taken his place? Of course, if it had been Azazel, he would have objected. After all, Qua Academy was an all-girls school. I am quite busy, so I won't be here often. Seraphol admitted, then held out her hand expectantly. Roy sighed and placed the completed manga in her hand. Seraphol squealed with delight and immediately sat down to read it, ignoring everyone else. Roy, are you sure it's okay to let her read that? Mine whispered, nudging him with her elbow and glancing at Seraphol. She had already read the manga. It was a good story, but unlike typical magical girl stories, Madoka Magica was quite dark and disturbing. Roy had called it a healing anime. After watching it, she had been furious. Healing? She had thought. More like depressing. Would Seraphol, who feared nothing, be affected by this dark tale? Would she snap and try to destroy the world? Haha, it's fine. I'm curious to see her reaction. Roy chuckled, anticipating the chaos that might ensue. I just hope Seraphol-sama doesn't cause too much trouble. Raya said with a worried sigh. They all watched as Seraphol read the manga. At first, she was all smiles. But then, her expression clouded over. Her smile vanished, and her face became serious. As she continued reading, tears welled up in her eyes. Soon, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Suna had never seen her sister cry like this before and was quite concerned. Seraphol finally calmed down after finishing the manga, though she remained in a daze. Roy approached her and patted her shoulder. Seraphol-san, are you alright? It was amazing. Seraphol suddenly shouted, startling Roy. Roy-kun, your manga is incredible. It's unlike any magical girl story I've ever seen. She exclaimed, grabbing his hand excitedly. I'm glad you liked it. Roy replied, surprised by her reaction. He had expected her to be upset or even enraged, not overjoyed. Hey, let's adapt it into an anime. And then make a live-action movie. I'll play Madoka, and Sona-chan can play Hamura. Seraphol suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Well. Roy glanced at Suna. Suna was face-palming, clearly exasperated by her sister's antics. That's not a bad idea. Roy said, playing along. Yay. Thank you, Roy-kun. Seraphol cheered, hugging him tightly. Sona and Ryaz stared at them in disbelief. They couldn't believe that Mao Seraphol was clinging to Roy and acting cute. No one would believe this if they told them. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Summer vacation had arrived at Qua Academy. As per tradition, Roy and Ryaz had to return to the underworld with their peerages. They gathered to discuss their plans. Roy, what are we doing this summer vacation? Ryaz asked with a smile. Roy pondered for a moment. How about we visit your family first, then we'll go to my sister's place together. And finally, we'll have a training camp. What do you think? Ryaz nodded in agreement. That sounds like a good plan. The girls were excited. Going to the underworld while we're still alive is a bit nerve-wracking, but I'll face it with the resolve of someone facing death. Asia joked. Are we going to hell? Sheil asked with a confused tilt of her head. Silly Sheil, the underworld is just where devils live. It's not hell. Chelsea explained patiently. We're going to meet Buku's sister. I'm so nervous. Eika, Murayama, and Kate said in unison. It was their first time visiting the underworld. Will we see Grafia-sama when we go to the underworld? Alice asked, raising her hand. Of course. She's been wanting us to visit. Roy replied with a smile, patting Alice's head. Special training, huh? Konko mumbled, petting her cat. She stood up and approached Roy. Roy-senpai, please make me stronger. I don't want to be a burden. She said with a determined look. Roy was momentarily surprised, then smiled. Konko, you're not a burden at all. Don't worry, I'll make you stronger during the training camp. That's right, Konko. You're not a burden. You're my precious servant. Ryaz added, hugging Konko. Konko had been feeling insecure because she hadn't been able to contribute much in recent battles. But her resolve to become stronger was unwavering. And it wasn't just Konko. Roy had other servants in a similar situation. For example, Yuriko and Alice were still low class. But that was normal. It had been less than half a year since they became devils. Half a year was nothing to a devil. Countless devils remained low class for centuries. Shizuka was also a low class devil. But she didn't seem to mind, seemingly content with her role as a maid. It didn't matter anyway, as Roy didn't intend for her to fight. Saya was also a low class devil, but she had her gyarados, so she wasn't in a hurry to increase her strength. The other girls were all middle class devils or higher, so there was no need to worry about them for now. But he had to plan this training camp carefully. The next day, they packed their belongings and boarded the train to the underworld. Sona joined them on the luxurious train. Sona, after visiting your family, would you like to join us for the training camp? Roy asked. You're going to a training camp? Unfortunately, I've already been assigned a trial by my sister. I won't be able to join you. Sona replied with a sigh. That's a shame. But it's all right. We can train together another time. Roy said with a smile. Yes. Sona nodded. We're planning to visit Ryaz's family first, then mine. Of course, I'll visit your family as well. Sona was delighted to hear that Roy would visit her family. I'll visit your home after my trial as well. It's settled then. Just then, an announcement came over the train's intercom. Attention passengers, we will be arriving at the Saitree territory shortly. See you later, Sona. Goodbye, Sona. See you. They bid farewell to Sona, who disembarked with her peerage. The train continued its journey. The girls chatted amongst themselves. With some time to kill before reaching the Greenery territory, Roy took out his game console. Asia sat beside him, cheering him on. Konko sat opposite him, challenging him to a match. Roy, where are we going for the training camp? Kuro asked, munching on candy. It's a world filled with spirits. Roy replied, his attention focused on his game with Konko. The girls were intrigued. Are they like Sukune-san's Scyther? Kuro asked curiously. If that's the case, I have to catch a strong one. Mine declared, puffing out her chest. Saya had been showing off her gyarados, which was incredibly powerful. Even mine found it troublesome to deal with. Although she pretended to be unimpressed, mine was secretly envious. No, they're different from familiars, although they're also called spirits. And they can greatly enhance one's power. Roy explained, finally defeating Konko. Konko's eyes lit up. Roy-senpai, one more round. She challenged, eager for a rematch. Alright, one more round. Roy accepted her challenge. What kind of training is it? I'm so excited. Kamabe said, looking out the window with anticipation. Soon, another announcement came over the intercom. Attention passengers, we will be arriving at the Greenery territory shortly. Finally. Raya said, stretching. Everyone, gather your things. We're getting off. Wow. It's so big. Asia exclaimed, looking out the window at the vast Greenery territory. The land was neatly divided into different sections, resembling a patchwork of fields. It was a beautiful sight. This is the Greenery territory? It's so beautiful. Irina gushed. It is quite impressive. The Lucifuge territory pales in comparison. Roy commented. He was telling the truth. If the Greenery territory was the size of a city, then the Lucifuge territory was a district. Of course, he wasn't including the uninhabited areas. The underworld was vast, and the devil population was relatively small. Ryaz chuckled, hearing Roy's comment. I believe with Roy around, our clan will become even more prosperous. Yes, yes. The girls agreed confidently. Hee, of course. But to truly prosper, we'll need your help. Roy said with a wink, looking at the girls suggestively. Their help? Does he mean having children? Ryaz wondered, blushing. The other girls also blushed, understanding his implication. Roy grinned, then led them off the train. They soon arrived at the Gremory family estate, a massive and luxurious castle. Is this Fuku's home? It's amazing. Zenobia and Irina were awestruck. The castle doors opened, and several maids emerged. Welcome back, Ryaz-sama, Roy-sama, and everyone. The head maid greeted them with a bow. Let's go inside. Ryaz said to Roy with a smile. Okay. They entered the castle. Ryaz led them towards the dining hall. Servants and maids lined the long corridor, welcoming them. Ryaz-ne-sama, welcome back. A young boy with red hair ran towards Ryaz and hugged her. I'm back, Milkaz. You've grown so much. Ryaz chuckled, patting the boy's head. Roy looked at the child curiously. Could this be Serst's son? He wondered. But Greyfire was his sister now. Where did this child come from? Ryaz, who's this? He's my nephew. Ryaz explained. Come, say hello to everyone. Okay. Milkaz readily agreed and bowed politely. I'm Milkaz Gremory. Pleased to meet you all. He's so cute. Hello, Milkaz. What an adorable little guy. They followed Ryaz and met her mother, Vanillana Gremory. Vanillana was like a mature version of Ryaz with brown hair. She was incredibly beautiful. Chapter 97, Training Camp in the World of Blade Dance. No matter what arena, I refuse to lose any battles I take part in. Greetings, Mother. Roy and Ryaz said in unison, bowing respectfully. Since they were engaged, it was appropriate for Roy to address Vanillana as Mother. Welcome back, Ryaz, Roy. Vanillana greeted them with a warm smile. You must be tired from your journey. Let's have dinner. Ryaz, please lead the way. The girls were charmed by Vanillana's gentle and elegant demeanor. They followed Ryaz to the dining hall. Ryaz's parents were already seated at the table, but Serst was absent, likely attending to important matters. During dinner, Ryaz's parents asked Roy some questions, which he answered honestly. To be honest, Roy wasn't fond of this formal setting. They usually had their meals in a more casual atmosphere. Akam, for instance, loved to devour meat with gusto. But now, she was forced to use a knife and fork, taking small bites of her steak. Roy felt a pang of sympathy for her. He decided to make it up to her later with a special meal. Dinner soon ended. The maids led them to their respective rooms. As soon as the maids left, Roy was about to go find Akam and offer her some extra food. But before he could leave, he heard a knock on his door. He opened the door, and as expected, it was Akam and Kuram. Come in. You two must be hungry. Here. Roy said, taking out a roasted lamb leg and some desserts from his storage magic. Akam and Kuram's eyes lit up, and they immediately started devouring the food. They were indeed starving. Oniai-chan, it's our turn to sleep with you tonight. Kuram said with a giggle, rolling around on the bed after finishing her meal. Akam had already slipped under the covers. Roy sighed. Back in the world of Akam ga Kill. Although he had made them his consorts, they were still too young, so he hadn't done anything. After all, Akam and mine were only 15, and Kuram was even younger. But Akam's figure was defying logic. She was already a C-cup. Perhaps it's because she eats so much meat. Roy mused. After a few days at the Gremory estate, Roy and the girls, along with Ryaz, returned to the Lucifuge territory. Look, this is our home. Roy announced on the train, pointing out the window. Wow. It's beautiful. This is our home? I'm so excited. The girls marveled at the sight of the city below. It was similar in scale to the Gremory territory, though smaller. They disembarked from the train and explored the Lucifuge territory. The devils here lived common lives, just like humans. And everyone seemed happy and content. So, what do you think? Not bad, right? Although it's not as grand as the Gremory territory. Roy said with a smile. It's quite lovely. Steve commented, nodding in approval. Roy. Ryaz glared at him playfully. The Gremory territory isn't this peaceful. Devils were generally aggressive and prone to fighting, so conflicts were common. But they hadn't seen a single fight during their tour of the Lucifuge territory. Ha ha ha. Roy chuckled proudly. He was the reason for the peace and stability in the territory. They soon arrived at the Lucifuge castle. Welcome home. Greyfire greeted them with a smile. Roy was surprised to see his sister personally welcoming them. Sis, I'm home. Greyfire-sama, we're back. After exchanging greetings, Roy led the girls inside. That evening, after dinner, Roy and Ryaz decided to start their training camp the next day. After all, returning to their world would be instantaneous. They would visit Sota after the training camp. Roy had already chosen their destination. It was the world of Bladedance of Elementalers, one of the worlds that had recently appeared in the system. In this world, there was an elemental spirit world inhabited by countless spirits. There were sword spirits, as well as spirits of fire, wind, earth, light, darkness, and other elements, including dragons. These diverse spirits formed the vibrant and magical elemental spirit world. The humans in this world could form contracts with these spirits and utilize their powers. Roy's target was these spirits. They could transform into various weapons or enhance existing ones. This would perfectly address the lack of powerful weapons for Sako, Kani, Mitsuri, and the others. Even Leon and Mine, who had Tegu, could benefit from having spirits enhance their weapons. Roy also had his eyes on two specific spirits. One was the sword spirit, Restia Ashdol, the spirit of the demon slayer sword that could kill Mao. The other was the dark elemental lord, Ren Ashdol. Many might not know her, but they would likely recognize her other form, Restia Ashdol. Restia's sword form was the Vorpal sword, the first black sword wielded by the protagonist in the original story. And Restia Ashdol was just a high-ranking dark elemental created by Ren Ashdol in her own image. These two sword spirits were Roy's primary targets. With them, he could retire the Dragon Slayer sword. The next morning, after breakfast, Roy gathered everyone in the training room. "Is everyone ready? It's time for our training camp," he announced with a smile. "We're ready. Bring it on. I'm so excited to see what kind of world we're going to. I'm going to become stronger this time." Seeing their enthusiasm, Roy activated the system's teleportation function. In the next moment, they vanished. World of Bladedance of Elementalers, all worlds were bubbles born from the world root, the Chaos Sea. In this world, the first to be born were the spirits of light and darkness. The light spirits illuminated the world, while the darkness spirits cloaked it in night. Then came the spirits of fire and wind, water and earth. The sky and earth separated, hills rose, rivers flowed, and forests grew. The spirits created their own subordinate spirits, forming a separate world within this world, the elemental spirit world, a paradise of harmony and balance. The power of the spirits permeated the world, giving rise to countless life forms. Giant beasts of the sea, animals, monsters, dragons, and giants. And then came the spirit contractors, the ancestors of both humans and elves. Under the guidance of the spirits, the world was a paradise of order and harmony. But at some point, due to the reverence of the spirit contractors, the primordial spirits, who were part of the world's structure, underwent a change. They gained sentience. Thus, the 6 great elemental lords were born. The elemental lords, now possessing consciousness and personality, were driven by an instinctive desire deep within their souls. They sought to perfect their existence. All the elements in this world were merely copies from the world root, like reflections in water. Therefore, the elemental lords craved true elements. The 6 sentient elemental lords joined forces and opened a gate to the world root. They successfully stole true elements but were attacked by an army of angels. With the help of many elemental weapons, the elemental lords repelled the angels and sealed the gate. But they only managed to obtain the true darkness and a portion of the true fire. The true darkness was claimed by Ren Ashdol, the dark elemental lord. And the true fire was stolen by the spirit contractors and its whereabouts remained unknown. The true darkness, brought into this world, began to corrupt the elemental lords. Ren Ashdol, having the closest affinity to darkness, was the most affected. To prevent her from going berserk and becoming a gate that would summon the angels, the other 5 elemental lords formed an alliance, led by the Saint King. They sought to eliminate Ren Ashdol, thus starting the Spirit War. This was the origin of the world of Bladedance of Elementalers. Roy and the girls arrived at the beginning of the Spirit War. They were in the elemental spirit world. It was nighttime, and 2 moons, one large and one small, hung in the sky, along with countless stars. It was a breathtaking sight. They were in a forest, surrounded by purple lights that danced like fireflies, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The trees had ring-like patterns on their bark that glowed faintly, illuminating the surroundings along with the moonlight. "Wow! It's so beautiful!" Ryaz exclaimed, catching a purple light in her hand, her eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. Not just Ryaz, but all the girls were mesmerized by the enchanting scenery. Even Roy was captivated. After a while, Roy addressed them. "Let's set up camp here for the night." "Yay! This place is amazing. Sleeping here will be like a dream. I want to admire the moonlight all night." Fueled by their excitement, they quickly set up their tents and prepared a barbecue. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air. They enjoyed their barbecue under the enchanting moonlight. However, the delicious smell attracted some unwanted attention. Many elemental spirits were drawn to the scent. Most were peaceful creatures. But not the demonic spirits. Demonic spirits were malevolent beings with twisted minds. They were aggressive and dangerous. If they formed a contract with an elemental spirit contractor, they would devour their contractor's body to absorb their power. A demonic spirit, resembling a dark knight, appeared before them. This one doesn't seem very friendly. Akano commented, the first to react to the intruder. Suko, however, looked at the dark knight with interest. I'll handle this one, she said, stepping forward. Very well. Akano chuckled, stepping back. Be careful, Suko. This demonic spirit is dangerous, Roy warned. He explained the nature of demonic spirits to the girls. This one was a high-ranking elemental spirit, its strength comparable to a peak high class. And as a demonic spirit, its destructive power was even greater than that of other high-ranking spirits. It was a formidable opponent. However, demonic spirits lacked intelligence. That was their weakness. Suko grinned confidently, hearing Roy's explanation. She charged towards the demonic spirit. Demon Slayer Mark. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, eightfold. Suko went all out from the start. She was only at the early stage of high class, while this demonic spirit was at the peak of that level. The difference in strength was significant. She had to use her full power. The demonic spirit resembled a dark knight, wielding a sword and shield. Suko, transformed into a bolt of lightning, attacked relentlessly. But the demonic spirit's defenses were strong, blocking all of Suko's attacks. Fortunately, it was slow, so it couldn't land a hit on Suko either. Suko is so strong. Go, Suko. It seems she's having trouble defeating it. That demonic spirit is powerful. Suko can't even injure it. The girls watched the battle with worry. It was a dangerous fight. Suko's attacks couldn't penetrate the demonic spirit's defenses. But if she was hit, she would be severely injured. Akam and Kiram, their hands gripping their sword hilts, were eager to join the fray. Thunder breathing, thunder cutter. After a series of unsuccessful attacks, Suko unleashed her strongest technique. A flash of lightning illuminated the night sky. Clang! A deafening clash echoed as Suko's sword struck the demonic spirit's blade. Her sword shattered. Suko backflipped, creating distance, and stared at her broken sword in shock and dismay. It was the first gift Roy had given her. Roy, let me handle this, Akam offered, seeing Suko's broken sword. Akam, with her peak high-class strength and her Tegu, Morass aim, could easily defeat this demonic spirit. But Roy shook his head. He looked at Suko, a sly smile on his lips. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Chapter 98, Targeting the Dark Elemental Lord. Don't be distracted by the what-ifs, should-haves, and if-onlys. The one thing you choose for yourself, that is the truth of your universe. Roy retrieved the Dragon Slayer sword, Ascalon, from his storage magic. Suko, catch. He called out, tossing the sword towards her. Suko caught the sword and her eyes widened in recognition. It's the Dragon's Lair, Ascalon. Give it your all, Suko. You've got this. Roy encouraged her with a grin and a wave. I won't let you down. Suko responded, a determined smile spreading across her face. She drew Ascalon and charged towards the demonic spirit once more. Thunder breathing, seventh form, Onoi Ikazuchi no Kami. This was a combination technique derived from other forms of thunder breathing. It involved a lightning-fast thrust, too quick for the naked eye to follow, creating a golden dragon of lightning that surged towards the target. Suko had mastered this technique under Roy's guidance. The demonic spirit raised its shield to block the attack. The golden dragon of lightning struck the shield, then pierced through it, continuing its trajectory. It struck the ground behind the demonic spirit, exploding in a burst of lightning. The demonic spirit vanished, dissolving into countless black particles. Suko had defeated it with a single strike. Wow! Suko-ne-san is amazing. Alice and the three little girls from the Butterfly Mansion cheered, clapping their hands excitedly. The other girls also looked at Suko with admiration. Even Akam admitted to herself that she couldn't have defeated the demonic spirit so quickly. Esteeth nodded in approval, acknowledging Suko's strength. Although Esteeth got along well with everyone, earning her true approval wasn't easy. She believed in strength above all else. Suko's performance had finally earned her respect. Roy, I've completed the task, Suko said, slightly out of breath as she approached Roy and presented him with Ascalon. She had enjoyed the intense battle. Her exhilarated expression was proof of that. Roy, however, didn't take the sword. He shook his head with a smile. Suko, this sword is for you. Eh? Suko stammered, taken aback. But then, you won't have a sword to use. Haha, don't worry. I already have my eyes on something else. I won't be needing this sword. Roy reassured her. If that's the case, then I gratefully accept, Suko said, no longer refusing his gift. With the demonic spirit dealt with, they continued enjoying their meal under the moonlight. After witnessing Siko's power, no other elemental spirit approached them. The night passed peacefully. The next day, Roy led the girls in a certain direction. "Where are we going, Roy?" Ryaz asked curiously. "We're going to find the Dark Elemental Lord," Roy replied. He had explained the situation in this world to the girls the night before. So, they knew that the Dark Elemental Lord was about to go to war with the other 5 Elemental Lords. "Where is she?" "You'll see." Although Roy didn't know her exact location, he had ways of finding her. They moved swiftly through the forest. Soon, Roy stopped, sensing the presence of a high-ranking elemental spirit. In a pool of water beneath a waterfall, a beautiful young woman was bathing. She had long, flowing blue hair, delicate features, and a stunning figure. High-ranking elemental spirits typically had human-like forms, except when they transformed into weapons. They were rare and powerful, and they were all beautiful girls. Mine covered Roy's eyes with her hand. "No peeking," she scolded playfully. Roy chuckled. "Come on, it's just an elemental spirit. Humphrey. Even if it's an elemental spirit, you can't look." Mine insisted. Surprisingly, Sai agreed with Mine. Weren't they usually arguing? "Who are you?" "This is my territory." The elemental spirit in the water noticed them. Elemental spirits had a strong sense of territoriality, especially high-ranking ones. The spirit emerged from the water. "Hey, put some clothes on," Mine shouted, still covering Roy's eyes. "Eh? What are clothes?" the elemental spirit asked, tilting her head in confusion. Having never interacted with humans before, she naturally didn't know about clothes. "Leave my territory, or I'll force you out," she warned. Suddenly, she transformed into a massive python, over 100 meters long. The girls gasped in surprise. A beautiful girl turning into a monstrous snake in the blink of an eye was quite a shock. "Wait, I have a question," Roy said, approaching the python. "I don't want to answer any questions. Leave my territory," the python hissed, lashing out with its tail. Roy sighed and conjured an ice wall, effortlessly blocking the attack. Bam! The python roared and lunged at Roy, its jaws wide open. "It seems I have to subdue you before we can have a proper conversation," Roy muttered. "Freeze." He slammed his hand on the ground, and a layer of ice spread rapidly, encasing the python's body, leaving only its head free. "Now, are you willing to answer my question?" Roy asked with a smirk. The python struggled for a while, then, realizing it couldn't break free, lowered its head in defeat. "I'll answer your question," it hissed. "Then return to your original form," Roy said. He found the monstrous snake form rather unpleasant. He preferred the beautiful girl. Roy released the ice, and the python transformed back into the blue-haired girl. Sai and the others glared at Roy, and Ryaz pouted. Roy ignored them and addressed the elemental spirit. "Do you know where the Dark Elemental Lord is?" "What? The Dark Elemental Lord?" The girl trembled at the mention of that name. After listening to the girl's explanation, Roy and the others finally understood the current situation. The war between the Elemental Lords had already begun. Logically, the Dark Elemental Lord shouldn't be able to win against the combined might of the other 5 Elemental Lords. But for some reason, she had become incredibly powerful. After a fierce battle, the two sides were currently at a stalemate. However, Roy knew this was only temporary. The Dark Elemental Lord was being corrupted by the true darkness and would eventually lose control. But it was also because of the true darkness that she had become so powerful. The elemental spirit they had encountered was originally a subordinate of the Water Elemental Lord. After witnessing the Dark Elemental Lord's power in the previous battle, she had fled to the edge of the elemental spirit world to escape the war. This meant they were currently at the edge of the elemental spirit world. The Dark Elemental Lord's territory was to the south, and the territories of the other 5 Elemental Lords were to the north. They had to act quickly. If the Dark Elemental Lord was completely consumed by the true darkness, it would be disastrous. "So, who wants this Water Elemental Spirit?" Roy asked, turning to the girls. "Eh? Aren't you going to let me go?" the Water Elemental Spirit exclaimed in surprise. "Ahem, I never said that," Roy replied, feeling a bit awkward. He felt like he was bullying a child. Although the girls sympathized with the Elemental Spirit, their desire to become stronger outweighed their pity. But none of them spoke up first. Many of them wanted this Water Elemental Spirit. "Alright, how about this? Everyone who wants her, raise your hand. Ryaz, you can too. But ultimately, I'll decide who gets her," Roy declared. The girls agreed. Those who wanted the elemental spirit raised their hands. Eika, Murayama, Kites, Yuriko, Rika. Even Konko and Gomade seemed eager but were too shy to raise their hands. Roy didn't mind. There were plenty of other elemental spirits. "I'll give this water elemental spirit to Yuriko," he decided. After all, Yuriko was one of his first servants, but she was still a low class. It was time to boost her strength. Moreover, Yuriko practiced water magic and possessed the Tegu Black Marlin, which would synergize well with the water elemental spirit. Saya, did you see that? I got the elemental spirit. Yuriko cheered, jumping up and down excitedly, grabbing her daughter's hand. Yes, I know. Geez. Although Saya was happy for her mother, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Yuriko ignored her daughter's Tsunderak and approached Roy. Go ahead and use the pact magic. Roy instructed. There were various types of contract magic, such as master-servant contracts and peerage contracts. The pact magic would allow Yuriko to merge with the water elemental spirit's power. She would be able to fully utilize the spirit's power in battle. Of course, this also meant their lives would be linked. They would share each other's fate. Understood. Yuriko nodded and approached the water elemental spirit. Don't resist, or I'll turn you into snake soup, got it? Roy threatened the spirit with a smile. The timid elemental spirit nodded frantically, too scared to disobey. Yuriko then began the contract ritual. With the spirit's cooperation, the contract was formed smoothly. With the water elemental spirit's power, Yuriko's strength instantly soared to high class. It was a significant leap in power, skipping 2 ranks. Of course, Yuriko would need some training to fully utilize the spirit's power. Saya, Rika, and the others were envious. After the contract was formed, Yuriko released the water elemental spirit. She knew Roy's preferences, after all. Ahem, you can't do that when others are around. Roy whispered in her ear. Of course, I know. Yuriko replied with a wink. Saya glared at them. By the way, what's your name? Roy asked the water elemental spirit. I'm called Nem. She replied timidly, hiding behind Yuriko. Now, lead us to the Dark Elemental Lord's territory. Really? We're going there? Yes, lead the way. Nem, though terrified of the Dark Elemental Lord, was even more afraid of Roy. They followed Nem. The elemental spirit world was vast. Even with their speed, it took them half a month to reach the border of the Dark Elemental Lord's territory. Roy didn't enter immediately. Further ahead, there would be many of the Dark Elemental Lord's subordinates patrolling the area. To capture the Dark Elemental Lord, he needed to assess her strength first. This task was best suited for Chelsea. Chelsea, go and scout the area. Roy instructed. No problem. Leave it to me. Chelsea replied confidently, popping a lollipop into her mouth. She used her Tegu, Gia Foundation, to transform into a small bird and flew into the Dark Elemental Lord's territory. Will she be alright? Ryaz asked, worried. Haha, don't worry. Chelsea's Tegu allows her to transform into anything. Unless she gets too close to the Dark Elemental Lord, she won't be discovered. Roy reassured her. Chelsea was an elite assassin of night trade. This kind of reconnaissance mission was child's play to her. She wasn't like those comedic relief characters in anime who always messed up. If she made mistakes, she would have died long ago. Ryaz didn't question him further. They waited patiently. A day later, a small black cat leaped into Roy's arms, nuzzling him affectionately. So, how did the investigation go? Roy asked, stroking the cat's head. The cat transformed back into Chelsea. I've gathered the necessary information. She reported. Here. Roy handed her a lollipop. The girls looked at Chelsea expectantly. Chelsea unwrapped the lollipop and popped it into her mouth. According to my investigation, the Dark Elemental Lord has one subordinate who's a high-ranking dragon spirit, the Dragon King, Bahamut. And there are 13 other high-ranking elemental spirits, as well as tens of thousands of mid-ranking and low-ranking spirits. That's the extent of her forces, at least as far as I could tell. There might be other hidden forces as well. Chelsea didn't want to make any guarantees. After all, there might be areas she couldn't access. Chapter 99, Subjugating Ranash Dole. A terrible premonition can bring about a terrible reality. Roy nodded. His guess was right. The Dark Elemental Lord's true strength was her raw power. He suspected that since the highest-ranking elemental spirits were on par with peak high class, an elemental lord would be ultimate class. The Dark Elemental Lord herself was likely at the pinnacle of ultimate class, maybe even stronger. It made sense. How else could she have taken on 5 elemental lords at once and won? Her subordinates, thankfully, seemed easier to handle. High-ranking elemental spirits were rare and powerful. The highest-ranking were even rarer. Usually, there was only one for each element. Knowing this, Roy had a plan. Once we teleport in, he told the girls, Asdeath and the others will hold off the Dark Elemental Lord's subordinates. No killing. I'll subdue the Dark Elemental Lord myself. Got it? Got it. Asdeath grinned confidently. Roy, be careful. Ryaz looked at him, worried. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Everyone ready? Roy asked. Ready. Roy, go get her. We'll hold them off. Good luck, Royani-chan. Roy wasn't too worried about the girls. Asdeath was a ultimate class. She could handle a few high-ranking spirits and a small army. Roy activated the teleportation circle. They vanished. They reappeared in a huge temple. On the throne above sat a girl with black hair, golden eyes, and delicate features. Massive black wings spread from her back. Power radiated from her. It was the Dark Elemental Lord, Renashdol. Beside her stood a beautiful girl with long blue hair and red eyes. Her skin was whiter than pearls, her limbs slender and doll-like. This was the Dragon King, Bahamut, Renashdol's right hand and the highest-ranking dragon spirit. Who are you? Renashdol's voice was cold. Renashdol. Roy said, his expression sincere. We're here to save you. He hoped she'd trust him. But Renashdol, tainted by the otherworld darkness, wasn't buying it. She stood, eyes icy. With a flick of her wrist, she attacked. Dark thousand blades. Feathers from her wings became razor-sharp blades, flying towards them. Roy sighed. She wouldn't listen. At least she wasn't fully consumed by the otherworld darkness yet. Secret Heart, Southern Cross Shield. Roy conjured a thick ice shield, blocking the attack. This place is too small. Go outside and hold off the other spirits. He told the girls. Okay, Roy. Be careful. Raya said, leading the others out. Siko stayed. She locked eyes with Bahamut, a fierce light in her eyes. Bahamut, seeing Siko's Dragon Slayer sword, looked intrigued. They both left the temple, seeking open ground. Outside, Asdeath faced the other spirits. She wasn't phased. Asdeath drew her rapier, smirked, and slashed. A wave of ice spread for kilometers, freezing the spirits solid. Asdeath knees and, that was amazing. So strong. I want that power. Incredible. That's her true strength? My, Roy's peerage is impressive. The girls were stunned. Inside, Roy's fight began. Renashdol summoned a black sword, the Demon Slayer sword that pierces truth. Roy summoned his Ice Rose sword. Their swords clashed. Clang. 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 Roy was confident in his swordsmanship. He was surprised by Renashdol's skill, though. He could overpower her easily, but he held back. Renashdol. He said, you realize the otherworld darkness is corrupting you, right? If you don't stop it, it'll consume you. She didn't respond, attacking fiercely. She knew her situation. That's why she created Restia Ashdol, a dark elemental in her image, with the otherworld darkness at its core. Restia could absorb the darkness. Renashdol planned to use her to cleanse herself. But her mind was clouded. She wouldn't listen. Roy frowned. This wasn't working. The otherworld darkness gave her endless energy. He couldn't drag this out. Mahapadma. Ice blue light filled the temple, freezing everything. Renashdol was frozen mid-swing. Secret Heart, Ice Thousand-Armed Cannon. Roy summoned the giant ice statue. Fists rained down on Renashdol, smashing her into the ground. Even after Mahapadma ended, the cannon kept punching. The temple was ruined, a huge crater in the middle. Dust and smoke filled the air. But Renashdol's aura was still strong. Damn. She burst from the crater, black wings spread wide. She was unharmed, but her aura was wild. Dark flames. Black flames erupted from her wings, burning everything. Even the stone floor caught fire. Like Amaterasu, they wouldn't go out. Roy's face was grim. He couldn't be touched by those flames. Secret Heart, 9 ice dragons. 9 ice dragons charged the flames, freezing the ground as they went. But the flames melted them instantly. Such powerful flames. Roy thought. The flames weakened after consuming the dragons. Roy blocked the last of them with a Southern Cross shield. Furious, Renashdol raised her hands. Black lightning crackled, forming a dark energy sphere. It pulsed with destructive power. Dark demon lightning blast. Roy knew that attack. Black lightning that could burn souls. The dark element's strongest spell, a wide area attack. Even mid-ranking spirits were instantly destroyed. Restia had used it in the original story. It was terrifying. Renashdol's version would wipe out even high-ranking spirits. He couldn't let her use it. It would destroy everything for kilometers. Mahapadma. Roy froze time again, then moved behind Renashdol. He placed his hand on her back. Secret Heart, Absolute Zero. Renashdol froze solid, the black lightning ball in her hands freezing with her. Time shall resume. Roy wiped his brow, relieved. Absolute Zero was one of Satellizerel Bridget's strongest moves. Unlike his other ice attacks, it completely erased life. Even ultimate class devils would be turned to dust. Renashdol was only frozen, not destroyed. This had been a tough fight. Two Mahapadmas and Absolute Zero had drained almost all his magic. Roy, are you okay? Royani-chan, are you alright? Brother. Are you hurt? The girls rushed over, worried. I'm fine. Roy said, waving his hand. Just used up a lot of magic. Is she beaten? Ryaz looked at the frozen Ren Ashdol. Frozen, for now. Roy said. What now? I need to recover some magic. Then we'll try a devil piece. He wasn't sure it would work. Even frozen, Ren Ashdol was still conscious. If she resisted, it would fail. But he had to try. Roy rested, regaining some magic. He went to Ren Ashdol. Ren Ashdol, I know you can hear me. The other world darkness is eating away at you. You'll be destroyed. I'm the only one who can save you. He held out a queen piece. Accept my power. You can break through your limits. You'll control the other world darkness, not fear it. The other world darkness was just a more powerful kind of dark energy. Strong enough, and you could control it. Too weak, and it consumed you. Ren Ashdol hadn't been instantly corrupted. She was close to the threshold. If she broke through to Mao, she'd control it. Roy started the ritual. A nice blue magic circle appeared under her feet. By my name, Roy Lucifuge, I command thee, Ren Ashdol, to become my servant devil, reborn as my queen. He spoke the words of the contract. The queen piece drifted towards Ren Ashdol and merged with her. Roy watched, tense. It was up to her now. After a moment, she didn't resist. Devil wings sprouted beneath her black ones. Yes. Roy jumped for joy. A wave of power exploded from her, pulverizing the temple debris. Roy's face changed. He shielded the girls with a spatial barrier. The power was monstrous. Ren Ashdol had broken through to Mao. And a powerful one at that. Roy felt the surge of power course through him, elevating him from a low-tier Mao to an intermediate Mao. Two Mao auras erupted, cracking the earth and shaking the land for kilometers. Then, it faded. Ren Ashdol rushed into Roy's arms, her eyes shining. Ren Ashdol? Roy asked, hesitant. Yes. You saved me. She said. Elemental spirits were young, their minds pure. Even Ren Ashdol, the Dark Elemental Lord, was like a child. Corrupted, yes, but she remembered who saved her. I did. I'm Roy. He said. Roy. Her voice was bright. Roy felt like his heart was melting. She was adorable. He released the barrier. Everyone, this is Ren Ashdol, the Dark Elemental Lord. She's my queen now. He grinned, introducing her. Chapter 100, Discovering Terminus Estate. I can't go on thinking that anyone will come and save me. If you've grown to be a great hero, then all the more. I have to be a good example. The girls were happy for Roy. They crowded around Ren, introducing themselves. Ren, still clinging to Roy, didn't speak, but she looked at them with a friendly expression. Ren. Roy said, why don't you call your subordinates back? Okay. Ren nodded softly. She went to gather her spirits and returned quickly, snuggling back into Roy's arms. She seemed reluctant to let go. Roy chuckled and stroked her head. It seemed being rescued had made her rather attached to him. Kuram, who was also quite attached to her Oni-chan, glared at Ren, hoping she'd leave Roy alone. Ren, however, ignored her. Roy laughed and patted Kuram's head. Some things never change, he thought. Soon, Ren's subordinates arrived. Ren-sama, what's going on? The Dragon King, Bahamut, looked at Ren, confused. Why was she in the enemy's arms? Bahamut. Ren said, from now on, Roy is my master. He's your master too. Ren-sama, are you back to normal? Bahamut asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. She'd been worried about Ren, knowing she'd been corrupted by the otherworld darkness. Yes. Roy saved me. Ren turned to Roy, a sweet smile on her face. Bahamut hadn't seen her smile like that in a long time. Master. Bahamut bowed, kneeling respectfully. The tens of thousands of spirits followed suit, bowing in unison. Roy chuckled and waved his hand. Arise. With Ren subdued, he'd accomplished half his goal. The other half was powering up the girls. The plan was simple, each girl would form a pact with a high-ranking elemental spirit. Then, his spirit would be entirely high-class level. Now that's what I call a power boost. But Ren's subordinates weren't enough. He needed the other 5 elemental lords and their spirits. His next objective was clear, defeat the 5 elemental lords alliance, conquer the elemental spirit world, and claim all the high-ranking spirits for his peerage. Plus, he'd get to avenge Ren. It was a win-win. Let's get out of here. Roy said. Find somewhere to rest. The area was barren, not a good place to relax. Right. The girls agreed. Roy led the spirits to a new location, a picturesque spot by a mountain and a river. They set up camp. That evening, they had another barbecue. I'm attacking the 5 Elemental Lords Alliance tomorrow, Roy announced, handing Ren a grilled fish. I'm with you, Roy, Ren said, taking the fish and smiling. She immediately devoured it. It was her first time trying this kind of food, and she loved it. Roy watched Ren eat several fish, a worried thought crossing his mind. I hope I'm not turning her into a glutton. Then, he glanced at Akam and Kuram. Never mind. I already have enough gluttons in my peerage. Wait, Roy, I thought you were done here? Ryaz asked, confused. Half done, Roy said. What's the other half? Powering you all up. Powering us up? Yep. You've seen how strong elemental spirits are, right? Form a pact with one, and your power skyrockets. He grinned. So, I'm getting each of you a high-ranking elemental spirit. The girls were touched. Thank you, Roy. Ryaz looked at him, eyes shining. Haha, no problem. You're mine, after all. Roy grinned, waving it off. Does that include me? Akano asked, her eyes sparkling. Roy paused, then smiled. Of course. Akano's smile widened. Perverted Lilicon. Konko muttered, unimpressed. Haha, even if you call me that, Konko, I won't leave you out, Roy said, patting her head. Konko blushed and turned away. The next morning, Roy was woken by the sounds of fighting. Ryaz and the others were gone. He went to investigate. Zuko and Bahamut were dueling. Roy and Ren's battle yesterday had interrupted their fight, so the two had agreed to a rematch. Hey, Roy. You're awake. Leon was the first to notice him. Morning. Roy nodded, watching the fight. Bahamut, a highest-ranking elemental spirit, was incredibly strong. She specialized in magic and could transform into a dragon, making her formidable in close combat as well. Zuko, with her Demon Slayer mark, was much stronger. And her Dragon Slayer sword, Ascalon, gave her an edge against Bahamut. The two were evenly matched. Thunder Breathing, first form, Thunderclap and Flash, eightfold. Thunder Breathing, third form, Thunder Swarm. Thunder Breathing, seventh form, Flaming Thunder God. Zuko fought with all her might. But Bahamut was no ordinary spirit. Dragons were inherently powerful. At full strength, she could even hold her own against a weak ultimate class. Zuko, ultimately, lost. Despite the loss, a satisfied smile graced Zuko's face. An idea struck Roy. Bahamut. He said, you acknowledge Zuko's strength, right? Yes. To fight me, a Dragon King, with the strength of a mere high-ranking spirit. I acknowledge her. Bahamut, her blue hair and crimson eyes striking, nodded haughtily. Then, how about becoming her contracted spirit? Roy asked. Bahamut considered this. I accept. Roy was her master, and she respected Zuko's strength. Zuko looked at Roy, surprised and delighted. Haha, Zuko, work hard. With her, you might even break through to ultimate class level. Roy encouraged her. He wasn't just saying that. Bahamut was a highest-ranking spirit, just a step away from Elemental Lord. Zuko was already high class. Together, they might reach ultimate level. I will. Zuko nodded seriously. This was a rare opportunity. She had to succeed. Go, Zuko Nizan. You can do it, Zuko. I'm so jealous. Zuko always works the hardest. The girls cheered her on. Ryaz, Akam, Kuram, and the others who were at peak high class were especially excited. If Zuko could break through, maybe they could too. Zuko began the pact ritual with Bahamut. Soon, it was complete. Bahamut merged with Zuko. Their powers combined. A powerful aura erupted from Zuko. The girls cheered. She done it. She was a ultimate class. Congratulations, Zuko. You did it. Roy beamed. I did. Zuko's smile was radiant as she looked at Roy. She didn't need grand words. She was ready to follow him, even to death. Aniai-chan, me too. Kurom tugged on his sleeve. Roy chuckled. You'll have to wait. Once we defeat the 5 Elemental Lords Alliance, there will be more spirits to choose from. Okay. Kurom nodded obediently. The other girls relaxed, knowing there were more opportunities to come. Alright, let's get ready to move out. Yes. They prepared, then set off north with their army of spirits. Several days later, they arrived at a massive mountain. Beyond it lay the 5 Elemental Lords' stronghold. But Roy stopped. He studied the mountain. It was like a giant sword thrust into the earth, radiating a sharp aura. There's a sword spirit in that mountain. Ren whispered to him. The girls looked at the mountain curiously. A sword spirit, huh? Interesting. Roy looked at the kilometer-high peak with a smirk. He summoned his ice rose sword and swung. Ice breathing, second form, ice dragon swirl. A blue ice dragon roared as it slammed into the mountain. The earth shook. The mountain crumbled. Rock and dust filled the air. Roy waved his hand, dispelling the debris with a gust of wind. A sword floated in the air. It had a golden hilt and a white blade. Roy's eyes lit up. It was the sword spirit, Terminus Estate. In the original, only Estate's avatar was summoned. Her true form remained in the elemental spirit world. As the strongest sword spirit, even the 5 elemental lords and the dark elemental lord were wary of her power. She was, without a doubt, a ultimate class spirit. Perfect? Roy was thrilled. Is that the sword spirit you were looking for? Zuko asked. Roy had given her Ascalon, saying he no longer needed it. This sword must be his target. Yep. Roy grinned. She looks tough. And she's coming this way. Mine tugged on Roy's sleeve, pointing. Estate had been sleeping. She was furious at being woken so rudely. She flew towards them, ready to attack. Roy summoned his ice rose sword and met her charge. Clang. 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 Their swords clashed in the air. Hey, sword spirit. Roy asked as he pressed his attack, easily overpowering her with his superior swordsmanship. Want to be my servant? Insolent fool. I will not spare you. A flat, emotionless, childlike voice echoed from the sword. Roy chuckled. If you become my servant, I'll give you delicious treats. He held out a vanilla ice cream cone. He remembered Estate's sweet tooth. Ice cream, tofu, steamed buns. She loved them all. Estate's attack faltered as she smelled the ice cream. If you give me that, I'll forgive your intrusion. She said. Sure. Roy smiled, offering the ice cream. With a flash of white light, Estate transformed into an adorable white-haired little girl in a white dress. She looked like a doll. She took the ice cream and licked it. Sweet. Estate's eyes closed in bliss. If you become my servant, Roy said, holding out a box of cake, I'll give you even more treats. Estate's eyes widened at the smell of the cake. Deal. She grabbed the cake and started eating. It was even sweeter than ice cream. She was hooked. Chapter 101, The Demonic Spirit. Leia, I know your kind. You think you can just walk in and take our planet. But you forgot one thing. I'm my father's son. Gotcha. Ha ha ha. Roy grinned triumphantly. Food was a powerful tool. Thanks to his stash of treats, subduing Estate had been a piece of cake. Come to think of it, he'd won over Akam and Kiram with food too. I need to stock up on more snacks, he thought. The girls, however, were dumbfounded. He'd subdued the sword spirit so easily. Hey. I could have done that. Mine rolled her eyes. Sure you could. You'd be sliced to ribbons before you even got close. Chelsea teased. Mine glared at her. Chelsea had a point, though. Without being able to withstand Estate's attacks, there'd be no chance to offer her any treats. Roy and Estate completed the devil reincarnation ritual. Estate became his queen, her power surging to peak ultimate class, almost Ma'au level. Congratulations, Roy. Another powerful servant. Ryaz said, a hint of envy in her voice. Don't worry, Ryaz. I have my eye on some candidates for your peerage. You'll be pleased. Roy assured her. Really? Ryaz's eyes lit up. Really? Trust me. Roy nodded seriously. Ryaz, thrilled, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Roy, who is she? Can I kill her? Estate, munching on cake, looked at Ryaz with a blank expression. Uh-oh. Looks like Estate is the jealous type. Roy thought. This could be a problem. Estate, be nice. He said, patting her head. Feels good. It was Estate's first head pat, and she seemed to enjoy it. Roy chuckled. She was so easy to please. They set off again. They were close to the 5 Elemental Lords Alliance now. Within half a day, they arrived at their stronghold. They approached openly, their presence immediately detected. The 5 Elemental Lords and their spirit army surrounded them. Roy waited calmly, arms crossed. Dark Elemental Lord, you dare show your face here? You think winning once makes you invincible? The warrior with the burning sword, the Fire Elemental Lord, Volcanicus, roared. The other world darkness has corrupted you. You will die a madwoman. The giant wielding a massive hammer, the Earth Elemental Lord, Lodgear, said grimly. Humphrey. I have mastered the true darkness. Submit now, while you still can. Renash'ol sneered. Mastered the true darkness? The Elemental Lords were shocked. Ren showed no signs of corruption. If she truly had mastered the true darkness, there was no need to fight. Their alliance had been formed to prevent Ren from opening a gate to the other world after being consumed by the darkness. The Elemental Lords fell silent. Dark Elemental Lord. The old man with the scales and staff, the Holy Lord, Alexander, said, if you are no longer corrupted, We have no reason to fight. Whether you fight or not is no longer your decision. You will either submit or be destroyed. Roy said coldly. Who are you? He is my master. My savior. Ren-Nash-Do answered for him. The elemental lords glanced at Roy, sensing no threat from him, dismissed him. Dark elemental lord, even with the true darkness, you cannot defeat us all. Let us return to peace. The woman holding a water jug, the water elemental lord, Izaria Seward, said softly. She was the most gentle of the lords. You still don't understand the difference in our power. Ren said, ready to attack. Roy stopped her. I'll handle this. Ren nodded obediently. A state. Roy called. Yes. A state, who had been enjoying her dessert, handed it to Alice and transformed into the holy sword that slays demon lords. She flew into Roy's hand. Roy grinned, walking towards the elemental lords. They recognized the sword. That sword's spirit. This is Troublesome. But he won't defeat us so easily. I'll fight him. The elemental lords conferred, and Volcanicus stepped forward. I will be your opponent, he declared, pointing his burning sword at Roy. I suggest you all attack at once. Roy said, smirking. Arrogant. Volcanicus roared, charging with his flaming sword. Roy shook his head and met his charge. Clang. Volcanicus's sword shattered. Roy's blade rested against his neck. Impossible. I lost. Volcanicus stared at his broken blade in disbelief. He'd been defeated instantly. It was to be expected, though. A state, a peak ultimate class spirit, could easily cut through any ordinary sword. Anyone else want to try? Roy asked, looking at the other elemental lords. They exchanged glances. Alexander, the old man with the scales and staff, stepped forward. If you want us to submit, you must defeat us all. Alexander was the most ambitious of the elemental lords. In the original story, he had manipulated Solomon, who inherited Ren-Nash-Do's power, into becoming a demon lord and conquering the human world. However, he wasn't corrupted by the otherworld darkness yet and was still relatively sane. Fine. Come at me, all of you. Roy said, holding a state's sword and smirking. The 4 remaining elemental lords attacked simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of elemental magic. Roy casually dispersed the magic with a single swing of his sword. The gap between Ultimate and Ma'o was too vast. They were no match for him. What? Impossible. All 4 lords defeated in an instant? He's a monster. The high-ranking spirits watching were in disbelief. We submit. The elemental lords knelt before Roy. As newly born beings, they were straightforward. Defeated, they surrendered without hesitation. Roy smirked. Good. Gather your high-ranking spirits. He led the girls towards the elemental lord's stronghold. The lords assembled their high-ranking spirits within the temple. Roy was waiting. All right, choose your spirits. He told the girls. Will they agree? Akeno asked. With the elemental lord's orders, they should. But it's best if you can defeat them first. Elemental spirits were easier to contract now, unlike in the original story where they refused to form contracts with men. The only male elemental spirit user had been empowered directly by Ren-Nash-Do. Even with women, the spirits were picky, only choosing those with pure hearts and bodies. The girls nodded and began choosing their spirits. Asdeath, however, approached Roy. Roy. She said with a smile, can I have her? She pointed at Izaria Seward, the water elemental lord. Of course, Asdeath. Only an elemental lord would catch your eye. Roy thought. Sure. He nodded. I will not submit to a weakling. Izaria Seward, clutching her water jug, said, looking down at Asdeath. Indeed. The strong do not bow to the weak. Let us see who is weaker, then. Asdeath smirked, drawing her rapier. I accept your challenge. Izaria said. Follow me. She led Asdeath away to find a suitable battleground. Ryaz, inspired by Asdeath, felt a surge of pride. She couldn't be left behind. She had to catch up. She decided to contract an elemental lord as well. She looked at the remaining lords, an old man, a giant. No women. She wouldn't contract a male spirit. Ryaz went to Roy, clinging to his arm. Roy, I want an elemental lord too. Help me. An elemental lord, huh? Well. Roy thought for a moment. There had to be other ultimate class spirits in the elemental spirit world, like a state. They were just harder to find. He turned to the remaining lords. Do you know any other powerful spirits like a state? They looked at each other. Alexander spoke. There is a powerful demonic spirit said to have been born in the east. A demonic spirit? Roy frowned. Demonic spirits were mindless and difficult to control, especially a ultimate class one. Roy, I'll try. Raya said, her voice firm. All right. We'll go and see. Roy gave the girls some instructions, then opened a teleportation circle. He and Ryaz vanished, leaving Ren to protect the others. Estate, clever as ever, transformed into a sword mark and attached herself to Roy's arm. They arrived on a mountaintop in the east. The scenery was drastically different. The vibrant beauty of the elemental spirit world was replaced by a dark, swirling mist that obscured everything. The only thing visible was the abundance of demonic spirits battling each other. Roy, this place is chaotic. Ryaz frowned. Don't worry about it. Let's go. He took her hand and they flew deeper into the mist. The mist grew thicker, until they could barely see a few feet ahead. As devils, however, they weren't hindered. Finally, beneath a massive tree, Roy sensed an ultimate-class demonic spirit. It was a centaur, with flowing golden hair, large dark eyes, a beautiful face, a voluptuous human torso, and the lower body of a horse. Whoa. Those are impressive. Roy muttered. Ryaz rolled her eyes. Roy, how do I subdue her? She asked. At your current level? Beating her is out of the question. Roy said, stroking his chin. Ryaz nodded. She was peak high-class devil. Challenging an ultimate-class demonic spirit would be suicide. But she had to defeat it to form a contract. This was a problem. Roy's eyes lit up. He had an idea. He remembered a certain ultimate-class Tegu he'd acquired in the Akamga world. The supreme Tegu, Shaikao Taser. If Ryaz used it, she could defeat the demonic spirit. Roy explained his plan. Ryaz was thrilled. She hadn't known Roy possessed such a powerful Tegu. Roy summoned Shaikao Taser. The 1,000-meter-tall armor appeared, radiating power. The demonic spirit noticed the giant and charged, a black spear forming in its hand. Ryaz, get in. Roy urged. Got it. Ryaz entered the control room. Roy had already explained how to operate it. It was easy. The demonic spirit hurled its spear at Shaikao Taser. Ryaz reacted instantly, firing the Tegu's laser beam. Boom. A red mushroom cloud erupted where the demonic spirit had been. Direct hit. Ryaz cheered. Don't get cocky, Ryaz. That won't be enough to defeat a demonic spirit. Roy warned. Chapter 102, A Peerage of High-Class Devils. Being weak is nothing to be ashamed of. Staying weak is. Ryaz's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. The smoke from the explosion hadn't even cleared when the demonic spirit charged out, its black spear aimed at Shaikao Taser's feet. Ryaz had no choice but to retreat. Despite its size, the supreme Tegu was surprisingly agile. One step back from the 1,000-meter-tall giant created a significant distance between it and the demonic spirit. Ryaz unleashed Shaikao Taser's full power. Laser beams erupted from its forehead, gem, mouth, shoulders, and hands. The demonic spirit was engulfed in a blinding barrage of light. Boom. 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 Explosions rocked the earth, flattening the landscape for kilometers. Ryaz, exhausted, finally ceased the attack. Roy waved his hand, and a gust of wind cleared the smoke. The demonic spirit lay on the ground, heavily wounded. Yes. Ryaz cheered. Go make the contract, quick. Roy urged. Right. Ryaz descended from Shaikao Taser and approached the demonic spirit. The spirit, weakened and injured, offered little resistance as Ryaz performed the ritual. The contract was formed quickly and easily. Congratulations, Riri. Roy beamed. Thank you, Roy. Ryaz, overjoyed, hugged him tightly. She turned to introduce the demonic spirit. This is Leia. Huh? She has a name? Roy was surprised. He thought demonic spirits were mindless. My Leia is different. She's ultimate class, so she has intelligence. I see. Roy nodded, understanding dawning. If you really want to thank me, Ryaz. Roy whispered in her ear, tonight, you'll have to work hard. Ryaz blushed and nodded. They teleported back to the 5 Elemental Lords' stronghold. Royani-chan. Look, look. This is my contracted spirit. Alice ran to him, pulling a small girl with pink hair. The girl looked shy and sweet. She was a high-ranking light elemental spirit, radiating a pure and holy aura. This meant Alice was high-class devil level now. Alice, you're amazing. Roy ruffled her hair. Hee. Alice beamed, pleased with his praise. Not just Alice, but all the girls had formed packs with high-ranking spirits. They were all high-class devil level now, even the 3 little girls from the Butterfly Mansion. Konko had finally achieved her goal of becoming stronger. Akeno had reached peak high class. Zenobia, Irina, and Kim were also high class. Ryaz was overjoyed. Her peerage was stronger than ever. Akam and Kiram, already at peak high class devil level, had broken through to ultimate class. Roy nodded, satisfied. He'd accomplished most of his goals. Now, it was time to help Ryaz find suitable servants. Why hadn't he let Ryaz contract a high-ranking elemental spirit? Because he had better options in mind. Elemental spirits had limited potential. Without a special opportunity, they rarely reached ultimate class. Roy had already chosen targets for Ryaz, the main heroines from the original Bladed Dance of Elementalers story. They had immense potential. With a high-ranking spirit, they become incredibly powerful. Roy had discovered that his system's world travel function allowed him to travel to different points in time within the same world. This would be useful. But there was no rush. The girls needed time to adjust to their new power. Roy arranged for them to train and spar. With the spirit war over, the elemental spirit world was at peace. A year passed. Go, Kani Nizan. Go, Shinobu Nizan. Nezuko and the others cheered from the sidelines. Shinobu and Kani faced each other, ready to spar. They drew their swords and charged, their movements enhanced by wind spirits. Flower breathing, fourth form, Crimson Hanagoromo. Insect breathing, butterfly dance, caprice. Clang. 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 Both had contracted wind spirits, making them incredibly fast. Their movements blurred, leaving after images across the training ground. Roy, who do you think will win? Ryaz asked, smiling. Kani is more experienced, but Shinobu's skill is undeniable. It'll probably be a draw. Roy replied. Ryaz nodded. As he predicted, the two stopped fighting soon after, neither able to gain an advantage. After a year of training, the girls had all grown stronger. Nezuko, Alice, and Mikamo had changed the most. Nezuko had permanently transformed into her mature demon form. She wasn't as adorable as her younger self, but she was still quite beautiful. Mikamo had finally grown up. Alice had blossomed into a lovely young woman. It's time to end this training camp, Roy announced, looking at the girls with satisfaction. A peerage entirely composed of high-class devils. If the underworld knew, they'd be stunned. Already? Time flew by. Akeno seemed reluctant to leave. The past year had been fulfilling. She'd spent every day with Roy, training and growing stronger. She'd been blissfully happy. The training camp is over, but our journey isn't. Now, we help Ryaz find some suitable servants, Roy said with a smile. Oh. That's right. Akeno beamed. Sako, tell everyone to get ready. We're leaving in 3 days. Yes. Sako went to inform the others. The girls were excited. 3 days later, Roy gathered everyone and activated the system's teleportation function. They vanished. With their departure, the world began to revert to its original course. Alexander, slowly corrupted by the otherworld darkness, grew more ambitious. He manipulated Solomon, aiming for world conquest. Arisia Idris, the saint, rose to prominence. Even without a state, she defeated Solomon and saved the world. Thousands of years later, outside Arisia Spirit Academy, Roy and his group appeared on a bustling street. Wow! So many people. Where are we? Irina Shido exclaimed, thrilled to be back in civilization after a year in the elemental spirit world. The girls looked around. The architecture had a medieval feel. The streets were crowded and lively. This is the world, thousands of years in the future, Roy announced, arms crossed and smirking. Thousands of years in the future? Amazing. Are Ryaz's servants here? We time traveled? Yep. Thousands of years since the Spirit War, Roy explained. He was impressed by how much the human world had advanced in just a few millennia. His original world had taken millions of years to reach this level of development. The girls looked at him with even greater awe. Let's take a look around, Roy suggested. Yay! The girls cheered. Roy led them towards Arisia Spirit Academy. The academy trained maidens from across the empire to become elementalists. Despite being called an academy, it was vast, with its own spirit forest and a city-like campus. Instructors rivaling the Imperial Knights resided there. It was practically a small nation. To maintain their purity, the girls lived in an environment isolated from men, receiving elite education. As a result, the students were sheltered and unaccustomed to interacting with the opposite sex. It was like a land of women. The head of the academy was Greyworth Seal Mace, known as the Dusk Witch and the strongest elementalist. She was considered the most talented elementalist in the world, holding the title of Chief of the Empire's 12 Knights. Her self-created absolute blade arts were incredibly powerful. Her contracted spirit was the demonic spirit, Void, a spirit said to be impossible to contract. Compared to her, the protagonist of the original story, who inherited Dranashdol's power, was weak. The sudden appearance of Roy and his group naturally caught Greyworth's attention. In the academy office, Freya Grandal reported the presence of powerful strangers in the city. Powerful strangers. Greyworth adjusted her glasses, a thoughtful expression on her face. She ordered someone to monitor them, then dismissed the matter. As the strongest elementalist, she was confident no one could cause trouble on her territory. Roy and the girls explored the city, then checked into an inn for the night. Under the cover of darkness, Roy and Ryaz teleported to Greyworth's office. "Who's there?" Greyworth looked up, startled by their sudden appearance. "Hello, Duskwitch Greyworth Seal Mace, I'm Roy Lucifuge." Roy greeted her with a wave and a smile. "You're the strangers from earlier," Greyworth said, adjusting her glasses. She wasn't fazed by their sudden appearance. "Don't worry about who we are. Just enroll us tomorrow," Roy said. "You know who I am, yet you dare cause trouble in my academy?" Greyworth asked, a cold smile on her lips. "Want to test my strength? Fine. I guess I'll have to show you who's in charge." Roy shrugged. He released his aura, the sheer pressure forcing Greyworth to her knees. Chow. How can he be so powerful? Greyworth stared at him in disbelief. As the strongest elementalist, she had never felt such overwhelming pressure, not even from an elemental lord. She looked up at Roy. He wasn't any of the elemental lords she knew. The pressure vanished. "Now you know. I'm bringing some people to the academy tomorrow. Be ready." Roy patted her head and teleported away with Ryaz. "Roy, why didn't you just use magic?" Ryaz asked. He could have controlled her mind or altered her memories. "Because she's one of my targets," Roy said, grinning. "You want me to make her my servant?" Ryaz asked. "Yep. She's the strongest elementalist, remember? She'd be a valuable addition to your peerage." "Alright, I'll get her tomorrow." Ryaz was eager to try. The next day, Roy led the girls towards Arishia Spirit Academy. Greyworth had gathered all the students at the entrance to welcome them. She was there as well. She'd spent the night researching, but she couldn't find any record of such a powerful man. And a man, at that? Elemental spirits only formed contracts with pure maidens. The man from last night, whose aura alone had brought her to her knees, was clearly beyond her power. She would greet him with respect. "What's going on? Why is the headmaster making such a fuss? I'm the eldest daughter of the Lorenfrost family. I can't believe she's making me welcome someone. This is ridiculous. I heard it's some important person." "Important? Even the Emperor wouldn't get this kind of welcome." The students grumbled among themselves. Greyworth ignored them and waited patiently. Soon, Roy and the girls arrived. "Wow. Are we that popular? So many people. Are they welcoming us? This is excessive." The girls looked at the assembled students curiously. "Roy-sama, welcome to Arishia Spirit Academy," Greyworth said, bowing respectfully. "Well done," Roy said, pleased. "It was my honor. Please, follow me." Greyworth gestured for them to enter. Chapter 103, Kurome's Mischief, Claire Rouge and the Feisty Firecat. "It is truly painful to not be able to trust the ones you are closest to." Roy nodded, satisfied with her response. "Alright, let's head inside," he said to the girls. They entered Arishia Spirit Academy. The students, seeing Headmaster Greyworth personally welcoming a group of strangers, including a male, couldn't help but gossip. The headmaster invited a man. "Is he going to join our school?" "A man? My mother told me men are no good. Did you see those girls with him? They seem really strong." Roy and the others followed Greyworth to her office. He sat down in the headmaster's chair without hesitation. The teachers in the office frowned, but seeing that Greyworth didn't object, they remained silent. "Roy-sama, what brings you to Arishia Spirit Academy?" Greyworth inquired respectfully. "Well, I'm here to scout for talented students and experience school life," Roy replied honestly. "So you're joining our academy?" Greyworth asked, adjusting her glasses. "That's right. Please enroll them first," Roy said, gesturing towards the girls. "Of course. I won't let you do this for free. Here." He handed her a small vial. "Phoenix Tears." Gamebe exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't expected Roy to give away such a valuable item so easily. Roy, of course, wasn't giving it away for free. Greyworth would be one of his own soon enough. Greyworth, hearing Kim's exclamation, realized it must be something precious. She had a cursed seal on her heart, a constant source of pain and a threat to her life and abilities. 24 years ago, she had won the Blade Dance. To prolong her life, which was being consumed by the cursed seal, she had made a wish to the elemental lords, eternal youth. As a result, she could reverse her aging periodically, like some kind of immortal witch. No matter how many years passed, her appearance wouldn't change. There were rumors that she had already surpassed the typical lifespan of a high-ranking elemental spirit contractor. However, the cursed seal on her heart would eventually sever her spirit veins, completely stripping her of her powers. She was well aware of this. This is called the Phoenix Tears. It can completely heal your body from the effects of the cursed seal, Roy explained. Greyworth was shocked. How did he know about her condition? And this liquid could heal her completely? It was unbelievable. But she didn't doubt Roy's words. "Thank you, Roy-sama. I'll arrange your accommodations now," she said, accepting the phoenix tears and leading them out of the office. Roy followed without hesitation. Greyworth led them to a sheltered villa. "Roy-sama, this is where you'll be staying. If you're not satisfied, we can arrange for a different location." "This is fine. No need to change," Roy replied, pleased with the villa. "Then I'll excuse myself." Greyworth adjusted her glasses. Yes, go ahead," Roy said with a dismissive wave. He knew she was eager to test the phoenix tears and see if it could truly heal her. Greyworth left. "All right, everyone, enjoy your school life in this new world," Roy announced with a grin. "I noticed that this academy is also an all-girls school," Saya commented, glancing at Roy. "Just like our school," Asia chirped happily. "We finally have a vacation, and now we have to go to school again in another world?" Zenobia groaned, face-palming. "That was a year ago, idiot," Irina retorted. They had spent a year training in the elemental spirit world. "Don't worry about it. Let's go explore the school," Roy said. "Ryaz, there are many talented girls here. Don't miss this opportunity," he added with a wink. The world of bladed ends of elementalers was filled with talented girls. Almost all the students at Arishia Spirit Academy were skilled elemental spirit contractors. After all, only those with exceptional talent were sent here. Completing Ryaz's spirit wouldn't be a problem. "Yes, I'll do my best," Ryaz declared confidently. Shizuka and the others stayed behind to unpack and settle in, while the rest of the girls went out to explore the town. Roy also wandered around the academy. Sai and Kirom accompanied him. Estate and Ren, in their sword forms, were attached to his arms. "Saya, aren't you going to join your mother and the others? She invited you, you know," Roy asked curiously. "This is more important," Saya replied, nodding. "Oh? Is there something important happening?" "Of course. I have to keep an eye on you. This school is full of girls, so I need to make sure you don't get into trouble. Everyone asked me to watch over you," Saya explained, her gaze fixed on him. Roy chuckled. "Why are you staring at me like that? Are you afraid they'll eat me?" "No, I'm worried you'll lose control and devour them all," Saya retorted seriously. Roy was speechless. "Saya," he said, his voice low and warning. What?" Saya took a step back, intimidated by his expression. "You'll be punished tonight. Come to my room," Roy said with a mischievous grin. "And no," Saya squeaked, clutching her chest dramatically. Of course, she was just playing along. She was secretly thrilled by his invitation. "Aniai-chan, I want to join you tonight too," Kirom chimed in, tugging at his sleeve and looking at him with pleading eyes. Roy had intended to give Saya a proper lesson. But he couldn't resist Kurom's cuteness. "All right, you can join us tonight, Kurom," he said with a smile, patting her head. Saya's face fell. "No, Aniai-chan, I want to do what you and Saya-ni-san do," Kurom clarified innocently. Roy choked on his own saliva. Roy was stunned. He hadn't expected such bold words from Kurom. Did she even understand what she was saying? Of course she did. As an assassin, she had witnessed all sorts of things. "Kurom, who taught you these things?" Roy asked seriously, holding her hand. "Akane-san taught me," she said. "If I like Aniai-chan, I should do more intimate things with him," Kurom replied innocently, completely unaware that she had exposed Aka. "That lewd girl. I'll have to give her a proper scolding next time," Roy grumbled. "Although what Akane-san said is true, you're still too young, Kurom. Don't think about these things yet, okay?" Roy said gently, patting her head. "Okay." Kurom nodded obediently. "Roy really dotes on Kurom, doesn't he?" Saya muttered jealously. Roy overheard her and whispered in her ear, "Come to the bath tonight." Saya blushed and nodded silently. Roy smirked. Just as he was teasing Saya, a girl suddenly rounded the corner and bumped into him. "Ah!" The girl crashed into Roy's arms. Roy was surprised by the sudden hug, then looked down at the girl in his arms. She had the delicate beauty of a porcelain doll, with fiery red hair styled in pigtails, and ruby eyes that sparkled with mischief. She wore the Arishia Spirit Academy uniform, a white dress with black accents and a ribbon replacing the buttons. Roy's eyes lit up. This was Claire Rouge. "Are you all right?" he asked, gently patting her head. Claire, dazed from the collision, snapped back to reality at the sound of his voice. She looked up and scrambled out of his arms, her face flushed. "A man!" she exclaimed, pointing at him in surprise. Roy's lips twitched. Was it really that shocking to see a man? Claire then recognized him as the man who had been welcomed by the headmaster that morning. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Roy asked with a smile. Why should I tell you? I'm leaving. Claire retorted, trying to maintain a tsundere facade as she turned to leave. But a flame appeared on the back of her hand. A small, fiery cat materialized. Scarlet? Why did you come out? Claire asked, confused, stopping in her tracks. Meow. Scarlet glanced at Claire, then at Roy. She leaped into Roy's arms. Meow. Meow. She purred, nuzzling him affectionately. Scarlet, come back here. Claire exclaimed, surprised that her contracted spirit had suddenly jumped into the arms of a stranger. Roy realized that this fire cat was a high-ranking elemental spirit under the command of the Fire Elemental Lord. Her original name was Ortlind. He remembered her because of her arrogant personality and her refusal to form a contract with mine. He hadn't expected to encounter her here. And now he realized that Ortlind was actually Claire's contracted spirit, Scarlet. He wondered what had happened to her over the thousands of years. Her power had diminished significantly, and she had even forgotten her own name. Perhaps she still recognized him, which was why she had jumped into his arms. Give me back Scarlet, Claire demanded, clenching her fists. I can do that, but first, tell me where you were going in such a hurry. Roy replied with a grin, petting Scarlet. Why should I tell you? Scarlet, come back. Claire shouted at her spirit. She clearly didn't want to tell Roy where she was going. Roy shrugged. Scarlet, however, glanced at Claire, then snuggled closer to Roy, showing no intention of returning to her contractor. Claire was furious. She couldn't believe her own spirit was disobeying her. But there was nothing she could do with Scarlet in Roy's arms. Fine. I'll tell you. Just give me back Scarlet. Claire stamped her foot in frustration. Okay, okay. Roy still didn't return Scarlet immediately. Claire sighed. I heard there's a powerful spirit in the spirit forest. I was going to try and contract it to become stronger. She explained, her eyes filled with determination. Oh, I see. Roy nodded. Wasn't this the same as in the original story? At the beginning of the story, Claire had also discovered Estate and tried to contract her to become stronger. But Estate was already his servant now. What spirit would appear this time? Roy was curious. If you're seeking power, why go so far? He asked. Go so far? Claire was confused. I mean, Scarlet is already a powerful spirit. Why do you need another one? Roy asked, stroking Scarlet. Meow. Scarlet chirped in agreement. I know Scarlet is strong, but... Claire stammered. No, you don't know her true strength. Roy said with a mysterious smile. Claire trusted Scarlet and believed she was strong. But she knew Scarlet was only a mid-ranking elemental spirit. That's why she was so eager to contract another spirit to increase her power. She didn't know that Scarlet was actually a high-ranking elemental spirit. Roy took out a vial of the Phoenix Tears and gave it to Scarlet. Hey! What did you give her? Claire exclaimed in alarm. Don't worry, I'll return her to you soon. Roy reassured her, his eyes fixed on Scarlet. Chapter 104, Scarlet's True Form, Meeting Rinslet. I know that understanding the atmosphere and not standing out is the key to happiness. Roy suspected that Scarlet had been injured in a battle with other spirits, causing her to lose most of her power and even forget her name. But after consuming a drop of the Phoenix Tears, her wounds healed within moments, and her true strength as a high-ranking spirit was restored. Scarlet, her power fully recovered, transformed into a petite girl with fiery red hair, crimson eyes, cat ears, and a tail. She looked at her hands in surprise, then bowed deeply to Roy. Thank you, Roy-sama. Roy's eyes widened slightly. Scarlet's clothes were quite revealing. Ahem, you're welcome. He coughed, waving his hand dismissively. Saya shot him a disapproving look. Scarlet? Claire stammered, her face flushed as she stared at the transformed Scarlet. How could her contracted spirit take on a human form? Claire was bewildered. Only high-ranking elemental spirits could do that. Is that really you, Scarlet? She asked, her curiosity overcoming her embarrassment. Yes. Scarlet replied with a sweet smile. Her voice was clear and melodious. But how is this possible? Claire was dumbfounded. I'm a high-ranking elemental spirit. Scarlet explained. Thousands of years ago, I was severely injured in a battle against a demonic spirit, causing me to lose most of my power and my memories. Roy's guess had been correct. Claire was stunned. Her Scarlet was a high-ranking elemental spirit. This was unbelievable. High-ranking spirits were incredibly rare. There were only a few in the entire world. And the highest-ranking spirits were even rarer. She couldn't believe she had one as her contracted spirit. The reason high-ranking spirits were so scarce was mainly due to Roy and his group having contracted most of them. And very few new high-ranking spirits had been born in the past few thousand years. Scarlet, this is wonderful! Claire exclaimed, tears of joy welling up in her eyes as she hugged Scarlet tightly. But a moment later, she released Scarlet, her face flushed red. Huff. Huff. That was close. I almost suffocated. Claire gasped, relieved. Scarlet's assets were a bit overwhelming. Scarlet, you won't leave me, right? Claire asked, her eyes filled with worry. Forming a contract with a high-ranking elemental spirit was incredibly difficult, and Scarlet had formed a contract with her when she had lost her memories. Claire wasn't sure if Scarlet would still acknowledge her as her master. Yes. Scarlet replied with a nod. Claire was overjoyed. She had been planning to go to the spirit forest to find another spirit, but now that Scarlet had regained her true power, there was no need. Anyway. Scarlet, please put on some clothes. Claire said, remembering that there was a man present. Scarlet blinked, then conjured a school uniform identical to Claire's. Ahem. Roy cleared his throat, interrupting Claire's thoughts. Hey, I'm Roy. What's your name? Claire was startled, then quickly replied, Claire Rouge. Claire, I healed Scarlet for you. How are you going to repay me? Roy asked with a mischievous grin. Don't call me so casually. Claire blushed, flustered by his forwardness. Well, since you helped Scarlet, I'll grant you one request. She offered. Is that so? Then give me your first kiss. Roy said with a chuckle. What? Claire's face turned as red as an apple. My first kiss? She squeaked, staring at him in disbelief. Sai and Kiram, who were standing beside Roy, pinched his sides, clearly displeased with his outrageous request. Roy sighed and gently removed their hands. If you're not willing, then forget it. He said to Claire, shrugging. How about this? You can guide me to the elemental spirit you heard about in the spirit forest. Claire breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, follow me. She agreed, leading the way. Roy, Saya, and Kiram followed closely behind. Meanwhile, at the academy, Greyworth was observing Roy from the window. She was growing more and more curious about him. He could identify a high-ranking elemental spirit, and he had casually given away a precious item like the Phoenix Tears. She had already used the Phoenix Tears, and her years of accumulated injuries were instantly healed. Yet, he had given such a valuable item to an elemental spirit. And that elemental spirit seemed to know him. Who was he? Greyworth's curiosity deepened. In the spirit forest, Claire led Roy, Saya, and Kiram, searching for the elemental spirit she had heard about. By midday, they still hadn't found anything. Growl. Claire's stomach rumbled. She blushed and covered her stomach with her hands. Let's take a break. Roy suggested with a smile. Claire, though embarrassed, agreed. She took out a can of food from her bag and was about to eat when a delicious aroma wafted towards them. Claire's mouth watered. It smelled so good that her canned food suddenly seemed unappetizing. She turned towards the source of the smell. Roy and the others were sitting at a table laden with delicious food. Where did all this come from? Claire asked, staring at the feast in disbelief. I just brought it with me. Would you like to join us? Roy offered with a smile. How can someone just bring so much food? Claire wondered. But she didn't dwell on it. Some elemental spirits could store items. Like the ice spirit, Fenrir, contracted to Rinslet. Fenrir's stomach was connected to a separate dimension, allowing her to carry any amount of luggage. Not only that, but Fenrir could also keep food fresh. Just to be clear, I won't give you my first kiss for this. Claire said, eyeing Roy suspiciously. She saw him as a lecherous wolf and was wary of his intentions. Roy sighed inwardly. It seemed his earlier request had given her the wrong impression. Just then, Scarlet emerged from the spirit seal on Claire's arm. She approached Roy, her eyes fixed on the food. Roy-sama, can I have some? She asked, drooling slightly. Roy chuckled. Of course. Come and eat. Scarlet, you usually eat canned food, don't you? It must be tough having a master who can't cook. Roy teased Claire. Claire bristled like an angry cat. Who said I can't cook? I'll show you my cooking skills when we get back. She retorted. Roy thought about Claire's cooking in the original story. No, thank you. What Claire made couldn't even be called food. It was more like charcoal. He shook his head. He wasn't interested in trying her disastrous cooking. Come and eat. We'll continue searching for the elemental spirit after we're done. Roy said. Claire, no longer holding back, joined them at the table and picked up a chicken leg. Her eyes widened as she took a bite. It was delicious. For Claire, who lived on canned food, this was the most amazing meal she had ever tasted. After their satisfying lunch, they continued their search for the elemental spirit. They arrived at a valley. Roy sensed something and led the girls deeper into the valley. The valley was barren, with steep cliffs on either side and a narrow path in between. Suddenly, two figures came flying towards them from around a corner, screaming, Roy reacted quickly, catching both girls in his arms. One of them was a beautiful girl with stunning blonde hair and an air of noble elegance. She was the picture of a perfect noble lady. She wore the Arishia Spirit Academy uniform, a white dress with black accents and a ribbon replacing the buttons. This was Rinslet Lauren Frost. The other girl was her clumsy maid, Carol, dressed in a maid outfit. Ironically, Rinslet was more like a maid than Carol, as she often had to take care of her inept servant. But Carol was excellent at one thing, translating Rinslet's words. Rinslet, being a tsundere, often spoke in a roundabout way. Only Carol could understand her true intentions. "Man, you're quite something," Rinslet declared, looking at Roy with a haughty expression. "My lady means to thank you for saving us," Carol clarified gratefully. "It's no problem at all. Are you two all right?" Roy asked with a smile. "Thank you for your concern. We're fine," Carol replied with a nod. "Rinslet, what are you doing here?" Claire asked in surprise. "Humphrey, why can't I be here?" Rinslet retorted. "My lady was worried about Claire-sama, so she followed her to the spirit forest," Carol explained, revealing Rinslet's true intentions. "Carol." Rinslet whined, embarrassed. Claire was touched. She hadn't expected Rinslet, who usually antagonized her, to be so concerned about her well-being. But being a tsundere herself, Claire couldn't express her gratitude. "By the way, I'm Roy. This is Sai and Kuram. What are your names?" Roy introduced himself. "I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I am Rinslet Lauren Frost," Rinslet said with a graceful curtsy. "And I am Carol, Lady Rinslet's maid," Carol added. "What happened back there?" Roy asked curiously. Rinslet's expression changed. "There's a demonic spirit in there. We have to leave. If it finds us, we're in trouble." "Yes, we were just attacked by it. It sent us flying with a single roar. We should leave quickly," Carol added, her voice filled with urgency. "I don't think we need to run," Claire said, staring at the steep cliffs surrounding them. "Eh? Why not?" Rinslet asked, confused. "Because it's already found us," Claire replied, pointing towards the cliff with a trembling finger. Rinslet followed her gaze and gasped. The demonic spirit had indeed found them. It was a massive rock giant. It roared upon seeing them. Roar. The entire valley shook, and rocks tumbled down the cliffs. The giant swung its massive hand towards them. Rinslet, Carol, and Claire were frozen in fear, unable to react. Roy swiftly scooped up Rinslet and Claire, leaping onto a nearby cliff. Kuram grabbed Carol, and they escaped with Saya. Boom. The giant's hand slammed into the ground where they had been standing, causing a tremor that shook the entire valley. They could now see the monstrous creature clearly. It was hundreds of meters tall, its massive body radiating a destructive aura. "And no way. How are we supposed to defeat that?" Claire exclaimed, her voice filled with terror. "We should run," Carol suggested. "Don't worry, you have Scarlet," Roy reassured Claire, gently patting her head. Claire calmed down, then blushed as she realized Roy was patting her head. She shook her head, escaping his touch. Chapter 105, Showing Off. Again, invited to Rinslet's room? A place where someone still thinks about you is a place you can call home. That's right. Now that Scarlet is stronger, I should be able to defeat it, Claire declared, her confidence renewed. "Crimson Protector, Guardian of the Ever-Burning Flames, I hereby invoke the blood contract, obey my command." Claire chanted the incantation to release her elemental waff. A fiery red whip materialized in her hand. Through her elemental waff, she could wield a fraction of Scarlet's power. However, it consumed her divine power, which was essentially magic. "Ah!" Claire shouted, leaping into the air. She lashed out with the flaming whip, striking the rock giant repeatedly. Stone fragments and dust filled the air. Blazing inferno. After a series of strikes, Claire unleashed an elemental magic spell with her left hand. A massive fireball hurtled towards the rock giant. Boom. The fireball exploded against the giant's face. "I did it!" Claire exclaimed, surprised by her success. "Damn it! How did Claire become so strong?" Rinslet grumbled. Claire's attacks were incredibly powerful. Rinslet knew she couldn't replicate them. But Claire wasn't usually this strong. What had caused this sudden increase in power? "Don't celebrate too early, Claire. It's not over yet," Roy warned. "What? How?" Claire couldn't believe it. Scarlet's restored strength had boosted her confidence, making her a bit overconfident. But just as she spoke, roar. The rock giant roared, the flames dissipating as it glared at Claire with its crimson eyes. Claire froze. Rinslet, however, reacted quickly. She summoned her own elemental waff, an ice bow, and aimed it at the giant. "Claire, snap out of it. Attack!" she shouted. Claire finally snapped back to reality. One more time, and I'll definitely defeat it, she told herself. The rock giant swung its massive hand at them. This time, they were prepared and dodged the attack. Roy, carrying Carol, leaped to a safe distance to observe the fight. Roy-sama, please help them. Lady Rinslet and Claire-sama can't defeat that demonic spirit alone. Carol pleaded, looking at Roy with worry. She knew that only this mysterious man could save her mistress. Don't worry, Carol. I'll intervene if necessary. But let them try first. Roy replied with a smirk. Carol, though still anxious, could only trust his words. Claire and Rinslet, having evaded the giant's attack, counterattacked. Claire lashed out with her flaming whip, targeting the giant's head. Rinslet fired a barrage of ice arrows, aiming for the giant's joints to restrict its movements. Despite their usual bickering, the two girls worked together seamlessly. But then, the rock giant roared and stomped its foot. The ground shook violently. Ah! Claire and Rinslet lost their balance and fell. The giant swung its massive hand, shattering the surrounding cliffs. Carol gasped as she saw Claire and Rinslet about to be crushed. Roy, however, remained calm. He extended his hand towards the girls. A giant hand formed from magic materialized and pulled them to safety just as the rock giant's hand slammed into the cliff where they had been standing. Boom! The cliff crumbled. Are you two alright? Roy asked with a smile. We're fine. Claire stammered, still shaken by the close call and the fact that her attacks hadn't harmed the giant at all. Thank you for saving me, Rinslet said, staring at Roy with a mix of gratitude and curiosity. This man had saved her 3 times now. She couldn't help but feel a strange connection to him. But what about that demonic spirit? Carol asked, looking at the approaching giant with worry. I'll handle it, Roy replied confidently. It was time for him to show off his power. Claire, Rinslet, and Carol watched expectantly. Roy smirked and raised his hand towards the sky. They followed his gaze. A massive chunk of ice materialized in the sky. It expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal hand that blotted out the sun. Roy clenched his hand. The ice hand descended, grabbing the rock giant like a child picking up a toy. Roy tightened his grip. The ice hand crushed the giant. Crunch! 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 The rock giant, hundreds of meters tall, was instantly pulverized. Claire, Rinslet, and Carol were speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Wow! Ani-chan is amazing. Kurom cheered, clapping her hands excitedly. Saya rolled her eyes. Roy could have easily defeated the giant with a simple attack, but he had to make a spectacle of it. But she had to admit, it was quite impressive. He's so strong. That was incredible. As expected of Roy-sama. The girls were awestruck. Haha, it was nothing. Don't look at me like that. Roy chuckled, enjoying their admiration. Well, it's getting late. Let's head back. He stretched and yawned. They returned to the academy. Back at the villa, Roy found Ryaz and the others had already returned. Ryaz, how did it go? Did you find any potential servants? He asked with a smile, sitting beside her on the sofa. There are many talented girls here. I have a few in mind, but I'm not sure how to approach them. Ryaz admitted. Who are they? Elis Fahrengart, the leader of the Sylphid Knights. I heard her adopted sister, Vilsaria Eva Fahrengart, is also quite strong. And Fianna Ray Ordija, the former second princess of the Ordija Empire. Of course, I'm also considering how to persuade Headmaster Greyworth. And the teachers here aren't bad either. Ryaz rattled off a list of names, her eyes sparkling with excitement. There were simply too many talented girls in this academy. The ones Ryaz mentioned were among the strongest and most talented. Most of them were main characters from the original story. However, since the protagonist in this timeline hadn't inherited the Dark Elemental Lord's power, he wasn't present at the academy. But Roy was surprised that Fianna was still here. In the original story, Fianna had came to this academy specifically to defeat the protagonist and win the Blade Dance. But now, she had already enrolled in Arashia Spirit Academy. It seemed Roy's actions had caused a butterfly effect. To recruit them, you'll need to be patient and appeal to their desires. Roy advised. From what I know, Vilsaria is eager for power. That could be an opportunity. Vilsaria was indeed talented. Roy remembered her mostly for her resemblance to Mikoto Misaka from a certain magical index. Just like in the original story, she had been easily defeated in the Blade Dance. However, unlike in the original story, she had lost to another red-haired girl this time. This meant she would likely still follow the same path as in the original story and implant a cursed seal on herself to gain power. This could be their chance. Just conquer them with your strength. It's only natural for the strong to rule the weak. Asdeath suggested with a smirk. Ryaz frowned. She didn't want to force anyone to become her servant. That's not a bad idea, Roy said, surprisingly agreeing with Esdeath. Eh? Why? Ryaz looked at him in confusion. Vilsaria is different from others. She used to be a kind and gentle person, though a bit serious. Roy explained. But after her defeat in the Blade Dance, she became obsessed with power, even willing to go astray. So, using force to subdue her might not be a bad approach. Really? Ryaz was intrigued. Yes, but I suggest waiting a bit longer, Roy added. Ryaz glared at him but nodded in agreement. Roy had his reasons for suggesting they wait. Without experiencing the consequences of the cursed seal, Vilsaria wouldn't understand that her reckless pursuit of power was wrong. The next day, Roy went to class with Nezuko and Mikamo, hoping to learn more about elemental wafts. He happened to encounter Claire and Rinslet in the classroom. The two girls, seeing him enter, rushed over and sat beside him. Ahem, Roy-san, I've prepared a delicious lunch. Would you like to join me? Rinslet asked with an expectant look. What? But I brought my own lunch today, Claire retorted, her confidence faltering. If her lunch wasn't always burnt to a crisp, she might have been more assertive. But when it came to cooking, she had to admit that Rinslet was better. How about we all have lunch at my place? Roy suggested. Shizuka and Suko were preparing lunch at the villa. If he didn't go back, they would be upset. Clara and Rinslet exchanged glances. Sure. That would be lovely. Thank you for the invitation. Rinslet wouldn't refuse a personal invitation from Roy. And Claire was simply tempted by the delicious food she had enjoyed yesterday. The other students in the classroom gossiped, seeing Claire and Rinslet acting so friendly with the new male student. Did you see that? The younger sister of the Calamity Queen is getting close to that man. Is she trying to seduce him for protection? No, look, the Lauren Frost Terrace is also getting close to him. Are they competing for his attention? I wouldn't gossip about them. After all, he was personally invited by the headmaster. The teacher lectured, while the students whispered amongst themselves. Clara and Rinslet didn't hear their whispers. Roy, however, overheard them but ignored their gossip. At lunchtime, Roy returned to the villa with Claire and Rinslet. Welcome back, Roy-kun. Shizuka and Yuriko greeted them with smiles, dressed in maid outfits. Roy-san's maids are so adorable. Rinslet commented, pleased. She was a maid fanatic and believed that as long as a maid was cute, everything else was irrelevant. Come in, everyone, Roy said with a smile. He led them to the dining room. Roy, did you pick up these kuhais today? Leon asked, eyeing the two girls curiously. Roy rolled his eyes. Pick them up? You don't believe in my charm? He retorted playfully. Come on in, you two. Don't be shy. Clara and Rinslet were a bit nervous. There were so many girls here, each with their own unique beauty and talents. Although they considered themselves exceptional, they felt a bit overshadowed in this company. But after sharing a meal together, they quickly warmed up to each other. That afternoon, Roy visited Rinslet's room at her invitation. Please have a seat, Roy-sama. My lady is preparing some refreshments, Carol said, guiding him to a seat. It's strange. Why is Carol, the maid, here, while Rinslet is the one preparing refreshments? Roy commented, though he knew the reason. Well, Carol giggled awkwardly. A maid's only purpose is to be cute, right? Rinslet chimed in, entering the room with a plate of beautifully decorated pastries. Rinslet, you spoil your maid too much, Roy said, shaking his head. He took a pastry and sampled it. How is it? Rinslet asked, leaning closer, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's not bad, Roy replied with a nod. Really? Rinslet was relieved. Having tasted the food at Roy's place earlier, she had felt a bit insecure about her own cooking, despite her usual confidence. Roy-san, I have a question for you, Rinslet said curiously. Sure, ask away, Roy replied, enjoying the pastries. Chapter 106, Rinslet's Sweetness, Greyworth's Shock. It's not good to look down on others. Roy knew what Rinslet wanted to ask. Claire's contracted spirit suddenly became much stronger. She began, and I know her well. She wasn't this powerful before. So, I wanted to ask if you had something to do with it. Rinslet knew Claire well, and this sudden increase in strength had left her feeling a bit envious and insecure. Claire's contracted spirit, Scarlet, is actually a high-ranking elemental spirit. She was injured and lost some of her power, which is why she was so weak before. Roy explained. I simply healed her injuries. Scarlet is a high-ranking elemental spirit. Rinslet gasped, shocked. She knew how rare high-ranking spirits were. She couldn't believe that Claire, of all people, had one. Rinslet couldn't help but feel envious. Then, a thought struck her. Perhaps her own spirit also possessed hidden strength. With that in mind, she summoned her ice spirit, Fenrir. Woof woof. Fenrir appeared, sitting obediently like a dog and wagging its tail. Rinslet sighed. It seemed her expectations were too high. Rinslet, your Fenrir seems a bit unusual, Roy commented, observing the spirit. He could tell what she was thinking. He knew that Fenrir was no ordinary spirit. It was an ancient and powerful elemental spirit. However, it seemed to be suppressed by a demonic spirit, which was draining its power. If they could eliminate that demonic spirit, Fenrir's strength should recover. What do you mean? Rinslet asked, her eyes widening with hope. It seems your Fenrir is being parasitized by a demonic spirit, Roy explained. Really? Rinslet looked at Fenrir with concern. Fenrir tilted its head, looking at Roy curiously. This type of demonic spirit is like a parasite. Once it attaches itself to a host, it's undetectable, and it slowly drains the host's power until they die. Roy elaborated. This was just a guess, but he was certain that this demonic spirit was up to no good. Rinslet's worry grew. What can we do? She asked anxiously. I can try to find this parasite, Roy offered. Please, I beg you. Rinslet clasped her hands together. No problem, Roy replied with a smile. He approached Fenrir and placed his hand on its head. Fenrir didn't resist. Roy channeled his magic into Fenrir, carefully examining its body. However, he couldn't find any trace of another being within Fenrir. It seemed this demonic spirit was good at hiding. Even Roy couldn't detect it. But then, Roy remembered that Fenrir had a pocket dimension within its body. This dimension allowed it to store items. Rinslet often used it to carry her luggage. If the demonic spirit wasn't in Fenrir's body, perhaps it was hiding in this pocket dimension. Roy extended his magic into Fenrir's pocket dimension. After searching for a while, he found something unusual. It was a mass of black mist. This must be the demonic spirit. Roy used his magic to grab the mist and pull it out. The demonic spirit struggled, but it was no match for Roy's power. Soon, it was dragged out, emerging from Fenrir's mouth as a cloud of black mist. Fenrir growled at the mist, its fur bristling. It clearly sensed the danger. Is that the thing that was parasitizing Fenrir? How disgusting. Rinslet grimaced. Yes, that's a shadow tail. They're very difficult to detect once they attach to a host, Roy explained. What should we do with it? We'll just eliminate it. Without it draining Fenrir's power, it should regain its strength, Roy said, then effortlessly destroyed the demonic spirit with his magic. Rinslet sighed in relief. Thank you so much, Roy. Don't mention it. We're classmates, after all, Roy replied with a smile. Rinslet blushed, looking at him with gratitude. He had saved her 3 times when they first met and now had even saved her beloved Fenrir. She didn't know how to repay him. She gazed at the handsome Roy, her heart pounding. She closed her eyes and leaned in. Roy, who had been enjoying the pastries, smirked. He turned his head, waiting for her to approach. Eh? Rinslet's eyes fluttered open, surprised that her lips hadn't met his. Before she could react, Roy had captured her lips in a passionate kiss. Rinslet was stunned, her mind blank as she was swept away by the unexpected kiss. Carol, her face flushed crimson, covered her eyes with her hands, though she couldn't resist peeking through her fingers. Fenrir tilted its head, watching them curiously. It felt like they were showing off their affection in front of a lonely single dog. After a while, Roy finally released Rinslet. Her face was flushed, and she looked at Roy with wide eyes. Thank you for the treat. You're quite sweet, Roy teased with a grin. Rinslet covered her face with her hands, embarrassed. I should head back now, Roy said, seeing her flustered reaction. I'll see you out, Rinslet declared, jumping to her feet, her embarrassment momentarily forgotten. Sure. Roy couldn't refuse. They strolled along the academy path, like a couple on a date, neither of them speaking. Roy-san, who are you? Rinslet finally asked, breaking the silence. She was curious about his identity. Well, you could say I'm a Mao, Roy replied with a smile. Eh? A Mao? Rinslet looked at him in surprise. Yes, a Mao, Roy confirmed. Amazing. Rinslet's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although she didn't know what a Mao was, it sounded powerful. Since the Dark Elemental Lord hadn't shared her power with any humans, there was no one in this world called a Mao. Even though Solomon had appeared. When the Elemental Lords had submitted to Roy, he had told them he was a Mao. Although Roy had disappeared, the Elemental Lords wouldn't allow anyone else to claim that title. Greyworth, who had been eavesdropping nearby, was stunned by Roy's words. Mao? She had heard that term from a high-ranking elemental spirit before. Thousands of years ago, a war had erupted between the 5 Elemental Lords and the Dark Elemental Lord. The entire elemental spirit world was involved. Then, a man who called himself a Mao had appeared. He defeated the Dark Elemental Lord and then the 5 Elemental Lords, forcing them all to submit. He had ruled the elemental spirit world, bringing peace and ending the war. Many peace-loving spirits praised his actions. But after peace was restored, the Mao had disappeared. No one had seen him since. The Dark Elemental Lord and the Water Elemental Lord had also vanished, along with most of the high-ranking elemental spirits. That was why high-ranking spirits were so rare now. And this mysterious and powerful man before her claimed to be a Mao? Could he be the same Mao who had unified the elemental spirit world thousands of years ago? Greyworth was shocked by the possibility. Meanwhile, Roy had just parted ways with Rinslet when he encountered Claire. "Roy-san." Claire called out from a nearby staircase, waving at him. A gust of wind blew, causing her fiery red hair and skirt to flutter. "Claire." "What?" Claire looked at him with a puzzled frown. "I can see everything." Roy teased with a grin. "What?" Claire blushed, quickly pressing her skirt down. "Just kidding." "Ha ha ha." Roy laughed at her flustered reaction. Claire sighed in relief. I also made some pastries. Would you like to try them?" she offered shyly. "Pastries?" "Sure." Roy agreed. Claire's eyes lit up. She led him to her room. Roy sat on the sofa. Soon, Claire returned with a plate of beautifully decorated pastries. Roy was surprised. These didn't look like something Claire could make. He remembered her disastrous cooking from the original story. But he had forgotten that Claire's terrible cooking was due to her inability to control Scarlet's flames. Now that Scarlet had regained her full power, helping Claire with baking was a simple task. Seeing that Roy hesitated to take a pastry, Claire puffed out her chest. "This is the first time I've baked for a boy," she declared. Claire worked very hard. Scarlet chimed in. She shuddered, remembering the taste tests earlier. Although she could control the heat perfectly, Claire's baking skills were still questionable. "I'm just surprised you could make such beautiful pastries, Claire. They smell delicious," Roy said, taking a pastry and trying it. "They're not bad," he commented with a nod. Although not as good as Shizuka's or Siko's baking, for Claire, it was quite an accomplishment. "Really?" Claire beamed, her eyes sparkling. "Of course. Here, try one." Roy picked up a pastry and fed it to Claire. Claire blushed, surprised by his sudden action. Being fed by Roy made her heart flutter. Just then, the black and white spirit seals on Roy's arms glowed. Estate and Ren emerged. "Roy, feed me too." Aren clung to his arm, acting cute. "Roy, Estate wants some too." Estate chimed in, tugging at his sleeve. They were jealous of his intimate gesture with Claire. All right. Roy couldn't refuse their requests. He fed both of them. Claire stared at the two girls who had suddenly appeared, then realized they must be high-ranking elemental spirits like Scarlet. "Roy, who are they?" she asked curiously. "They're my servants," Roy replied. "This is Estate. And this is Ren Ashdole." "Servants? You mean they're your contracted spirits?" Claire was confused by his terminology. "Yes, you could say that." Roy nodded. Estate and Ren finished their pastries and returned to their spirit seals. Roy prepared to leave. But as he opened the door, he found Rinslet eavesdropping. Rinslet, caught red-handed, froze in embarrassment. Roy chuckled inwardly but didn't expose her. "Rinslet, what are you doing here?" Claire demanded, glaring at her. Rinslet, annoyed by Claire's rude tone, retorted, "Humphrey. It's none of your business where I am, you stray cat." Since Claire was being impolite, Rinslet wouldn't hold back either. "What? You called me a stray cat? You're the one who's a stray dog, always stealing things," Claire retorted, her face flushed. "Who are you calling a dog?" "You, of course. Your family crest is a dog." "That's not true. The Lorenfrost family crest is a proud white wolf, not a dog," Rinslet argued. "A white wolf? More like a chihuahua." Claire's taunts enraged Rinslet. "Claire Elstein. You've crossed the line," she growled. A wave of icy air swept through the room, and the temperature plummeted. "Oh, ferocious Ice Fang, merciless hunter of the forest. I hereby invoke the blood contract once more. Obey my command." Rinslet chanted the summoning incantation in the spirit language. A blizzard erupted. A beautiful wolf with silver fur emerged from the swirling snow, its presence radiating an icy aura. It was Fenrir, the ice spirit. Claire, however, looked at Fenrir with disdain, her pigtails swishing. "Humphrey. Your little dog is still as pathetic as ever. The only decent thing about it is its fur. You called my Fenrir a dog again. How dare you insult the Lorenfrost family? I won't forgive you, you flat-chested girl," Rinslet shouted, pointing at Claire accusingly. Chapter 107, A 3v3 Duel. Claire's True Fire. When you eliminate every other possibility, then whatever remains, however improbable, Must be the truth. Fenrir, enveloped in a chilling aura, lunged at Claire with a growl. Who are you calling flat-chested? Scarlet, come out and show her what you're made of. Claire shouted, cracking her whip. Scarlet, the fiery cat spirit, materialized and pounced on Fenrir. Roy watched their antics with amusement, his arms crossed. It was more of a playful scuffle than a real fight. Neither of them seemed intent on seriously harming the other. Although Scarlet was powerful, Claire couldn't utilize her full strength. And Rinslet's Fenrir, having been freed from the Vorpal Bunny, had regained some of its power. They were roughly equal in strength now. Suddenly. What are you doing? A group of girls approached them. Leading the group was Ellis Fahrengart, the captain of the Sylphid Knights, clad in silver armor and sporting a blue ponytail. She was responsible for maintaining order within the academy. Two other girls in similar attire followed behind her. Seeing Ellis, Clara and Rinslet stopped their playful fight, their expressions turning sour. It seemed they weren't fond of the Sylphid Knights. Didn't I say that private duels are forbidden within the academy? And you're a man, Ellis exclaimed, noticing Roy's presence. She drew her sword and pointed it at him. Why are you in the girls' dormitory area? She demanded. Before Roy could answer. I brought him here. What about it? Clara and Rinslet declared in unison. They glared at each other, then turned away with a huff. So it's your doing? Ellis sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. She found those two troublesome. Knight Captain, that's a rather rude way to greet someone. Rinslet retorted, annoyed by Ellis's attitude. You two are always causing trouble. Am I wrong? Problem students of the Raven class. Ellis shot back. Just then, the other Sylphid Knights arrived. Claire Rouge. And Rinslet Lauren Frost. One of the knights, a girl with short black hair, said with a frown. Another knight, a girl with brown braided hair, sneered. Lowly ravens, what have you done this time? What did you say? You want to repeat that? Clara and Rinslet glared at the two knights. But the knights ignored them, their attention focused on Roy. You must be the male elemental spirit contractor the headmaster personally welcomed. Well, he's quite handsome. The girl with braided hair appraised Roy with a suggestive look. What do you want? Clara and Rinslet demanded, sensing her ill intentions. Humphrey. Country bumpkins will be country bumpkins. Unable to find teammates, they resort to seducing transfer students. Hello class. The girl scoffed. How dare you call me a country bumpkin? Rinslet fumed. Roy also frowned. This girl was quite rude. The Lauren Frost family is all bark and no bite. Just a bunch of hillbillies. The girl continued her taunts. W. Ha ha ha. Rinslet's anger turned into a chilling smile. Although she still maintained her noble demeanor, an air of menace surrounded her. The black-haired knight turned to Claire. Claire Rouge, you're not even a true noble. Just the sister of a traitor. Honestly, why does the academy even allow someone like you to enroll? Shut up, or I'll turn you into charcoal. Claire snapped, her voice trembling with barely suppressed rage. She glanced at Roy, worried about his reaction to learning that she was the younger sister of the infamous Calamity Queen. Seeing his neutral expression, she relaxed slightly. The two knights, realizing they had truly angered Clara and Rinslet, fell silent. That's enough, you two. Ellis scolded them, then turned to Claire and Rinslet. Private duels are forbidden in the academy. Don't do anything foolish like this again. And take this man away from the girls' dormitory. Understood? With that, she turned to leave with the other two knights. Hold it right there, Ellis Fahrengart. Are you running away? Claire's voice rang out. What did you say? Ellis stopped and turned around. Claire's voice was calm, but her anger was evident. Her hand rested on the hilt of her sword. You heard me. So the Sylphid Knights are all cowards, huh? Claire sneered. Claire Rouge, I won't tolerate anyone who insults the Sylphid Knights. Ellis declared, drawing her sword and pointing it at Claire and Rinslet. The other two knights also drew their swords. I'll return those words to you. Insult me all you want, but I won't allow anyone to insult my sister. Ellis Fahrengart, I challenge you to a duel. Claire cracked her whip, her voice filled with determination. I'll duel them too. How dare they insult the Lauren Frost family? I'll teach them a lesson. Rinslet added fearlessly. Accusing us of running away? That's an insult to the Sylphid Knights. I accept your challenge. Honestly, I've had enough of you ravens and your unruly behavior. As a knight, Ellis valued honor and couldn't back down from a challenge. We'll meet at the front gate tonight at midnight. You decide the format. She declared. A one-on-one duel is troublesome. How about a 3 versus 3? Claire suggested, glancing at Roy. Fine. Ellis sheathed her sword and nodded in agreement. She then turned and left with the other knights. Humphrey. I'll make them regret this. Especially that girl with the short hair. I'll teach her some manners. Claire fumed, glaring at their retreating figures. This is a good chance to put those arrogant knights in their place. I've had enough of them too. Rinslet agreed. Don't drag me down, Rinslet. Oh please, you should be the one worried about holding me back. The two girls started bickering again. Roy sighed. He already had Sai and Mine constantly arguing at home. Adding Claire and Rinslet to the mix would make things even more chaotic. Roy, you have to help me. Claire pleaded, abandoning her argument with Rinslet and approaching Roy with puppy dog eyes. How am I supposed to help you? Roy asked, amused. Join my team, Scarlet. Claire exclaimed. Humphrey. Stray cat, Roy should join my team. Rinslet retorted, clinging to Roy's arm. Get away from me, you chihuahua. I asked him first. You're the stray cat. They started arguing again. Roy sighed. Claire, why do you want me on your team? He asked, interrupting their bickering. The two girls stopped arguing and looked at him. Because I want to win the blade dance in 2 months. Claire declared. Then, remembering the night's earlier insult, she hesitated. And I want to see someone. She continued, taking out a small necklace with a silver locket. A red gem was embedded in the locket. I'm actually the second daughter of the Elstein family. She revealed. The Elstein ducal family had served the royal family of the Ordija Empire for generations. They were a powerful and influential family, known for producing many talented individuals. Several of the 5 elemental princesses, the highest-ranking elemental spirit contractors who served the elemental lords, were from this family. Or rather, they were from this family. 4 years ago, everything had changed. Rubia Elstein. That name had brought unprecedented disaster to the Ordija Empire. She was known as the Calamity Queen. Like Claire, she had fiery red hair. That's right. Rubia Elstein, the Calamity Queen, is my older sister. Claire confirmed, looking at Roy with a serious expression. Aunt? Roy asked, waiting for her to continue. Aren't you disgusted by me? Claire asked, searching his eyes. She was surprised to find no change in his expression. He was still smiling calmly. Well, I'm not disgusted by you. Roy replied with a nod. Claire's eyes lit up with relief. But Roy knew the truth was far more complicated than Claire realized. Rubia had become the Flame Princess at the young age of 15. She had been an idol to Claire, Fianna, and many other young elemental spirit contractors. But one day, 4 years ago, everything changed. The Fire Elemental Lord had demanded the true flame of the Elstein family, which resided within Claire. This had triggered the distrust Rubia had always harbored towards the Elemental Lords. She infiltrated the sanctuary where the Elemental Lords resided and discovered a hidden secret. The Fire Elemental Lord had been corrupted by the true darkness and had lost his mind. Rubia decided to betray the Elemental Lords. She stole the strongest flame spirit, the god-slaying flames. As a result, her homeland, the Elstein territory, and much of the Ordija Empire were incinerated by the enraged Fire Elemental Lord. Roy suspected that the Fire Elemental Lord wasn't after Claire's life. He was after the true fire that resided within her. Yes, the true element that the Elemental Lords craved. The true darkness had been claimed by Renashdol, the Dark Elemental Lord. And the true fire had been stolen by the spirit contractors, its whereabouts unknown. The spirit contractors were the ancestors of humans. Roy didn't know how they had used the true fire. But somehow, the true fire had been passed down through generations and had awakened within Claire. The Elstein family's flames originated from this true fire. And the flames that Claire wielded in the original story, capable of burning other flames, were likely a part of the true fire. Rubia's flames, which defied the laws of the world and could freeze other flames, were also likely a part of the true fire. But they weren't as powerful as Claire's. Rinslet finally understood why Claire was called Claire Rouge instead of Claire Elstein. It was because of her sister, Rubia Elstein, who had betrayed the Fire Elemental Lord. The Empire had stripped the Elstein family of their titles and territory. Her parents had been put on trial and imprisoned. And Claire had been allowed to study at Erishia Spirit Academy only after losing her family name. Rinslet felt a pang of sympathy for Claire. Hey, what's with that look? Claire glared at her, annoyed by her pitying gaze. Rinslet didn't argue with her. Well, I'll accept your request, Roy said, agreeing to join Claire's team. Yay! Claire was overjoyed. She had witnessed Roy's strength firsthand. With him on her team, she could definitely win the blade dance. But what? Claire's excitement turned into apprehension. But you'll have to work hard. I won't interfere unless it's absolutely necessary, Roy explained. Claire was relieved. No problem. What, Roy, why won't you join my team? Rinslet wailed dramatically, pretending to cry. She was upset that he had chosen Claire over her. Rinslet, do you want to join our team too? Roy asked awkwardly. Sure. Rinslet readily agreed. Hey, I'm the leader of Team Scarlet. But since it's Roy's invitation, I'll let you join, Claire declared, trying to maintain her pride. Humphrey. I'm not joining your team for you, stray cat. It's only because Roy invited me. Rinslet retorted with a sneer. You chihuahua. Do you want to fight? I'm not afraid of you. Roy sighed as they started bickering again. He gently patted their heads. Alright, that's enough. We should focus on the upcoming duel with the Sylphid Knights. Claire and Rinslet blushed and stopped arguing. Claire then invited Roy to rest in her room. Since they had a duel with the Sylphid Knights at midnight, Roy accepted her offer. Rinslet also joined them, claiming that she couldn't let them be alone together. Then, the two girls fell asleep. They trust me way too much. Roy thought with a sigh, sipping his tea as he watched over them. Chapter 108, Knights Captain Ellis, a state, wield me. Immense power always comes at a price. Midnight. The students of the academy were sound asleep, and the spirits of the forest were stirring. Roy, Claire, and Rinslet set off for their duel. They stopped before a large circle of stones that emitted a pale bluish-white light. This is the gate to the elemental spirit world, Claire explained. It's the reason the academy was built here. Rinslet stepped forward and chanted an incantation in the spirit language. The stones glowed brighter. Let's go in, Rinslet said with a smile. Okay. Roy nodded. They stepped into the circle of stones. A flash of white light, and they were transported to the elemental spirit world. The elemental spirit world was a realm inhabited by spirits, completely different from the human world. There were no human disturbances here. And even if they were injured, the injuries wouldn't be severe. That's why the students often held their duels here. However, it wasn't entirely safe. They would still feel pain when injured, and although their physical bodies wouldn't be harmed, their spirits would suffer the same damage. If they were lucky, they would just faint. But in severe cases, it could cause memory loss or even permanent spiritual damage. Flames, illuminate the darkness, Claire chanted, conjuring a small fireball that lit up their surroundings. Let's go. The real stage is further inside, she said, leading the way. Roy and Rinslet followed. They arrived at a large, dilapidated theater, a relic from the ancient times when the elemental spirit world and the human world were still one, known as the Age of Myths. Roy, you'll face Ellis and Gart. Rinslet and I will each take on one of the others, Claire instructed. Once we defeat our opponents, we'll join forces against Ellis. Claire was a skilled tactician, a valuable strategist for their team. No problem. Roy agreed with a smile. It seemed Claire had taken his words to heart and wasn't relying on his strength. Humphrey. I can defeat my opponent in an instant. I just hope a certain stray cat doesn't lose. Rinslet scoffed. Claire glared at her but didn't retort. Perhaps she was focused on the upcoming duel. It seems you've all arrived. A commanding voice echoed from the top of the theater. They looked up and saw a girl clad in shining silver armor, her blue hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a valiant knight, a sight that made Roy nod in approval. This was Ellis Gart, the captain of the Sylphid Knights. Behind her stood two other knights in similar armor. One had short black hair and was named Rakka. The other had braided hair and was called Driscia. These were the two who had insulted Claire and Rinslet earlier. Ellis Gart, when did you arrive? Claire asked. Don't tell me you were waiting there, trying to make a grand entrance. Rinslet sneered. What? And no. I just arrived. Ellis denied, flustered. Her reaction, however, confirmed Rinslet's suspicions. Claire and Rinslet glared at her. Let's begin. We'll settle this before dawn, Ellis declared, drawing her sword and fixing them with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, flames lit up, illuminating the ruined theater. A large eagle with outstretched wings appeared in the night sky. Let me introduce you to my contracted spirit, the wind spirit, Simorg, Ellis said proudly. Simorg circled in the air, then let out a deafening roar and swooped down towards them. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area, tearing up the stone pavement and sending debris flying. Roy, be careful. Claire and Rinslet, despite their increased strength, were wary of the attack. Roy, however, simply raised a hand lazily, his other hand still in his pocket. Boom. Simorg crashed into his palm. And then, the wind spirit vanished. What? Ellis gasped in disbelief. Her Simorg had disappeared after colliding with his hand. What had happened? Claire and Rinslet were equally stunned. He had blocked such a powerful attack with a single hand. It was incredible. You two go deal with those two. I'll handle Ellis, Roy said casually. Okay, let's go. Claire summoned her elemental waff, the flame whip, and lashed out at Driscia. Riscia's elemental waff was a translucent ice sword. It seemed she was an ice elemental contractor, like Rinslet. But Rishia's spirit was no match for Rinslet's Fenrir, and she didn't seem to have full control over it yet. Claire would defeat her easily. Meanwhile, Rakka, the black-haired knight, attacked Rinslet. "Take this. Crushing hammer," she shouted, swinging a massive hammer towards Rinslet. Rinslet gracefully leaped back, dodging the attack. She summoned her elemental waff, the ice bow, and aimed it at Rakka. "Trying to ambush me? You're just making yourself an easy target. Oh, fangs of ice, pierce my enemy." Ice shot. Rinslet loosed an arrow, which flew towards Rakka. Rakka, however, hid behind her massive hammer, using it as a shield. But the impact was still powerful. Rakka stumbled and fell, dropping her hammer. Rinslet fired another arrow, striking the defenseless Rakka and incapacitating her. "Damn it! You hurt Rakka!" Ellis roared, enraged. "Oh, winds of disaster, transform into a spear that pierces the heart of my enemy. Manifest in my hand." She chanted the incantation in the spirit language. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area, and a magnificent spear materialized in her hand. Ellis twirled the spear and glared at Roy. "Ooh, impressive," Roy commented with a playful clap. "Humphrey, you recognize the beauty of my ray hawk, then?" Ellis asked, proudly displaying her spear. "Indeed. Not just the spear, but the wielder is also quite beautiful," Roy teased. What? Me?" Ellis blushed, flustered by his compliment. "Stop it. How dare you tease me? You're just a smooth talker," she exclaimed, her face red as she lunged at Roy with her spear. Clang! Roy caught the spearhead between two fingers. Ellis stared at him in disbelief. She tried to pull her spear back, but it wouldn't budge. "Let go of my spear, or I'll turn you into tiramisu," she threatened. "Oh? You can make desserts? You'll make a good wife someday." Roy chuckled, releasing her spear. I'm still practicing. For my ideal husband. And don't try to trick me with those good wife comments," Ellis retorted, her face still flushed as she attacked again. However, just as she was about to reach him, she tripped and fell. Roy swiftly caught her in a princess carry. "Lancers really are unlucky," he thought, shaking his head. He had seen clearly that Ellis had tripped over a loose stone. Ellis, expecting a painful fall, had closed her eyes tightly. But she didn't feel any pain. Instead, she felt a comforting warmth, like being held in her mother's arms. She slowly opened her eyes. Roy's handsome face was inches away from hers. "Chow," she stammered, her face turning crimson as she realized she was in the arms of her enemy. "Hey, how long are you two going to hug?" Clara and Rinslet, having finished their battles, called out with annoyed expressions. Ellis, remembering her situation, blushed even harder. She struggled to get down, and Roy gently released her. Ellis took a few steps back and saw that Rakka and Rishia were unconscious. "Even alone, I won't lose to you," she declared with renewed determination. "Humphrey, you still want to fight in this situation?" Claire scoffed. They had 3 members, while Ellis was alone. How could she possibly win? "I won't give up," Ellis declared, raising her spear. "I don't think we need to fight anymore," Roy said with a smile. "What? Are you looking down on me?" Ellis glared at him. "No, that's not what I meant. Look over there." Roy pointed towards the distance. Thump. Thump. A 100-meter-tall Cyclopean giant was lumbering towards them. With each step, the ground trembled. The giant wielded a massive club, or rather, a tree trunk. It had dripped from the ground. Its terrifying aura was palpable from afar. It was a high-ranking earth elemental spirit. But judging by its violent aura and crimson eyes, it wasn't an ordinary one. It's an earth elemental spirit, and a powerful one at that. "I didn't expect to encounter one here," Ellis commented, surprised. "Unfortunately, none of us can form a contract with it." Claire sighed. If it had been before, she would have rushed to try and contract the spirit, despite the danger. But she already had Scarlet, a highest-ranking spirit. Rinslet was in the same situation. Although elemental spirit contractors could form contracts with multiple spirits, their divine power was limited. They couldn't use many elemental wafts at once. "Wait, Roy is very strong. Maybe he can contract it," Rinslet suddenly suggested, looking at Roy. Claire and Ellis also turned to him, considering the possibility. Just then, the white spirit seal on Roy's arm glowed. A state emerged. She clung to Roy's arm and glared at the 3 girls. "Roy only needs me. A mere high-ranking earth elemental spirit isn't worthy of becoming his contracted spirit," she declared flatly. A state's words were blunt and arrogant, at least in the eyes of the 3 girls. Roy chuckled and patted a state's head. A state wasn't exaggerating. He certainly wasn't interested in a mere high-ranking Earth elemental spirit. Especially since he already had a state and ran. I think you should be more concerned about your own safety. That Earth elemental seems to be heading towards us. Roy warned them. What? Earth spirits are usually gentle and peaceful. Claire mumbled. But she soon realized her mistake. Suddenly. Roar. The Cyclopean giant let out a deafening roar, causing the girls to flinch. What's going on? Rinslet asked, confused. It's a berserker. That Earth elemental has been influenced by a berserker. A state explained. The girls finally understood. Let's get out of here. I'll hold it off. You carry those two and escape. Ellis declared bravely, wielding her ray hawk. Don't be foolish. You're no match for it. Claire scoffed. Despite facing such a powerful spirit, Clara and Rinslet weren't panicking. They had Roy. They remembered how easily he had defeated the rock giant earlier. It seems I have to step in. Roy sighed dramatically. He stepped forward, facing the Cyclopean giant alone. Claire, Rinslet, and Ellis watched him expectantly. They were eager to witness his swordsmanship again. Ahem. By swordsmanship, they didn't mean literally dancing with a sword. The blade dance was simply a term for battles between elemental spirit contractors. And Ellis's adopted sister, Vilsaria, even used a mecha. How was that a blade dance? There wasn't even a blade involved. No offense to you, Rakka, with your hammer. Roy thought. A state. Roy called out, holding out his hand. Yes, master. A state replied, placing her hands in his. Chapter 109, Clumsy and Cute Estate, Clara and Rinslet's rivalry. A hierarchy not based purely on strength is boring, if you ask me. With that, a state transformed into the demon-slaying sword. Roy grasped the sword, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at the Cyclopean giant. He casually swung the sword. An arc of sword pressure sliced through the air, seemingly tearing through space itself. It flew towards the giant, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. The sword pressure passed through the giant's body and continued onward. The giant froze, then slowly collapsed. Rumble. The ground shook as the giant's lifeless body hit the ground. Such incredible swordsmanship. Ellis gasped, staring at Roy in awe. Compared to her admired elder sister, this man seemed even more powerful. So elegant. As expected of the man I have my eyes on. Rinslet gushed. What? Claire exclaimed, thinking she had misheard. She looked at Rinslet in disbelief. Ahem, did I say something? Rinslet feigned ignorance. Claire wondered if she had imagined it. Well, it's getting late. We should head back. Staying up late is bad for a girl's skin, you know. Roy said with a chuckle. Really? Claire, believing him, touched her face with a worried frown. Of course. Let's go back. Roy urged. Rinslet had Fenrir carry the unconscious Rakka, while Ellis helped the fainted Drishya. They didn't mention the duel again. They left the elemental spirit world. You can head back now. Roy said, waving goodbye as he saw the three girls to their dormitory. Thank you, Roy. Claire suddenly hugged him. She felt guilty for causing him so much trouble with her antics. Rinslet glared at her, grinding her teeth in frustration. Roy patted Claire's head gently. Go on. Get some rest. Okay. Claire nodded obediently. That's like cat. Rinslet muttered under her breath once Roy was gone. What did you say, Chihuahua? You're the worst. You invited Roy to your room yesterday afternoon. Who knows what you did? Claire retorted, her face flushed. Rinslet blushed, remembering their kiss, but she quickly regained her composure. Humphrey. You did the same, flat-chested girl. You called me flat-chested again. Do you want to fight? Bring it on. Are you two planning to start another fight in the academy? Ellis interjected, asserting her authority as the knight captain. Clara and Rinslet glared at each other, then returned to their rooms. The next morning, Roy was relaxing in the courtyard, enjoying the black tea Kano had prepared and petting Estate. Ryaz approached him, her expression troubled. Ryaz, why the long face? Roy asked, setting down his teacup. It's about my peerage. Ryaz sighed. Didn't I tell you to wait? Vilsaria Eva Faurengard would be perfect as your rook. Roy suggested. Vilsaria's elemental waff was a powerful mecha, perfect for both offense and defense. She would be an excellent rook for Ryaz. But what about Ryaz's original rook, Ross Ice? Well, Roy could always take her for himself. After all, he had a soft spot for mature, single teachers. But Vilsaria isn't at the academy. I can't even approach her. Ryaz lamented. Roy thought for a moment. It was true. Vilsaria wouldn't return to the academy until the blade dance was about to begin. Don't worry, Ryaz. The blade dance is coming soon. Vilsaria will be back. By the way, How are things going with your other targets? Not much progress. Raya sighed. Greyworth, the Dusk Witch, is always out of reach. Freya Grandal, the academy instructor, is busy with her classes. And Alice, the Sylphid Knight Captain, although I see her around, I haven't had much interaction with her. Ryaz was getting anxious. There were so many talented girls here, but she couldn't seem to recruit any of them. Haha, Ryaz, you're the most popular girl at Qua Academy. Don't give up so easily. Show them your charm. I believe in you. Roy encouraged her with a smile and a thumbs up. Ryaz's eyes lit up. She brushed her crimson hair back, her confidence returning. You're right. I can't give up now. With her confidence restored, Ryaz was radiant. She hugged Roy and whispered in his ear, "Thank you, Roy." "You're welcome, Ryaz. Just do this for me tonight." Roy replied with a suggestive grin. Ryaz blushed. Estate, who was sandwiched between them, almost suffocated. Hearing their conversation, she puffed out her cheeks. "Roy, I want to do that too," she declared with a blank expression. Roy and Ryaz were embarrassed. They had forgotten about Estate. "Roy-kun. Clara and Rinslet are here to see you," Shizuka announced, entering the room. "Oh? They're here? I'll go see them." Roy, with a pouting Estate in tow, went to the living room. "Yo, Claire, Rinslet. What brings you here? You're a busy man, aren't you? Today's the day our team participates in the school ranking tournament. Let's go," Claire declared, grabbing Roy's hand and pulling him along. Roy had no choice but to follow. The school ranking tournament was held to determine the participants for the Blade Dance. This year's Blade Dance was a team battle with 5 members per team. Only the team that ranked first in the academy would qualify. Clara and Rinslet dragged him to the registration area. They were then transported to the elemental spirit world, where they faced a team of 5. "Hey, Claire, I'm not going to participate unless it's absolutely necessary. So, I'll leave the fighting to you," Roy declared. He would only intervene if they were in danger. This was a test for the 2 girls. With Roy there, they had nothing to worry about. "No problem. Just watch my performance," Claire said confidently, then glanced at Rinslet. "I just hope a certain idiot doesn't drag us down." Rinslet glared at her. "Who are you calling an idiot? Whoever responds is the idiot. Damn it. Don't expect me to save you if you need help." "I won't," Rinslet threatened. "You too. Don't be the first one to get eliminated," Claire retorted. Rinslet fumed. She was no match for Claire in a verbal spar. Roy sighed as they started bickering before even encountering the enemy. "Cut it out, you two," he scolded, lightly knocking their heads together. "Save your arguments for later. Focus on the enemy for now." "Fine," they grumbled, obeying him. Several minutes had passed since the match began. Due to Claire and Rinslet's bickering, they were still at their starting point. The enemy team was nowhere to be seen, but they were undoubtedly setting up an ambush. Clara and Rinslet ran through the lavender-tinted forest, searching for the enemy. Roy railed behind them. "Stray cat, watch out for the bushes on the left. There might be enemies hiding there," Rinslet warned. "How would you know, Chihuahua?" Claire retorted, though she cautiously checked the bushes. "Humphrey. It's my intuition. If you don't believe me, that's your problem," Rinslet huffed. Just then, several bolts of lightning shot out from the bushes, targeting Claire. Claire, already alert, leaped onto a tree branch, dodging the barrage of lightning. She summoned her elemental waff, the flame whip, and lashed out. The whip sliced through the air, cutting down the trees with ease. The attacker, a girl with bangs covering her eyes, was revealed. She was surrounded by pale blue orbs of lightning. Her spirit wasn't very strong, just an unstable low-ranking spirit. But it was more than enough to fuel her elemental magic. But why was she attacking alone? Roy noticed that her teammates were still far away, not coming to her aid. Were they planning something? He watched with interest. Humphrey. A sniper who reveals their position is no different from a turtle on land. Rinslet sneered, summoning her ice bow. She loosed an arrow. Thwack! The girl, unable to dodge in time, was struck in the chest. Since this was a designated training ground within the elemental spirit world, spirits could be used for physical attacks without materializing. They could be transformed into pure power for their contractors to wield. This meant that physical injuries were minimal. However, the impact and pain were still real, and their spirits would suffer the same damage. The girl collapsed, unconscious. Humphrey. As expected, I'm the best, Rinslet declared triumphantly, glancing at Claire with a smug grin. She had single-handedly taken down an opponent. Damn it. Claire was annoyed that Rinslet had stolen her kill. She was the one who had forced the enemy to reveal their position. Good job, you two. That was excellent teamwork. Roy praised them. Clara and Rinslet glared at each other, then looked away. Alright, let's move on. Did you notice that there was only one attacker? Roy hinted. The two girls paused. They had been so focused on their rivalry that they hadn't realized the other girl was alone. And they didn't know what the rest of the enemy team was doing. They became serious. They continued their advance, this time with more caution. However, as they passed by a large tree shrouded in shadows, a black magic sphere shot out, striking Claire. Caught off guard, Claire was bound by the dark magic. What is this? She exclaimed, struggling to break free. Rinslet spotted the attacker, a petite girl cloaked in black robes. She immediately attacked, firing several ice arrows. But a black magic shield blocked her attacks. Corrosion. The girl chanted in a cold, clear voice. A black mist enveloped the area around them. This mist is corroding our power. Claire realized the danger. Rinslet leaped out of the mist's range, her brow furrowed. She couldn't see the enemy in this darkness. Just as she was thinking of a solution, Claire shouted, Scarlet. Meow. Scarlet materialized as a fiery cat and circled Claire, her flames incinerating the dark magic that bound her. Scarlet then transformed into the flame whip. Damn you. You'll pay for that. Claire yelled, cracking the whip. The flames dispersed the black mist, revealing the attacker. Claire didn't hesitate. She lashed out with the whip, striking the girl repeatedly. The girl's magic defenses shattered under Claire's relentless assault, and she fell unconscious. Humphrey. Claire glared at Rinslet triumphantly. Rinslet had done nothing during the attack. Claire had defeated the enemy on her own. Rinslet crossed her arms and looked away, refusing to acknowledge Claire's victory. They continued their search for the remaining enemies. Chapter 110, Lux's Final Spark, Fianna request to join the party. Lelouch, do you know why snow is white? Because it's forgotten what color it's supposed to be. After easily defeating two of their opponents, the enemy team stopped sending members to intercept them. Claire, Rinslet, and Roy finally found the remaining three members in a clearing. A girl in armor with a large shield stood at the forefront, flanked by a girl with a massive mirror. Behind them, another girl chanted an incantation, preparing a powerful spell. Claire, you distract those two. I'll interrupt the spellcaster. Rinslet instructed, her voice serious. Claire, understanding the urgency, nodded and charged forward. Flames of the Flame King. She shouted, launching a massive fireball towards the three girls. The girl with the mirror-shaped elemental waft conjured a large mirror, deflecting the fireball. What? Claire exclaimed, surprised as the fireball hurtled back towards her. She quickly dodged. Rinslet seized the opportunity and fired an ice arrow at the mirror. She didn't believe a physical projectile could be reflected like a magic attack. However, just as the arrow was about to strike the mirror, the girl with the shield stepped forward, blocking the arrow with her large shield. Rinslet frowned. The mirror could deflect magic attacks, and the shield could block physical attacks. Their combination was impenetrable. This was troublesome. We have to attack with everything we've got. If we don't interrupt that girl's spellcasting, we'll lose. Claire said to Rinslet, her expression grim. You're right. Let's go all out. Rinslet agreed. They exchanged glances, then unleashed a barrage of attacks. Fireball. Ice shot. Flame King's breath. Ice lance. Their relentless assault forced the two defensive girls to focus on blocking, creating an opening. Clara and Rinslet seized the opportunity. Hellfire binding. Ice hammer of wrath. With their combined efforts, they finally defeated the two girls. Huff. Huff. Clara and Rinslet leaned against each other, catching their breath. Although they had won, it wasn't easy. They had consumed most of their divine power. But before they could rest, the girl who had been chanting finished her incantation. She had long golden hair, delicate features, and wore a white battle dress. She was elegant and beautiful. Her contracted spirit was a light elemental. Her elemental waff, a staff, glowed with a blinding light. Snap. The girl snapped her fingers and made a peace sign. She winked playfully. Let me show you my ultimate move, she declared. Ultimate flash. With a sweet yet commanding voice, she raised her staff. A blinding beam of light erupted from the staff, shooting towards them. Clara and Rinslet couldn't even open their eyes, let alone defend against the attack. Were they going to lose? Squinting against the blinding light, they saw a figure standing before them. It's Roy. Relief washed over them. They knew Roy was incredibly powerful. When the light faded, Roy stood there unharmed, his hand raised as if he had casually swatted away the attack. Impossible. The girl collapsed to the ground, her face pale with shock. She had unleashed her full power, yet it hadn't even scratched Roy. Humphrey. You lose, Claire declared, standing before the girl with her hands on her hips. The girl lowered her head in defeat. We lost, she admitted. By the way, What's your name? Roy asked, intrigued by the girl. Her attack had felt familiar. The girl looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. I'm Luxuina. You're very strong. I hope you win the blade dance, she said, offering her sincere congratulations. League of Legends Lux. With that, Lux and her team were teleported away. Roy smirked, hearing her name. It suited her well. Roy, are you interested in her? Claire asked, pouting. Rinslet also eyed him suspiciously. Ahem, of course not. I just admired her strength. Roy replied with a cough. Claire, however, didn't seem convinced. Just then, a shadow emerged from the ground, taking the form of a mature woman with glossy black hair, glasses, and an air of intelligence. Freya-sensei? Clara and Rinslet exclaimed in unison. It was Freya Grandal, their instructor, who was overseeing the match. I declare Team Scarlet the victors. You'll be teleported back soon, Freya announced with a smile. Her gaze lingered on Roy for a moment. He's truly powerful, she thought. He had blocked that attack with a single hand. Even she wouldn't take on Lux's ultimate flash directly. As the headmaster had said, he was a mysterious and powerful individual. Freya then teleported away. Roy, Claire, and Rinslet were also teleported back to the academy. The students who had been watching the match were in an uproar. That man is so strong. He blocked Lux-senpai's ultimate attack. So many teams have lost to that move, but he neutralized it so easily. Unfortunately, both heiresses have been captured by that man. It seems he's even interested in Lux-senpai. That's outrageous. He deserves to be punished. The gossip escalated quickly. In her office, Greyworth pondered the recent events. What is his purpose? Is he truly just here to find talented girls, as he claimed? She wondered. She couldn't understand this Mao intentions. After her earlier suspicions and some investigation, she had confirmed that Roy was indeed a Mao. Although initially shocked, she had gradually come to accept this truth. Roy, Claire, Rinslet, and Carol were enjoying a leisurely lunch in the Academy's cafe. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the outdoor terrace. A basket in the center of their table overflowed with various types of bread, jam, pineapple, ham. All students had access to this cafe. They could enjoy freshly baked bread, coffee, and tea, all free of charge. To celebrate our victory. Cheers. Claire raised her cup of tea with a cheerful grin. Roy and Rinslet also raised their cups of coffee. Clink. They clinked their cups together, and Claire took a large gulp of her tea. Our ranking has gone up. At this rate, we'll be number 1 in the academy soon, she declared, setting down her cup with a satisfied sigh. Humphrey. If it weren't for Roy, we would have lost. Rinslet scoffed, twirling her hair. That's true, Claire admitted. If Roy hadn't blocked Lux's attack at the last moment, they would have definitely lost. So, you still need to find 2 more teammates, Roy commented with a smile, stirring his coffee. Clara and Rinslet's faces fell. They were both problem students with few friends. Where were they supposed to find 2 more teammates? Suddenly, Claire's eyes lit up. How about Sai and Aizen and the others? They haven't joined any teams yet, have they? That's right, Rinslet agreed. They had gotten to know Sai and the others over the past few days. They won't join, Roy said, shaking his head. Eh? Why not? I know they're strong, Claire pressed, wanting to know the reason. They're not interested in the blade dance, so they haven't joined any teams, Roy explained. Sai and the others were all high-class devils or above. They weren't interested in such childish competitions. And the reward for winning the blade dance, a wish granted by the elemental lords, was meaningless to them. Even after thousands of years, the elemental lords were still only ultimate class. They couldn't grant their wishes. Clara and Rinslet slumped in disappointment. I know someone who might be interested. Carol suddenly chimed in, taking out a notebook from her pocket. This was her maid handbook, filled with information on the students and teachers. It was questionable whether this was truly a maid's handbook. Someone in our class? Claire asked, thinking Carol was referring to one of Roy's companions. No, it's a high-ranking noble lady, Carol clarified. Really? But there are many nobles in this academy, Rinslet commented. Who is it? Claire asked eagerly. It's Fianna Raordija, the second princess of the Empire, Carol revealed. Her? Clara and Rinslet exchanged surprised glances. Fianna, the second princess, held a high position in the academy and was known for her friendly and approachable demeanor. She had many admirers. It was surprising that she hadn't joined any team yet. It's true. Princess Fianna hasn't formed or joined any team, Carol confirmed. Why not? Is she not interested in a blade dance? Claire wondered. I don't have any concrete information, but I believe she is interested, Carol replied thoughtfully. Where can we find talented elementalists willing to join us? Is there really no one left? Claire sighed dramatically. Of course it's not easy to find someone now. All the skilled elementalists must have already joined other teams. Rinslet said, stating the obvious. After all, the blade dance was less than 2 months away. Any capable elementalists would have already joined a team to improve their ranking. Did I hear someone mention my name? A girl's voice suddenly interrupted them. A girl with beautiful purple hair that left a lasting impression approached them. Her black eyes sparkled, and she carried herself with an air of elegance. Princess Fianna? Clara and the others were stunned. Even Roy was surprised that the person they were just discussing had appeared before them. Hello, I'm Fianna Ray Ortega. She greeted them with a graceful smile and a wave. Hello, Princess Fianna. Rinslet replied, standing up and curtsying. As the daughter of one of the 4 major noble families, she couldn't be disrespectful to the second princess. Claire, however, didn't bother with formalities. She was no longer a noble. Are you Roy-san? Fianna asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Roy. Yes, I am. Roy confirmed with a smile, curious about her intentions. I overheard you mentioning that you were looking for members to join your team. Is that true? Fianna asked, her smile widening. That vixen. Claire glared at Fianna, feeling a surge of jealousy. Especially after comparing Fianna's ample bosom to her own, her jealousy intensified. It's true that we're looking for members, and I heard that Princess Fianna hasn't joined any team yet. Roy said with a smile. Yes, I haven't joined any team. Fianna confirmed. Why not? Rinslet asked curiously. Because I've been waiting for my Prince Charming to appear. Fianna replied, gazing at Roy with a love-struck expression. Her sincere gaze and charming smile could easily sway anyone. But Roy wasn't easily fooled. He suspected that Fianna, like in the original story, had experienced the betrayal of Rubia Elstein. This incident had left a deep scar on her heart, causing her to lose her ability to form contracts with spirits. In the original story, Fianna had come to Erishia Spirit Academy hoping to use the protagonist to win the blade dance and have her wish to regain her powers granted by the elemental lords. Now, she was refusing to join any other team. She was clearly here to cling to him. Chapter 111, A New Mission and the Night Demon King? Hard work betrays none, but dreams betray many. Roy was right. Fianna had initially intended to join Velsaria's team, as Velsaria was the runner-up in the previous blade dance. However, Velsaria hadn't returned to the academy. And after witnessing Roy's strength, Fianna had decided to join their team instead. No way. Absolutely not. Claire immediately objected, seeing Fianna flirting with Roy. I agree with Claire. Rinslet, surprisingly, was on the same side as Claire. Fianna, seeing their hostility, remained calm and turned her attention to Roy. Roy-san, may I join your team? She asked, seemingly aware that he was the one who made the decisions. I understand your intentions. You can join for now. Roy replied, but to stay on the team, you'll need their approval. He gestured towards Claire and Rinslet. Fianna's abilities were quite useful. Although she couldn't use her contracted spirit right now, she had learned the ritual dance during her time as a Princess Shrine Maiden candidate. She could act as support for the team. And once she regained her contracted spirit, she could be their tank. Fianna's contracted spirit was a high-ranking light elemental, a night spirit passed down through the Ordesia royal family. It possessed incredible defense and high resistance to dark attacks, making it an ideal front-line protector. Clara and Rinslet were a mage and an ADC, respectively. They were vulnerable in close combat. Having a tank to absorb damage would allow them to unleash their full power. Claire pouted, hearing Roy's decision. Although she was the leader of the team, Roy's words carried more weight. She couldn't object. Fine. She grumbled reluctantly. For Roy's sake, I'll allow you to join. Rinslet was also unhappy but couldn't defy Roy's decision. Fianna, initially worried that her intentions had been exposed, was relieved to hear that she could join the team. Thank you. I'll do my best. She exclaimed with a bright smile. As a token of my sincerity, I have a mission to share with you. A mission? Yes. Before coming here, I went to the headmaster's office and accepted an S-rank mission. Fianna declared proudly. She had used her status as a princess to secure this mission. And Greyworth had only agreed after Fianna mentioned joining Roy's team. Greyworth had even said that if Fianna hadn't joined Roy's team, she would have assigned the mission to someone else. What? An S-rank mission? Clara and Rinslet were shocked. Like team battles, missions were also a way to climb the school rankings. There were various types of missions: performing spirit dances, suppressing rampaging spirits, investigating sealed spirits, and defeating rogue elementalists. Completing missions granted points that contributed to their team's ranking, similar to winning matches. And S-rank missions were the most difficult. If Team Scarlet completed this mission, their ranking would skyrocket. They might even reach the top spot. Clara and Rinslet were excited. They didn't even consider whether they could complete the mission. With Roy on their team, they believed they could overcome any challenge. Tell us, what's the mission? Claire urged impatiently. Do you know about a mining city, Jedanelun? Fianna asked with a sly smile. Jedanelun? I've heard of it. It's an abandoned mining city, right? Rinslet recalled. Jedanelun was once a prosperous mining town, rich in spirit crystals. But during the Second Rubel War, the mines were depleted. The mines had been abandoned since then. Now, Jedanelun was a ghost town filled with ruins. Recently, there have been frequent earthquakes in the mines. Our mission is to investigate the cause. Fianna explained. Earthquakes caused by earth spirits weren't uncommon. If a spirit was angered or rampaging, they would perform the ritual dance to appease it or send the Sylphid Knights to subdue it. The mission seemed straightforward enough, but... Don't joke with me. How can investigating an earthquake be an S-rank mission? Claire was skeptical. There were too many suspicious aspects to this mission. A simple investigation shouldn't be dangerous enough to warrant an S-rank difficulty. Well, it's not that simple. Fianna admitted. There's a strategic class elemental, sealed by the former Ordija Knights, that slumbers within those mines. A strategic class elemental? Clara and Rinslet gasped. Strategic class elementals were incredibly powerful. They couldn't be controlled by a single person. It required hundreds of elementalists performing a ritual dance to barely utilize their power. They were devastating weapons. However, all the countries on the continent had signed a treaty to seal these 7 strategic class elementals. It's just a spirit. Why are you so scared? Roy scoffed. That's right. A sealed strategic class elemental isn't that scary. Fianna agreed. So, the earthquakes are caused by this elemental? Roy asked. That's one possibility. That's why the Academy issued this mission. Fianna explained. If the seal is indeed weakening, we'll have to perform a ritual dance to reseal it. Having been trained as a shrine maiden, Fianna was capable of performing such rituals. Alright, then Team Scarlet accepts this mission. Claire declared, slamming her hand on the table. Completing this mission would guarantee them a spot in the blade dance. Roy and Rinslet nodded in agreement. Their conversation drew the attention of the surrounding students. Seeing Fianna, the Princess of the Empire, willingly join Team Scarlet, they erupted in chatter. Hey, look! That male elementalist is hitting on Princess Fianna. The Great Demon King is at it again. I'm a bit envious, to be honest. Are you crazy? But... look at his sharp eyes. I can't resist them. Don't you think? It would be fun to be played by him? Just a little bit. Why yeah. If he forced himself on me, my heart wouldn't be able to take it. No way. He's the Night Demon King. A Mao who wants to conquer every girl in the world. Roy overheard their whispers. The Night Demon King? Not a bad title. He mused. It seemed the number of girls sending him love letters had increased lately. His locker was often filled with letters and handmade snacks. But he was used to this kind of attention. After all, he was the most popular boy at Kwa Academy. The mission to Jedanelun was scheduled for 3 days later, so they didn't have to participate in any ranking matches for now. One morning, Roy was enjoying his tea and playing games with Konko when Ryaz approached him with a cheerful expression. Roy, I have good news. Oh? What is it? Roy asked, his attention still on his game with Konko. Vilsaria is back. Oh, you saw her? How is she? Well, she's quite a handful, just as you said. Ryaz replied with a sigh. She had received news of Vilsaria's return and went to meet her, hoping to recruit her future rook. However, upon arriving at the Sylphid Knights' headquarters, she had witnessed Vilsaria brutally defeat all the other knights, including her own sister, Ellis. Ryaz had initially wanted to intervene, but remembering Roy's words, she held back. Vilsaria had then mocked Ellis and chosen 4 knights who could still stand after her attacks to form her team. Throughout the whole ordeal, Vilsaria had displayed an arrogant and ruthless demeanor. She was obsessed with power, and Ryaz could sense a dark aura surrounding her. Haha, don't worry, Ryaz. She'll come around during the ranking matches. Roy reassured her. I suppose that's all we can do. Ryaz sighed. But then, she smiled. Thanks to her charm, many girls were willing to follow her. However, her evil pieces were limited. Although she still had all 8 pawn pieces, they weren't mutated pieces. And the students in this academy generally had high potential. It would take at least 2 pawn pieces to turn one of them into a devil. Ryaz naturally wanted to choose the most talented girls. That afternoon, Roy took Mitsuri and Mikamo out for a stroll. As they passed by a clothing store, the girls' eyes were drawn to the beautiful clothes displayed in the window. Roy chuckled and led them inside. Mikamo, do you like this dress? he asked, pointing at a lovely princess dress with a gem-encrusted necklace. Yes. Mikamo replied with a blush. Then let's buy it, Roy declared, unconcerned about the price. After all, the money was a gift from Greyworth. Mitsuri, you too. Choose whatever you like. Don't hold back. Okay. Mitsuri beamed and began browsing through the clothes. She was currently wearing the academy uniform. She had discarded her Demon Slayer uniform long ago. The girls soon chose their outfits and went to the fitting rooms. Mikamo emerged first, looking adorable in the princess dress and the sparkling necklace. Mikamo, you're so cute. Come here. Roy scooped her up and lifted her high in the air. Mikamo, usually expressionless, blushed. Mitsuri then came out, wearing a gorgeous evening gown that accentuated her curves. She looked even more radiant than usual. You look stunning. Roy gave her a thumbs up, still holding Mikamo in his other arm. Mitsuri giggled, pleased with his approval. I'll take these two outfits. Please wrap up their school uniforms. They can keep the new clothes on, Roy told the shopkeeper. Just then. Boom. A loud explosion sounded from the distance. Smoke billowed into the sky. What happened over there? Roy wondered, looking towards the source of the commotion. It must be something with the Imperial Army. The shopkeeper replied. She recognized the direction as the location of the Imperial Army base. Let's go check it out. We have some free time, Roy said to Mikamo and Mitsuri. They nodded in agreement. The three of them left the store. Wait. You haven't paid yet, the shopkeeper shouted, finally realizing what had happened. But Roy and the girls were already gone. Roy, hearing her shout, felt a pang of embarrassment. He had forgotten to pay. But it would be even more awkward to go back now. He would have to pay her another time. They soon arrived at the scene. It was the Imperial Army's arena. Roy stopped a girl who was running away and asked what had happened. It turned out that today was the day the Empire selected talented elementalists to join the army. The winner of this selection process would be granted a contract with a strategic class elemental. Strategic class elementals were incredibly powerful. Ordinary elementalists couldn't control them alone. That's why this selection process was held, to find someone with the talent to wield such a powerful spirit. Chapter 112, Fiona and Ellis joins the team because people don't have wings, we look for ways to fly. However, strategic class spirits weren't easy to control. When the girl who had won the selection tried to form a contract with the strategic class spirit, she lost control, and the spirit went berserk. A giant, steel golem rampaged through the arena, wreaking havoc. This was the strategic class spirit. Many other spirits had already been defeated by it. The army's hasty counterattacks were ineffective against the rampaging golem. Roy, shouldn't we stop that thing? Mitsuri asked, concerned. If they didn't intervene, the golem might harm the civilians who had come to watch the selection process. Don't worry, let the Sylphid Knights handle it, Roy replied, stopping Mitsuri and Mikamo from rushing into the fray. He had already spotted the Sylphid Knights approaching. There was no need for him to get involved. It's Ellis. Roy was surprised to see that it was Ellis leading the Sylphid Knights. Beside her were Raka and Rishia. The Sylphid Knights were responsible for the safety of the academy and its surroundings. They would definitely send someone to deal with this commotion. But he hadn't expected only those three to come. They couldn't possibly stop a strategic class spirit with just the three of them. Then, Roy remembered what Trias had told him that morning. Vilsaria had defeated all the Sylphid Knights and only took those who could still stand with her. That's why the Sylphid Knights were understaffed. Those soldiers are so reckless. This is bad. Raka, Rishia, let's go. If we can hold it off for a while, the instructors will arrive, Ellis said, frowning at the rampaging golem. Although the Sylphid Knights were renowned, this was beyond their capabilities. Only the instructors, whose strength rivaled the Empire's Spirit Knights, could handle this. The three girls charged towards the steel golem. However, the difference in power was too great. They couldn't even hold it back. Raka and Rishia were quickly defeated. The golem then turned its attention to Ellis, its massive fist slamming down on her. Boom. The ground shook violently. Although Ellis dodged the attack, the shockwaves sent her flying. Just as she braced herself for a painful landing, someone caught her. Are you alright? A gentle voice asked. Ellis opened her eyes and saw Roy's handsome face. She blushed. Please put me down, she mumbled, embarrassed. Okay. Roy chuckled and gently set her down. Holding Ellis in her armor hadn't been very comfortable. Thank you, Roy-san. Ellis stammered, her face still flushed. It's no problem. We're classmates, after all, Roy replied with a smile. But what are we going to do now? Ellis asked, looking at the rampaging golem with worry. If you don't mind, I can take care of it, Roy offered. Really? Yes. Then please, Roy-san. Ellis said gratefully. This was supposed to be the Sylphid Knight's responsibility, but now, she had no choice but to rely on Roy. She didn't doubt his ability to stop the golem. She still remembered the duel the other night, where Roy had effortlessly slain the Cyclopean giant with a single strike. Roy turned towards the rampaging strategic class spirit, a smirk playing on his lips. He summoned his ice rose sword. Ellis stared at the beautiful blade, her eyes filled with admiration. It was an elegant sword, with a hilt and handguard shaped like an ice blue rose. The blade itself was adorned with intricate rose carvings. What a beautiful sword, she thought. Roy, wielding the ice rose sword, didn't even bother using breathing styles against this weakling. He simply swung his sword. An arc of sword pressure shot out. Slice. In the blink of an eye, the strategic class spirit was cut down. He's so strong. Ellis gasped, staring at the fallen golem in disbelief. To think he could defeat such a powerful spirit so easily. She looked at Roy with admiration. That takes care of that, Roy said, turning to Ellis. Are those two all right? He asked, pointing at the unconscious Rapka and Rishia. Yes, they're just unconscious. Ellis confirmed after checking on them. She was relieved. But then, her expression turned gloomy. What's wrong, Ellis-san? Roy asked, noticing her change in mood. Oh, it's nothing. Ellis tried to brush it off. But Roy could easily see through her facade. She was worried about her teammates and the upcoming blade dance. She had been defeated by her adopted sister, Vilsaria, that morning. Fortunately, she and Rapka and Rishia hadn't been injured. But her other two teammates had been severely injured and wouldn't recover for at least 10 days. And now, with Rapka and Rishia also injured, she was the only one left on her team. How could she participate in the blade dance like this? You're worried about your teammates, aren't you? Roy asked gently. Ellis looked at him in surprise. He had seen through her worries. She no longer tried to hide her concerns. Rapka and Rishia are injured. Now, I'm the only one left on the team. What am I supposed to do about the tournament? She lamented with a sigh. Since you're the only one left on your team, how about joining mine? Roy offered without hesitation. Ellis was surprised, then hesitated. As a knight, she couldn't abandon her teammates. Captain, accept his offer. Rapka, who had regained consciousness, suddenly spoke up. Rapka. Captain, isn't participating in the blade dance your dream? We can't help you anymore. Please join Roy-sama's team. Yes, with Roy-sama, you can definitely win the blade dance. Rishia added, also awake now. They both urged Ellis to accept Roy's offer. After much hesitation, Ellis finally agreed. All right, I'll join your team. Welcome to Team Scarlet, Roy said with a grin. Early the next morning, Roy met up with Alice, Claire, and Rinslet. Today, they were going to undertake the S-rank mission to Jidanelun. Ellis, why are you here? Claire asked in surprise. Ellis had been tending to Rapka and Rishia yesterday, so Roy hadn't had a chance to inform Claire and Rinslet about her joining their team. I've invited Ellis to join Team Scarlet. She'll be accompanying us on this mission. Roy explained with a smile. Eh? The three girls were surprised. But, Claire started to protest. We're still missing a member, and Ellis's teammates are injured. Roy interrupted. Fine, I agree. Claire said reluctantly. Ellis was the captain of the Sylphid Knights. Her strength was undeniable. She was more than qualified to join their team, but Claire was still a bit unhappy about it. Pleased to meet you all. Claire, I apologize for the Sylphid Knights' earlier behavior. Ellis said sincerely, bowing respectfully. It's okay. Claire stammered, flustered by Ellis's formal apology. Actually, we, the Sylphid Knights, also received a mission. Ellis announced, her expression turning serious. What mission? Claire asked curiously. Last night, someone stole confidential documents from the library. Ellis explained. These documents contained information about the strategic class elemental sealed in Jidanelun, Jormungandr. Whoever stole them is clearly after the strategic class elemental. So your mission is to retrieve the documents? Rinslet asked. Yes. Ellis nodded. Since we're both going to Jidanelun, and our missions don't conflict, why don't we complete them together? Roy suggested. Claire, Rinslet, and Ellis agreed. They knew that whoever was after the strategic class elemental would likely cross paths with them. Accepting the Sylphid Knights' mission was a simple task. And it would earn them extra points for the school ranking. Alright, since everyone agrees, let's depart. Roy declared. They set off for Jidanelun. The mining city wasn't far from the academy. It would take about a day on horseback to reach it. The horses were already prepared outside the academy. Oh my lady is going to such a dangerous place. I'm so worried. Carol exclaimed, clasping her hands together and praying for Rinslet's safety. She wasn't an elemental spirit contractor and couldn't participate in the mission. "Don't worry, Carol. I'm more worried about you," Rinslet replied, hugging her adorable maid and launching into a series of instructions. "Will you be able to wake up on time without me? Make sure you eat properly every day. And don't make a mess with Bubbles when you're doing laundry." The others exchanged amused glances, watching Rinslet fuss over Carol. It seemed like their roles were reversed. "Wha? My lady. I'll do my best even when you're not here," Carol cried, touched by Rinslet's concern. "This is so weird," Claire commented, unable to hold back her amusement. "What are you talking about? A maid's only purpose is to be cute, right?" Rinslet retorted. Fine, you're right." Claire decided not to argue. Just then, Fiona let out a yelp. "Ah! Stop it. Stop it," I said. She had tried to climb onto a horse but was thrown off. Roy caught her before she could hit the ground. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," Fiona replied, her cheeks flushing as she met Roy's gaze. Having grown up in the Divine Ritual Institute, Fiona was quite innocent. "If you can't ride a horse, you can ride with me," Roy offered. "Really? Yay." Fiona nodded excitedly. Claire glared at her. "Honestly, a princess who can't ride a horse, isn't that a basic skill for nobles? They didn't teach us how to ride horses at the Divine Ritual Institute," Fiona retorted. "Horse riding is a compulsory subject here. You better get used to it. With your assets, it might be difficult to maintain balance," Claire taunted. "Well, I'm not as flat as you. You probably don't experience any air resistance. I, on the other hand, am clearly disadvantaged," Fiona replied calmly, flipping her hair. Claire fumed. "You." Just as they were about to start another argument, Roy sighed. "That's enough, you two. Let's just go." Clara and Fiona immediately stopped arguing. They mounted their horses. Seeing Fiona clinging to Roy's back, Clara and Rinslet couldn't help but sneer and exchange sarcastic remarks. Amidst their bickering, they set off for Danzō. After a full day of riding, they finally arrived at the gates of the mining city. It was already late at night. They were all exhausted from the journey. "Let's rest and have something to eat," Roy suggested. He conjured a table laden with food. "Amazing. Where did you get all this?" Fiona and Dallas stared at the feast in surprise. "Damn it. Now I have no use for my preparations," Rinslet grumbled. Her spirit, Fenrir, was carrying a large amount of food, and she had been planning to cook for everyone. But Roy had already taken care of it. She regretted not preparing the food beforehand. Claire, however, was simply drooling at the sight of the delicious spread. "Come on, everyone, let's eat," Roy said. He then looked at the spirit seals on his arms. "Estate, Ren, do you want to eat too?" He didn't need to ask. Estate and Ren emerged from their seals, drawn by the delicious aroma. Even Scarlet joined them. After a satisfying meal, Roy and the girls entered Danzō. Chapter 113, The Strategic Class Spirit in the Mine and an Unexpected Surprise. The shadow of death hangs above us all. Some may be harder to accept than others, but unless you can get past that there can be no future. "So this is the mining city of Danzō? It's like a ghost town," Rinslet commented, observing the dilapidated surroundings. "It's been abandoned for decades. It's no surprise it looks like this," Claire replied, her eyes narrowed as she peered into the darkness. The ruined buildings were dotted with flickering will-o'-the-wisps, emitting an eerie pale light. These were low-ranking spirits, drawn to the abandoned city. Evil spirits often gathered in such desolate places. "Hey, can you get off him now?" Claire glared at Fiona, who was still clinging tightly to Roy. "No, I have to protect Roy. I can't leave his side," Fiona insisted. Roy sighed inwardly. She was clearly terrified, yet she still claimed to be protecting him. "You're the one who needs protection. And where's your contracted spirit? The elementalist who stole the documents might be nearby. You should summon your spirit and be prepared," Claire chided, though her words held a hint of concern. It was true that they could encounter danger at any moment in this place. Being prepared was crucial. "Well," Fiona faltered, unable to refute Claire's logic. But summoning her spirit was easier said than done. She bit her lip and turned away, trying to maintain her composure. "It's not the right time yet. The contracted spirit of the Ordeja royal family is different from your cat. It can't be summoned casually." "What did you say?" Claire bristled. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. "What's happening? Is that an earthquake?" "It must be the strategic class elemental. The seal has been broken," Roy said, looking towards a nearby mountain. The mountain crumbled, collapsing inwards. Smoke and dust billowed from the newly formed chasm, obscuring the scene. "This is bad." That thief must have done this. Ellis exclaimed, clenching her fists. What do we do? If the strategic class elemental falls into enemy hands, it'll be disastrous. Rinslet said worriedly. Let's go check it out. If the elemental has been released, we'll have to deal with it. Roy said with a shrug. The girls nodded in agreement, and they cautiously approached the collapsed mine. As the dust settled, they could finally see the strategic class elemental. It was Jormungandr, a monstrous serpent from Norse mythology, said to be large enough to encircle the world. It was the most powerful monster among the giants, known as the Midgard serpent. It was the second child of Loki, the god of mischief, and the giantess Angrboda. Its siblings were Fenrir, the monstrous wolf, and Hel, the goddess of death. Its nemesis was Thor, the god of thunder, the strongest among the gods. Due to its destructive potential, Odin had cast it into the depths of the ocean. The Jormungandr before them, although not the one from mythology, was similar in appearance. And its fate was also quite similar. Due to its ferocity and destructive tendencies in the elemental spirit world, it had been sealed by the elemental lords and cast out. It was then used by humans as a weapon of war. But it was eventually sealed again. Now, freed from its seal, it rampaged, destroying everything in its path. Claire and the others were terrified by its monstrous aura. Is that a strategic class elemental? It's terrifying. There's no way we can defeat that. It has been completely unsealed. I can't reseal it now. Don't worry, I'll handle the big snake. Your opponents are over there. Roy said calmly, pointing towards a group of figures approaching them. The girls followed his gaze. A horde of skeletons, armed with rusty swords and clubs, marched towards them. Black mist seeped from their bones, creating an eerie atmosphere. What are those? Are they spirits? Maybe they're corpses possessed by low-ranking spirits. Someone must be controlling them. The girls were startled but quickly regained their composure. Protect Fianna while you fight. Roy instructed Claire. Why do we have to protect her? Claire glared at Fianna, but she would obey Roy's orders. Fianna couldn't use her contracted spirit yet. But Roy didn't want to embarrass her by pointing that out. He smiled and vanished in a flash. Claire, as the leader of Team Scarlet, took charge. Ellis, you're the knight. Engage the enemies head-on. I'll provide support from the middle. Rinslet, you're the sniper. Stay back and watch out for whoever is controlling those skeletons. She ordered. What about me? Fianna asked, pointing at herself. I don't know your strength yet, and Roy told us to protect you. So, just stay behind us. Claire replied. In battle mode, Claire was a completely different person, a reliable leader. I can help too. Fianna mumbled, but she didn't argue. She had no way to defend herself and had to accept their protection. Following Claire's instructions, the girls charged towards the approaching skeletons. Sylphid Hurricane. Flame King's Breath. Ice Shot. Ellis, at the forefront, summoned her Rayhawk and unleashed a whirlwind that scattered the skeletons. Claire, behind Ellis, lashed out with her flame whip, then launched a powerful fire spell that obliterated a large group of skeletons. Rinslet fired a barrage of arrows, each piercing through several skeletons. She also scanned the surroundings, trying to locate the one controlling the skeletons. The three girls worked together seamlessly. With Ellis holding the front line, Clara and Rinslet could focus on attacking from afar. Fianna, realizing she couldn't contribute, bit her lip in frustration. The skeletons seemed endless. Even after fighting for a while, they were still surrounded. And they were starting to tire. This is bad. Clara cursed under her breath. She shouldn't have charged into the horde. She suspected there was more than one person controlling the skeletons. Otherwise, their divine power would have been depleted by now. Just as they were struggling, Fianna finally spoke up. Claire, I have a way to deal with these skeletons. She declared with determination. What? You have a way? Claire asked, surprised, pausing her attacks. Yes. I learned a ritual dance at the Divine Ritual Institute. It can cause these skeletons to go berserk. Fianna explained. Claire considered this for a moment, then decided to trust her. All right, prepare the ritual dance. We'll protect you from these skeletons. If the skeletons went berserk, they would attack each other. Then, they could use the chaos to escape. Fianna smiled, grateful for Claire's trust. She took out a small fan and began to dance. Ritual dances could produce various effects depending on the dance performed. They could strengthen seals, bless elementalists, and much more. Fianna was performing the seventh ritual dance, the Dance of Berserker. It could activate and enrage sealed spirits. As Fianna danced, the flames within the skeleton's eye sockets turned crimson. The skeletons started attacking each other. The pressure on Claire, Ellis, and Rinslet lessened considerably. Only a few skeletons still targeted them. That should take care of them. Rinslet said, wiping the sweat from her brow. Don't let your guard down. The one controlling them hasn't appeared yet, Claire warned. Despite the improvement in their situation, she remained vigilant. Just then, a voice echoed through the horde of skeletons. Lightning spirit, manifest. A bolt of lightning flashed. It tore through the skeletons, heading straight towards Fianna. Look out! Ellis shouted, jumping in front of Fianna and thrusting her ray hawk. Boom! Ah! The lightning bolt struck the ray hawk, sending Ellis flying. Ellis, are you alright? Claire caught her. I'm fine. He's strong, Ellis said, wiping the blood from her lips, her expression stoic. Don't worry, we're not alone, Claire reassured her. Oh, fangs of ice, pierce my enemy. Ice shot. Rinslet had spotted the attacker when he launched his lightning attack. She fired an ice arrow. Ha ha, not bad. The attacker dodged the arrow and emerged from the shadows. He had short red hair, crimson eyes, and his body was covered in strange markings. He didn't look like a good person. This was Gyō Enzagi. In the original story, he had claimed to be a demon lord candidate. But he was actually just a subordinate of Rubia Elstein, a test subject. He had been sent here by Rubia to unseal and control the strategic class elemental. Who are you? Claire demanded. Ha ha, I am Gyō Enzagi. As expected of the Sylphid Knight captain. You actually blocked my attack. Gyō sneered, looking at Ellis. Damn it. I won't allow you to tarnish the honor of the Sylphid Knights, Ellis declared, standing up and pointing her ray hawk at Gyō. Oh, winds of disaster, transform into countless blades and cut down my enemy. She unleashed another Sylphid hurricane. Wielding her ray hawk, she charged towards Gyō, countless wind blades swirling around her. Even if he dodged the spear, he would be torn to shreds by the wind blades. But mirror spirit, appear. Reflect. Gyō shouted. A shiny red mirror materialized before him. Ellis's attack struck the mirror, and the wind blades were reflected back at her. Look out! Claire cried, lashing out with her flame whip and wrapping it around Ellis's waist. She pulled Ellis back, saving her from her own reflected attack. Thank you, Ellis said gratefully. Now's not the time for that. We're a team. Claire scolded her for acting alone. Why yes, I was reckless. Ellis apologized. All right, let's attack together. He's no match for us, Claire declared confidently. Okay. Ellis and Rinslet nodded in agreement. They attacked as one. Ellis held the front line, blocking Gyō's attacks. Claire and Rinslet unleashed their full power. Their coordinated assault forced Gyō onto the defensive. Strictly speaking, Gyō wasn't an elemental spirit contractor. He had been implanted with numerous cursed seals. These seals provided him with divine power, allowing him to use sealed spirits. Sealed spirits were different from ordinary elemental spirits. They were single-use consumables. He didn't have any contracted spirits. Under the girl's relentless assault, Gyō began to falter. Just as he was about to be defeated, a clear voice rang out from behind him. Retreat. Gyō looked towards the strategic class elemental. It had vanished. Did you succeed? He asked as he retreated. No. Things didn't go as planned. It seems the Dusk Witch intervened. The voice replied. Retreat. Although you're just a test subject, you're still valuable. Gyō's face contorted with rage. Taste the agony of rotting innards. Putrid poison spirit, manifest. He roared, attempting to escape. As Claire and the others pursued him, a thick purple mist enveloped the area. Claire coughed, covering her mouth and nose. Ellis and Rinslet also covered their faces, but it was too late. The poison had already entered their bodies. Just then, a gust of wind dispersed the mist. The girls gasped for breath, relieved. Roy, you're back. Rinslet exclaimed, seeing him. Roy had casually waved his hand, creating a gust of wind that blew away the poison. You did well. He praised them. He had been observing their battle after dealing with Jormungandr. Overall, they had performed admirably. But they had been too eager to chase after Gyō and had fallen for his trap. If Ellis had noticed the poison mist sooner, she could have easily dispersed it with her wind spirit. Damn it. He got away. Claire cursed. Chapter 114, Fianna's Confession and a Poisonous Battle. I will wait for you even if it takes 100 years. He was so close to defeating that man. He won't escape, Roy said calmly. Secret art, ice archery. A magnificent ice bow materialized in his hand. Rinslet's eyes lit up at the sight of the bow. Roy loosed an arrow, and it flew towards Gyō, who felt a chill run down his spine. Mirror spirit, manifest. A shiny silver mirror appeared before him. But the ice arrow split into countless smaller arrows, scattering towards him. Crash. The mirror shattered instantly. The arrows pierced Gyō's body, pinning him to the ground. Amazing. Rinslet exclaimed, thrilled by the display of archery. Fianna and the others also looked at Roy with admiration. Haha, it was nothing. Roy said modestly, though he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, on another hilltop, a girl's hood was blown back by the wind, revealing her golden hair. She had delicate features and a petite figure. She wore the uniform of another academy and had a large ribbon tied around her chest. This was Muriel Starl, a subordinate of Rubia Elstein. She had been sent here by Rubia to retrieve the strategic class elemental. But before she could act, the elemental had been slain. She had witnessed the man effortlessly kill the strategic class elemental and then make its corpse disappear. His power was terrifying. She had decided to order Gyo to retreat. But they hadn't been able to escape. Mur glanced at Roy, her eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, then vanished. Roy had sensed her presence but chose not to pursue her. After all, Rubia's subordinates were also his targets. Alright, now that the mission is complete, let's head back. Roy announced with a smile. Clara and the others nodded, exhausted from the battle. They had also sustained some minor injuries and needed to return for treatment. But as they walked, they noticed Fianna lagging behind, her head lowered. Fianna, what's wrong? We're leaving. Claire said, looking at her curiously. After this battle, they had came to accept Fianna as one of their own. Fianna had been a great help during the fight. Although Claire was still puzzled by Fianna's refusal to use her contracted spirit, she didn't dwell on it. Fianna looked up with a sigh. She had decided to confess. I'll tell you now, since you'll find out eventually anyway. Claire, Alice, and Rinslet exchanged confused glances. Roy, however, understood what Fianna was about to say. Fianna's expression turned serious. The reason I don't use my spirit in battle is because 4 years ago, I lost my ability to summon my contracted spirit. Fianna was the second princess of the Ordija Empire, once considered a potential candidate to become an elemental princess, second only to Rubia Elstein. But she had abdicated her position and been stripped of her royal status. This was because she could no longer summon her contracted spirit. An elemental princess candidate who can't summon her spirit. Of course I'm not qualified. Fianna said with a self-deprecating laugh. An elemental spirit contractor who couldn't summon their spirit was no different from an ordinary person. It wasn't uncommon for an elementalist to suddenly lose their ability to summon their spirit. It could be due to various reasons, such as physical defilement, breaking a contractual oath, or even psychological trauma. In Fianna's case, it was the latter. The trauma stemmed from the incident 4 years ago when Rubia Elstein, the Calamity Queen, rebelled. Fianna, like Rubia, was a Princess Shrine Maiden candidate. When she tried to stop Rubia, she was easily defeated. This had caused her immense psychological trauma, severing her connection with her contracted spirit. Clara and the others finally understood why Fianna refused to summon her spirit. But they still had questions. But how did you pass the academy entrance exam? There's a practical test, isn't there? I used Greyworth's special privileges to pass. Fianna admitted. She had been at the academy for a while now. It was impossible for her secret to remain hidden forever. But with Headmaster Greyworth's protection, she hadn't been exposed. I see. But why go through all this trouble to attend this academy? Because. Fianna glanced at Roy, then said with a sly smile, I wanted to find my Prince Charming. Clara and Rinslet frowned, glaring at her. Fianna giggled. Just kidding. I came here to win the blade dance and have my wish to regain my spirit powers granted. For an elementalist, nothing was more devastating than losing their contracted spirit. Claire, Alice, and Rinslet believed her. Well, I've told you my secret. Fianna cleared her throat. So, do you need an elementalist who can't summon her spirit? She looked at Roy and Claire with a hint of sadness in her eyes, despite her playful tone. Claire noticed that Fianna's fingers were trembling slightly. After a moment of consideration, she turned to Roy. Don't look at me. You decide. Roy said with a shrug. But if Fianna can regain her spirit powers, she'll be a valuable asset. Claire thought about it. Fianna was indeed strong. She was the second best student at the Divine Ritual Institute, and her ritual dances were incredibly useful. Even without her contracted spirit, she was a valuable teammate. Fianna already saved us. She's one of us now. Alice declared. Although I don't like her, she's not a bad teammate. Rinslet admitted, despite her usual disdain for Fianna. Claire remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Fianna looked downcast. Roy approached Claire and whispered in her ear, let me tell you a secret about Fianna. What? Claire blushed, her cheeks warming from his closeness. She's actually using padding. Really? Claire glanced at Fianna's chest, then nodded. Fianna, you can be our teammate. After all, we're both members of the Flat-Chested Alliance. Fianna, initially pleased by Claire's acceptance, bristled at the flat-chested comment. Don't compare me to you. I'm much more endowed," she retorted, puffing out her chest. "Humphrey. It's just padding." Claire scoffed. "Really? Really?" Rinslet's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her bust was the largest among them, aside from Fianna's. If Fianna was using padding, then she undoubtedly had the largest assets. "As a knight, I would never resort to such deception," Ellis declared, blushing slightly. "So? I'm using padding. What's wrong with that?" Fianna retorted, crossing her arms defensively. "So you're just a flat-chested girl after all?" Claire sneered. "Who are you calling flat-chested? I'm much bigger than you." "What did you say?" Seeing them about to start another argument, Roy gently pressed their heads down. "All right, that's enough. We should head back. Don't you have injuries to treat?" The girls realized he was right. They had all sustained some injuries during the battle. Especially the poison from Jio's attack, which was quite potent. They nodded and prepared to leave. But Roy stopped them. "Wait, stay still." The girls looked at him in confusion. Roy smirked and snapped his fingers. A blue magic circle enveloped them. In the next instant, they vanished. They reappeared in Roy's villa at Arishia Spirit Academy. Roy had used his teleportation magic to return them instantly, instead of the day-long journey it had taken them to get there. The girls were dumbfounded. They looked around, recognizing their surroundings. "Welcome back, Royani-chan." Alice and Konko greeted him excitedly. Their voices drew the other girls from the villa. "Asia, Shizuka, come and heal them," Roy instructed. "Okay. What happened?" "You're all injured. But thankfully, it's not serious," Asia said with concern, using her twilight healing to heal Alice. Shizuka, in her usual caring manner, pulled Claire into a hug and began healing her. Claire, however, struggled to escape. She wasn't comfortable with Shizuka's embrace. Shizuka's ample bosom was suffocating her. Roy, sipping the tea Kano had prepared, watched them with amusement. Their injuries were minor, and they were soon healed. "Roy, what was that earlier?" Claire finally asked. "Just a teleportation spell," Roy replied casually. "Teleportation?" They knew about teleportation magic. They used it to travel to the elemental spirit world for team battles. But they had never seen anyone teleport such a long distance so effortlessly. The academy was a day's journey away from Jidanelun. Yet, they had returned in the blink of an eye. It was incredible. They looked at Roy with admiration. "You're all tired. Go and rest," Roy said with a smile, patting Claire's head. "Okay." The girls nodded and left. "Roy, you're quite good at deceiving little girls, aren't you? You've already won them over in just a few days," Ryaz commented, her voice laced with jealousy. "Haha, what can I say? There are so many talented girls here. And Ryaz can't take them all, so I had to step in," Roy replied with a shrug. Ryaz fumed. She also wanted to recruit more servants, but she didn't have unlimited evil pieces like Roy. "That's such a scumbag thing to say," Mine muttered, chewing on a lollipop. "Well, we're already on his pirate ship," Chelsea added with a sigh, also enjoying a lollipop. "Ahem." Roy cleared his throat, hearing their whispers. "I'll have to punish Chelsea later," he thought. "She can transform into anything. Perhaps we can try some new positions." "Kuram, I brought you a gift from my trip," Roy suddenly said to Kuram. "A gift?" Kuram, who was enjoying some snacks with Akam, tilted her head curiously. "It's a giant snake called Jormungandr. It's over a kilometer long," Roy explained. After killing the strategic class elemental, he had stored its corpse, intending to let Kuram control it with her Tegu. "Really?" Kuram's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course. Your Yatsufusa should be able to control it." "Yay! I love you, Unyai-chan." Kuram cheered, hugging Roy tightly. "Roy really spoils Kuram, doesn't he?" Leon commented with a sigh. The next morning, Roy summoned Fianna. "Roy, why did you call me so early? Are we going to do something naughty?" Fianna asked with a playful wink, her cheeks flushed. Roy flicked her forehead lightly. "Ow!" Fianna clutched her head dramatically. "I called you here to ask if you want to regain your ability to summon your contracted spirit." "Eh?" Fianna's eyes widened in surprise. "Do you have a way?" she asked hopefully. "We can try," Roy replied with a smile. Chapter 115, A Knightly Spirit, Festival Gifts and Romantic Discoveries. Go ahead and live with your head held high. No matter how devastated you may be by your own weakness or uselessness. Set your heart ablaze. Fianna couldn't summon her contracted spirit due to the trauma she had suffered. But Roy had a way to force it out. "What should I do?" Fianna asked. "Try summoning your spirit," Roy instructed. Fianna nodded and began chanting the summoning incantation. "O sword saint who serves the king of mankind, My knight. I hereby fulfill the blood contract. Become my guardian sword and came to my side. Appear, sacred knight spirit, Georgios. I command you, become my guardian sword. Despite her earnest chanting, her contracted spirit, Georgios, didn't respond. Fianna's expression fell. Roy stroked his chin thoughtfully. He then grabbed Fianna's hand. Eh? Fianna blushed, surprised by his sudden action. Roy ignored her flustered reaction and used his magic to communicate with Georgios through Fianna's spirit seal. As a hereditary spirit of the Ordija Empire, Georgios was a high-ranking light elemental with immense power. Soon, Roy established contact with Georgios, who was in the elemental spirit world. He then used his magic to forcibly pull her out. Whoa! A knight clad in silver armor suddenly appeared in the air, then tumbled to the ground, her skirt riding up in the process. Georgios? Fianna gasped, recognizing her contracted spirit. Ouch! The knight groaned, rubbing her head as she stood up. She looked at Fianna in surprise. You must be my contractor. Fianna nodded shyly. Contractor, there's no need to be ashamed. I understand your situation. I've been waiting for your summons. Georgios said with a cheerful smile. Are really? Yes. But. Contractor, as long as you have courage, you can summon me. Georgios encouraged her. Okay. Fianna nodded with determination. A warmth spread through her heart, filling her with strength. Even the spirit seal on her arm glowed. I can feel it. I can connect with her again. Fianna's eyes filled with tears of joy. The spirit seal, which had been dormant for 4 years, was active again. Thank you, Georgios. Don't mention it. But. How did I get here? Georgios suddenly realized she had been forcibly dragged here by some unknown force. Ahem. Roy coughed, hinting at his involvement. Eh? Georgios turned to Roy. Her eyes widened in recognition, and she quickly knelt on one knee. Georgios greets the Mao-sama. You recognize me? Roy asked, surprised. Yes, Mao-sama. I was just a mid-ranking spirit back then, so it's understandable that you wouldn't remember me. Georgios replied. She had been one of the night spirits guarding the temple when Roy ruled the elemental spirit world. Over the thousands of years, she had finally become a high-ranking spirit. Oh, I see. Roy nodded in understanding. He hadn't expected to meet someone he knew here. Mao-sama? What are you talking about? Fianna asked, confused. The Mao-sama is the one who ruled the elemental spirit world. Georgios explained with reverence. The Mao who ruled the elemental spirit world? Fianna echoed, trying to recall the name. She vaguely remembered reading about him during her time at the Divine Ritual Institute. All right, you can go back now. Roy said to Georgios. Yes, Mao-sama. Georgios bowed respectfully and returned to the elemental spirit world. Fianna was still deep in thought. Don't strain your brain, idiot. Roy said, patting her head. Fianna, distracted by his touch, forgot about her thoughts. Thank you, Roy. She said, hugging him tightly. Just then. Roy, we're here. Claire's voice called out from the doorway. She opened the door and saw Roy and Fianna embracing. What are you two doing? She exclaimed, pointing at them accusingly. What does it look like we're doing? Fianna retorted, snuggling closer to Roy. She was surprised by their sudden arrival but decided to tease Claire. Scarlet, incinerate her. Georgios, get rid of that noisy woman. A fire cat and a knight in shining armor appeared. The cat hissed, and the knight drew her sword. Cut it out, you two. Roy sighed, using his magic to restrain the two spirits. Scarlet and Georgios, recognizing Roy, immediately calmed down and stood obediently. Is that a night spirit? Fianna, can you use your spirit now? Ellis gasped. Clara and Rinslet also stared at the night spirit in surprise. Of course. My night spirit is much stronger than your cat. Fianna declared, sticking her tongue out at Claire. Humphrey. My Scarlet won't lose to you. Claire retorted, crossing her arms. Seeing their rivalry flare up again, Roy quickly changed the subject. Claire, you must have come here for something, right? Oh, that's right. Claire exclaimed, remembering their purpose. We completed the mission, and Team Scarlet is now ranked first in the academy. She was thrilled. They had even surpassed Velsaria, who was considered the strongest elementalist in the academy. However, being first didn't mean they could relax. Before the Blade Dance, the second-ranked team could challenge them for the top spot. And the third-ranked team could challenge the second-ranked team, and so on. To maintain their position, they had to defeat Velsaria's team, which was currently ranked second. I just received news that Velsaria is planning to challenge us in a week. Claire announced, her expression turning serious. Velsaria's name struck fear into the hearts of many students. Even Claire was a bit apprehensive. Oh? So soon? It seems she's not happy about losing her top spot. Roy chuckled. Ever since she was defeated in the Blade Dance 3 years ago, she's become a different person. Ellis said sadly. Don't worry, Ellis. I'm sure Vilsaria will come around. Roy reassured her. He then turned to Claire. Your next opponent is the strongest elementalist in the academy. Are you prepared? Of course, we're ready. I won't lose this time. Bring it on. We'll defeat them. I'll do my best to help my sister return to her senses. Roy nodded, pleased with their determination. Over the next few days, Claire and the others practiced and honed their teamwork.